Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do thank you for tuning on in during this beautiful bye week for a number one seed. Life doesn't get better than this. Sitting back this week watching the playoff coverage, just hoping our boys are resting up, refreshing right, and are going to be raring to go next week. But we've got our Seahawks weekly roundup, of course, today, which is our kind of final chance to look back at the week that was and any kind of little stories that might slip between the cracks or just some items from the prior game that I want to kind of get into and still discuss and make sure that we haven't let escape our view, because it could be kind of interesting and important, especially as we get into the postseason here now and to see where this team is really, really going to lie and where they're going to stand. You can, as I just think about this over the last couple of days, you can hope for a better situation for your team to be in. You couldn't hope for a better, more storybook-like season, but to get into this run right now, to be where you're at. There are many times this year where you get with the team getting into this time of year. Look at the Niners, for instance, where you're in, you've had a successful year, but you're running out of gas. And you can feel you're running out of gas. You're leaking gas out the tank. There's just not a lot there. And this happened to us a couple of years ago when we got into the playoffs in that first year after the Russell Wilson trade, where by the end you were just really coughing and just holding on for dear life a little bit as far as the injury situation goes and just where the team was kind of at. This team does feel like it's good to go in so many ways. The health situation's so good. So hopefully you're feeling as good as I am about where they're going and even getting more confident in this team as you think about it and you turn it over and the style and brand of football that they're playing and how well this kind of football plays in the playoffs, historically speaking, and that they know who they are. They play within themselves. They've had a brand of football and a blueprint for winning games that they've been able to apply over and over and over again. But without further ado, let's get on in here to the some of the items I want to talk about today. And I don't have a lot of individual stories, of course, that have slipped between the cracks. We have the Charles Cross extension that was signed just a couple days ago. We covered that, though, on the show, so not anything really deep to go in on that. Injury-wise, we don't have anything really major of update there. We're not going to get that until probably into next week as they figure out what's what. But I would estimate that you're going to see Charles Cross and Kobe Bryant probably back out there playing by next week. I'd expect that you're going to get those two guys back into the ranks. So just fuller, better the health situation than ever before. So we've got I got a good number of video cut-ups today. I want to go over and do a little bit of an expansive thing here when it comes to the PFF grades, and not just look at the weekly scores today, but actually look at where our guys ended up ranking on the whole as far as their rank up against the rest of the NFL. So without further ado, let's just get on into it. Let's take a look at the PFF grades of the week. And this week we've got some good grades, of course, to turn over by and large. And we'll look first, of course, at the offense and what a hell of a development this is. Gray Zabel came out and gave you the best performance by PFF's ranking for him on the season. And this is, I think, important for a couple of different reasons. Number one, of course, hey, anybody playing this good on the line posting a 90 grade, which is elite. And we haven't had a lot of 90 grades on that offensive line over the past 3 years, by the way. You can probably peck one over here and find one over there and hunt over here, and there might be one to locate there. But it's not one you're going to see as a grade posted too often. Now, some of this is going to be pushed a little bit by the fact that you don't have the greatest of competition up front there. But look, Alfred Collins, CJ West, Khalil Davis there for the Niners, they can be tough. And so he was getting at least a decent, it's not, murderer's row of opponents on that part, but hey, 93.4 grade. And also on the second level of coolness to this is that you kind of wondered a little bit with Zabel in some of the recent weeks, if that when he did come back from what I would believe kind of a high ankle sprain sort of situation he was dealing with, I don't know if it was fully that, but it was close. And he came back, remember, the very next week, and you kind of wondered if, between coming back from an injury that's going to hold you back a little bit, and then also hitting a little bit of that proverbial rookie wall, if that was going to maybe be a cause for him to maybe not be able to perform quite as well as he had early on in the year, or diminishing his performance. So him coming a bit forward on this and getting to where he got on this is really cool to see. Hopefully he can be strong going into the playoffs and feeling his best on that leg. Kenneth Walker, 81.5, your second highest graded guy. No shock there. He played a really good game. Jackson Smith, Cooper Kupp had a good game as well. Notice as well with Cooper Kupp, the 80.3 run blocking grade. Going to need that in the playoffs, along with him being clutch at just certain given times over the course of the game. So much of what I hear about people speaking outside of Seattle about Kupp is this washed thing. It's such a lazy point of narrative on him, and I'll show this a little bit when I show you the season PFF grades and where he's actually going to land on his rank up against other wide receivers at what he's doing. But Cooper Kupp has been an asset to this team. He was an asset to you last week as well. Josh Jones filling in for Charles Cross, hobbled, not at his most able, having to go out there and fight the tough fight to just try to get by out there, yet still posting a really, really nice grade. Now, over the last 3 games with him, people are really caught up on this with the Cross thing on, well, he's performing up like where Cross is at. But remember with this, that his competition he was dealing with off the edge is not going to be the same of typically probably what Cross will go in to be dealing with week in and week out. And that if you get Josh Jones out there against some against some edge rushers, especially some twitchy guys that he didn't have to really face, that's where you're going to see him start to have some struggles over a long period of time in an NFL season. Jalen Sundle, another great development here for a guy that is as likewise coming back from that injury. Same things that you wonder a little bit about to a lesser degree on Zabel with him. Come back, is he going to be able to perform his best? You're kind of in your 25 to 30-ish ranking PFF-wise, and then now he has come back, and he is definitely giving you improvement over what you had in Oluwatimi, and then posting one of his stronger performances of the year up front there in addition to that. Tariq Young came in, run blocked well for what he was being asked to do there. Didn't run as great routes, watching the tape with him at times, not necessarily creating a lot of separation, but he's a big, strong dude. He can run block well. Zach Charbonnet had a solid day as far as how he was rated. And then as we go to the bottom of the list here, Bobo was dinged a bit, though he had a couple of nice blocks in this game. So they didn't like his game, but it was nine snaps. So sample size, city there just a little bit. Rashid Shaheed wasn't having necessarily the best of days by PFF's measure, nor A.J. Barner, nor Anthony Bradford, who had a couple of Anthony Bradford specials this past week. And so that grade's not a complete shocker to see, but 59.7 you can kind of deal with. You don't like the 39.8 pass blocking, but if you can just be around the 60s as far as a grade with Bradford, you go, okay, I can handle that. That's doable. And they had Sam Darnold there at 60 grade, kind of middle of the road-ish on what he was doing. And so those are the offensive ones. Flipping over to the defensive side of things, Drake Thomas, 92 grade for Drake Thomas. If I'm not mistaken as well, I think Tyrese Knight technically is your highest graded linebacker by PFF this year, but Drake would even be ahead of Ernest Jones and how they see him. DeMarcus Lawrence, 26 reps. You really love how you're able to just balance the reps out in this final game in addition to those whole seasons so that these guys can be fresh. This goes in tandem with the health thing and you being at your healthiest at the end of the year, essentially, that you've been throughout the whole year. In addition to that, you're healthy and potentially you're able to be really fresh going into next week. These are those baselines that don't necessarily absolutely positively point to the Seahawks having playoff success, but you better believe that they aid in getting playoff success. 26 snaps, you put him out there, but he's able to go out there like hell on wheels, be that guy that's just going to go out there and be physical. And you hear guys like Daniel Jeremiah calling him a maniac on the tape, just saying this guy is just going out there and he's playing violent and physical, much like the rest of this defense. It's going to be a very fun part to see if this can continue to come forward as we come into the playoffs with how they've played this year, especially how they've rounded out this season overall. Derek Hall back from suspension in a big effing way, 78.8 grade for him. Though again, keeping those snap counts controlled off the edges, 26 to DeMarcus, 21 to Derek Hall. You put Uchenna Nwosu with 23. You can kind of see how the balance game works here. But Boye coming in with 16, though he provided some really stellar play and maybe has earned his right at this point to maybe take up a few more snaps even over the top of a guy like Uchenna, but I'm sure they're going to try to keep it balanced in the playoffs. Nicky Manwari had another awesome game, a Demon Wari-like game for him. We got Byron Murphy, solidly graded defense all the way down the line. You can see here everybody pretty much did a great job. They didn't love Leonard Williams' game, but I thought Leonard Williams played a solid game. Created some pressures. He was active in the run game. Riley Mills only got 3 snaps in this one, so a very small sample size there. And Julian Love, another guy who I thought played a little bit better game than he was graded. These aren't bad grades at 63, but I thought he played even a little bit better than where they had him posted. Special teams-wise, Patrick O'Connell leading the way, Jake Bobo, Mike Morris. These have been 3 guys, including Nehemiah Pritchett below them, that have been some of your higher-graded special teams guys. So they've been oftentimes leading the way for you on that, which is good to see. You defended the punts, defended the kickoffs really well in this game. You blocked well. Remember, we had the good Rashid Shaheed punt return where you reversed field and you completely set it up from the jump. So those guys did a really nice job, but they've been doing a nice job all year long. Very familiar names that do keep popping up here when we look at these PFF grades and over and over. So good to have those guys in tow as well. The health's there with those guys, your special teamers. That can sometimes be an issue at this time of year. Let's take a look at some of your finishing grades as far as not just overall in the team, but where these guys rank. And again, this isn't to be the ultimate measurement the these guys to determine the season was either successful or was bad, because your season rank has you here. It's just another item as a tool to look at with all the other tools of data that we have to try to make an assessment when it comes to a player. But I do think that these scores are interesting and do give you a little bit of a baseline measurement up against the other players that exist in this league. And Sam Darnold, you've got him coming in at number 10 as far as his PFF rank at 79.3. He is just below Justin Herbert, and he is just above Jared Goff, Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, Kirk Cousins, Patrick Mahomes, Caleb Williams. So Dak Prescott, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford would be the names up ahead of them. Not a bad list to be up ahead of. I've been saying he's a top 10 quarterback. That's right about where I've got him. PFF's had him in about the same place the last 2 years on that side of it. So I think that's what you have kind of in him a little bit. And I think that's more than good enough. Puka Nacua ends up getting a little bit of the edge as far as the PFF grade at the end of the year over the top of Jackson Smith. They like his run blocking a little bit better. He's used in that way a little bit more, perhaps. He's also used as a runner a little bit, able to be enough to get him up over the side there. But Jackson in on that at number 2, highly rated nonetheless. And Cooper Kupp, as you can see there, 44, not badly graded there. As he comes in, 70.2 grade. So Kupp did not have a bad year per se on that, as maybe the little bit of the narrative out there that's not a correct one, in my opinion, when you look at this. And you got Rashid Shaheed coming in with a 66.1 grade as the 64th highest graded receiver. When we ignore snap counts on this, Torrey Horton in there matching up with Cooper Kupp at 44, almost the exact same grade. Drake Young a little bit higher than them. Cody White just below Rashid Shaheed with Ricky White and Jake Bobo. Not getting a lot of love. Not getting a lot of Bobo love from PFF. Heading on over the running halfbacks here, and this is one I've pointed to often as kind of a representation of the fact that our running backs are good. Our running backs are not the problem. The hyper concentration on running backs and who's the better one, who isn't, who's at fault for when they're not getting yards or not, rather than really looking to scheme an offensive line as the two forefront things that you really want to be paying attention to. And I think these scores absolutely are going to indicate this, or should indicate this for you, beyond like whether you want to say this player's had a successful year or not. I think both these guys have. It does show you a little bit of that this is where the problem's been at. And we've corrected some of that stuff this year. There was a lot to be corrected from last year because it was a horrible running game, and especially it was a horrible running game utilizing zone, which is kind of problematic because you're now transitioning to a high zone use running game here. It was going to take some time to fix. It's gotten better as the year's gone along. It's at its strongest right now, the running attack. And it's partly at its highest strength is because the run blocking comes along, and that then helps out and procures the running backs to be maximized for what they're already naturally doing. What are they already naturally doing? You have 2 of the top 3 highest graded running backs in the entire sport by PFF because they can provide that difference-making component. But this is the old chicken or the egg. What's more important? How much impact can a dynamic running back who can be a top 5 graded back, how dynamic can he be and overcome if the offensive line's not on point and getting the running block done? If they're allowing penetration, if there are no holes to be found, can they create on their own? Can they be miracle workers? And then when you don't ask them to be miracle workers, when you got the scheme on point, when you got a defense that's going to allow you to be able to run the ball throughout the game consistently, and then when you have an offensive line that can actually run block and create holes for you, now you can maximize those sensational backs. That's the order. That's the pecking order to make that thing happen. And the Seahawks have, of course, learned this lesson, but now they're on the back of learning this lesson, being able to benefit from this lesson. But a little bit of a tough one learned on that one. Fullback-wise, Robbie Oates is your 8th highest graded fullback this year on the 10 that are playing out there. Not every team utilizes a fullback, and the highest graded guy you can see is 70.8. But as we will see on some of my cut-ups today, he has been solid for you, and he's been doing some really good things as of late. As Oates, he's growing as you'd expect a rookie to grow. So don't take that as a horrific grade necessarily, because it's getting better as the year does go along. When we look at tight ends here for your Seattle Seahawks, and let's grab them all here so we can bring everybody up. We've got A.J. Barner lead the way with 74.4, 14th highest graded tight end in the sport. Saubert 36th highest at 64.8. Pass blocking really good with Saubert too there, with run blocking all pretty solid there. Arroyo 52.3. And kind of surprising with Arroyo that the grade wasn't more improved with him as far as the receiving grade. You know, if you walked into this year and told me that he was going to play a bit, I'd be like, well, his receiving grade will probably be pretty good, but the pass blocking, run blocking grades will probably be leaving you wanting a little bit. But actually not too bad on that side. All right. Keep it rolling and motoring here. And as you can see with Barner, by the way, look at the 88 grade as his running. Those are for the barnyards. Barnyard, he's maybe the best. Another part we don't talk a lot about with this team going into this playoffs, but Seahawks actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, have been the most effective team with the tush push this year. Funny enough, 11 carries for him on that. Been very good with that, but solidly graded all the way down the line is Barner. He's been good for you. Center-wise, this one was an interesting one because Jalen Sundell has been able to slowly but surely climb up the board on this one. Now, he's not gotten up high, but this is his first year starting at center, and he finishes at the 19th highest-rated center in the sport, which I think is fairly significant because if I'm not mistaken, you might have had Oluwatimi down in there somewhere at some point last year around that area in his final grade, but I think he was more like 22-ish, so this is still a little bit higher than where he was at. Ethan Postic, former Seattle Seahawks second-round pick, just below Jalen Sundell there, but good development to see Jalen coming along as he seems to be maybe finding some of his footing there at the center position, and this would be a great development for Seattle because he's got the athletic, pure profile they want from the position that's necessary for this outside zone system to work right. It's just about getting that improved play along the board, and Seattle's been able to get that from him. Guard-wise, you're going to notice nobody's up at the top of the list for Seattle Seahawks at the guard position. Not a surprise there, as it's been a bit of a struggle bus as far as the grades go for these guys. Zabel's probably outperformed his grade, which was 57.3, and the 52nd highest graded guard in the sport. I think he has outperformed that and been better than that. But as well with that, I can understand where this grade comes in. It's not completely out of pocket or proof positive. The PFF sucks. It is that when you do watch the tape with Zabel over the course of the year, you get a lot of really great blocks. His ability to early latch and at least get that initial block in there does surpass a guy like Bradford, who does get more of the quick whiff city, where when it goes bad, it's oh my God, he just got beat completely. Whereas Zabel, it's get his hands on, fighting. Okay, the guy slides off. So a little bit of that will go down sometimes at that point, but still not a bad year for him. Bradford's at 70, still higher than he was at one point or another in this season, as he was like one of the lowest rated guards in the sport. So he's even brought himself up a little bit, just going to show you that everybody on this offensive line has slow but surely improved along through the course of this season. Though you can see with Bradford, as you look at him over a 3-year stance, graded right about in the same area for a 3-year period. And that part is an interesting part and maybe something we'll be talking about a little bit this offseason, but hopefully he can keep bringing it together this playoffs. As far as tackles go, the Seattle Seahawks have a couple of decently graded tackles. At 24th is Abraham Lucas, putting the finishing touches on his best season as a pro. You can see here he started out with a solid rookie year, 68.4, and then he's had the knee injuries and the health thing for those 2 years, the surgery that came about, and then he's put together his best year this year. John Schneider, just one of those places of so many places this year where he did so many smart things. Going out and getting Lucas on that contract, so huge to go and do that. Because if you'd waited through all this period now, he put this kind of season together right now, you're going to be paying him almost double the money or seeing him make double the money on the open market. But you get ahead of that, you get him at a little bit of the slightly discounted rate. Now you can come back and get Charles Cross taken care of. Just two things we don't have to think about. And I don't have to tell you folks that when you don't have to think about your two tackles now or going into the future and concentrate on other items, that is a wonderful thing. Because having to go in search of those items can be problematic. Think Jermaine Ifedi. Think all of those right tackles we spun through for years, in between, sandwiched around Jermaine Ifedi. After Brendan Giacomini left, it can be hard. The left tackle position after Russell Okung left had to spend 5, 6, 7 years, couldn't find something there at left tackle. Then eventually you win. Had to make a kind of desperate trade for Dwayne Brown. Had to go over the top on the trade capital to go get Dwayne Brown. And likewise, once Dwayne Brown left, you were in a little bit of a pickle until you get to Cross. So very, very cool that we've got these guys doing what they're doing. Snap count minimum, if we avoid on that, Josh Jones 74.3. So all of these 3 tackles that have played a lot of football right around the same place. Would love to be able to make sure we retain, if possible, Josh Jones in for another year. I can't remember if he's on another year of contract or not. I'll have to check there. Got a quick donation question here, so let me pop on. I don't want to ignore donos right now. 30 and Wake Up's got a good question here. Thank you for the $5 donation. 30 and Wake Up. Rams fan question for a Hawks expert: is there any amount of draft compensation that the Ravens could offer to get McDonald? 2 firsts, Lamar for McDonald? No. If you see a coach being moved for draft picks, it's because the coach wore out his welcome, or that there's some signs there that this thing's going to start to come to a conclusion, and so now let's move him. Gruden with the Raiders, for instance. But no, McDonald's worth more than that, quite frankly. 30 and Wake Up. The Ravens wouldn't pay the cost that I wouldn't even really come up with a cost, because I've said that I think that there are very few 5-tool coaches in the sport. It's kind of like the baseball equivalent, you know. Do you have a grade A scheme? Are you a great game day X's and O's guy, and how you are able to counter this? Can you come up with counters in the game? Are you just a good plan A guy, or can you be a plan C, D, E that you can call upon in a game when plan A ain't working? Are you a motivator? Are you a culture builder? Do you get buy-in from the players? I mean, I know some of these are more than beyond the 5-tool, but it's not really 5 items. It's more of just the nomenclature of the 5-tool player applied to a head coach. And just like with baseball, those guys are so rare, and they don't come along once every year. They don't just fall off the back of the apple cart. You have to wait. In some ways, they can sometimes be generational when you come to find it. And I think with Mike McDonald, the start that he's had, that you could not have asked for a better start for a coach like this. And I think that you would have said the same thing when it came to McVay. And so I would, if you had McVay after her first 2 years there, I don't think you would have done nothing to let him go either if somebody had come in offering that kind of, haul back for you. So you can't underrate a coach who's this good in-house and this complete in-house, and what that allows you to be able to do, not only from the potential for greatness, but sustained greatness. You can keep it going for a longer period of time, like you guys have been able to do with McVay, like the Niners have been able to do with Shanahan. And those are 2 guys that I would point to that are probably pretty darn close to 5-tool type coaches, if not it. And I think that's part of why this division is the best division in football, 30 and Wake Up. That's why we find ourselves here year after year, is because we tend to have these coaches at the top that are this good. And so I don't think that, for instance, I don't think there's a 5-tool coach in the, I don't know about Ben Johnson totally yet, but NFC North, I don't know. I don't think there's a 5-tool coach in the South. I don't think there's a 5-tool coach in the NFC East. You go to the AFC West, it's like, yeah, Andy Reid, Harbaugh. Those guys have proven themselves to be that. But you could probably count in just about almost on your hand the number of guys that you would say are a true 5-tool kind of coach and how they're set up. So I can't do it, man. It's a great question. I get where you're coming from with it. And the Ravens are certainly having some buyer's remorse about having not let Harbaugh go and keeping Mike there when the thought process even was at the time, giving the Raven fans credit on this one. Even at the time, they were saying, maybe the right move here is instead to just go with Mike and pivot off, even with us getting the conference championship. Maybe we're as much to this conference championship right now because of Mike as much as Harbaugh here. And so they were even saying it at the time when we were able to hire him. And they're definitely having that buyer's remorse now, but that's just too bad, so sad. He's ours. And we're not letting him go. And he's going to be here for the next 20 years. And he's going to win about 5 Super Bowls. And maybe a dynasty too. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see on that one. Back to BFF grades here too. Mason Richmond only out there for 1 snap. Amari Knight only out there for 4 snaps. Don't take too much out from that. Let's go over the defensive side of the ball to cornerback and look at who is number one. Number one. Devin Witherspoon, finally this year, getting an opportunity to make a transition to outside cornerback. That is his home. That's where he's best suited. Can he do some slot stuff? Sure, he can. Do you want him out on the outside, though, because that's where he can be at his best? Yes, it is. Devin Witherspoon out there rocking it, 25 years old, third Pro Bowl, the highest graded cornerback in the entire sport by PFF this year. A home run of a selection by John Schneider. We asked at the start of the year, where are the difference makers? Where might they be? Well, hopefully you're starting to see some of these rise up on some of these grades as I'm going to present them to you. Tariq Woolen, 61.2 grade. He's, he was able to, to his credit here, the run defense has come forward for him this year, which is nice to see. And he's had some good numbers around that. We're going to take a look at in the show today here as we get around to him on the underrated hero of the week. Josh Jobe, 56.5 at number 82, highest graded corner. He's been definitely highly picked upon as far as, you got a Woolen out there, you got a Witherspoon out there, you got an Eamon out there. Your quarterback eyes and your reads will just kind of generally take you on over to the Jobe guy because who do you want to take your chances with, right? And so that's a little bit of the case there with Jobe. He's not been bad at all. He's feisty. He gets after it. He'll give up some completions here, but we see he doesn't get toasted over the top. And he's usually right there to make the tackle if he does give up a completion. Safety-wise, Julian Love puts together another very, very solid year. Yes, I understand that the injuries came up kind of halfway into the season, but you can see with this guy matching quite literally exactly the performance of last year. So when I talk about Julian Love and I say that I look at him as a top 6 safety in this sport, this is partly, the tape is a big part of what tells me this, but it's also that you get this as the baseline of a grade for him for the past 2 years, where he's been a top 6 highest graded safety. He's around the likes of a Minkah Fitzpatrick below him and Kyle Hamilton just a little bit above him with a slightly better grade. Now, I'm not saying he brings Kyle Hamilton impact, but this guy's returning to the safety room, returning to this defense has been a big part of now seeing the last few weeks this defense coming forward like they are, including him getting a pick 2 weeks ago against the Carolina Panthers. As far as the full grades go down here for your Seahawks on the year at the safety position, Ty Akata's in at 16th. So you got almost two top 16 rated safeties right now. 73 grade for him. And look at how Ty Akata just all the way down the line well graded. Well graded as a run defender, well graded as a pass rusher, well graded in his coverage. Very cool to see. Under club control moving into next year. I do think the team's probably going to transition to probably him. Draft a guy somewhere in the draft too to get some competition in there. Nick Eamon, 71.6, another guy well-graded all the way across the board there. And they've got him technically listed as a safety, but of course he's more kind of cornerback slot guy. He plays some linebacker, does play some safety. Quandre Diggs getting out there for a few snaps, but that I think is more about what he was doing prior to coming here. Kobe Bryant in at 45, a 65.5 grade, kind of an average grade. 64 is average about. So a little bit above average for Kobe. The ball skills, the consistency of play is going to help him get that contract I've talked about in the offseason, even though he's not necessarily the highest of graded guys. It's not going to matter when it comes down to payday time. He will get paid. Linebackers. Go through these guys here. As we look through it, Tyrese Knight on 307 defensive snaps, so not just 15 defensive snaps. Guy got out there for 300 snaps. 76.2 grade, highest graded on that. The pass rush is a big pusher of this, of course, because he has the 2 strip sack fumbles. So that does kind of not artificially, but it pushes things up a little bit as far as the real grade of this goes for him. Drake Thomas, 73 grade for him. Very well graded year. Another guy, look all the way across to the way of how he's graded from run defense, pass rush coverage. He's solid in all of the metrics, including the baseline, bottom line, 73 grade. Ernest Jones, he's kind of picked upon by PFF a little bit. They don't like how he covers, and they're not necessarily loving how he brushes the passer. I don't kind of get this grade. This is one of those ones that doesn't exactly match up to the tape to me. He's easily a top 10 middle linebacker in this sport, and far probably even above that. More into probably a top 7-ish range if we really broke it down. But some of these grades don't always make a ton of sense. We go to interior defenders, Cameron Hayward, Quinn Williams, Jeffrey Simmons, some of your highest rated guys, old Seahawk, Poona Ford in there doing his job down there with the Rams. Rams have 2 guys, and Kobe Turner. Kobe Turner's going to make a bank this offseason. as he's been a really good player for that Rams team. Leonard Williams is your 11th highest graded interior defensive tackle in the sport for your Seahawks there. Well graded all the way down the line. Byron Murphy at 25. Byron's going to take some hits on this grade, mainly because of the fact that the guy's got to deal with double teams constantly. And PFF doesn't really have a way, I don't think, of keenly measuring accurately these nose tackles to really be able to understand when they're doing enough there and holding the line versus not holding the line. You're not really going to make the play with the double team. Can you hold the line? Can you hold the line enough? Who decides on if he gives up a half a yard that's a negative play versus if he has to just purely hold the line to get a positive grade? I'd be very interested to see how they kind of put that metric together. Jaron Reed came in well enough on that, 62.4. He was solid, I think, down the line for you. Gives you a little bit more as a pass rusher than he probably does as a run defender, but he was able to give you some reps in there at times in the nose tackle this year and provide a counterbalance in there as far as that goes. Edge defenders for your Seahawks. We're going to have DeMarcus Lawrence be our highest rated guy here, the 13th highest graded edge in the sport, 33 years old, still getting it done. 625 defensive snaps on that back there too. But DeMarcus Lawrence, a monster against the run as he's always been, solid against the pass. Derek Hall really has come forward in his grade this year. When you look at this, I mean, this is very impressive, and this is something Seattle loves to see. See that first year, 44.4, tough grade, bad year, wasn't getting any pressure, wasn't stopping the run. Last year, finding some pressure, getting some sacks, production, still not able to stop the run as well. Came back in this year, 73.3 grade, well graded all the way down the line, has really owned up to that part of his game and improving it in how he defends the run and how he tackles, and it's cool to see. So 73.3 grade for him, and even Boye Mafe has been able to turn this season around a bit. Tough start for him, some badly graded games. He's come along. Chen has been a little bit quiet through the back half of the schedule mainly. He's definitely had that 5-game stretch run where he was looking like it was back to old Uchenna. It's been a little bit quiet there since then. But that's your scores. You can take what you want from the kickers and punters. I don't know how the grades on these are always a little weird, so I don't really care on these ones. But we know we got a good punter. We know we got a great kicker. That's what matters for us. And those are your grades. So you got some difference makers in there. You got some guys much higher graded than you've had in the past. This is part of why you find yourself where you're at record-wise, is those separators, those difference makers have to kind of rise to the occasion, and they have done so. Let's keep it moving here and take a look at our biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
All right. And our biggest hit of the week could come from a lot of guys in this football game. Your Seattle Seahawks were out there collecting scalps, putting that good work in. But I decided I was going to go with Drake Thomas when it was all said and done, because how can you just not like this hit? Not just the playing of the ball, not just being tight in coverage, but arriving with bad intentions, finishing the play through. And it's as much of a big hit as it's that sometimes a big hit can be how you use the turf to create the big hit. And here in Drake, you see he comes along, picking up a receiver on a crossing route, or more of a drag route, sorry, not a crossing, but a little drag route here underneath from Juwan Jennings. He climbs up on it. He's on top of it. And this is something that, beyond this being a grade A hit, which it was, it's that this is what you get to see from the Seahawks defense in this game that stood out to me, that many people have noted. I'm not the first one on this one, but I think that the fact so many of us are seeing it means that we're seeing it true. And that is that you're seeing this defense do things that is very closely aligned to the Legion of Boom years. And the Legion of Boom years, when you went back and you watched their tape and going back and looking at it a couple of years ago, was putting together some great moment videos for the channel. And just going back and re-looking at those defenses from what we had seen kind of into the 2018, 19, 20 range, in that you noticed how close they always were after the catch. That the guys were not 3 yards away and rallying up into space out of control, just trying to then catch back up to the guy, which is a lot of what we'd see in 2018, 19, 20, 21. You'd see a lot of that. But if I went back and I showed you old Legion of Boom tape, you'd see a lot of this. Catch made, tough catch, contact catch, soon as he makes the catch, being brought down to the ground. The tackling was grade A across the board this last game, but in addition to that, the coverage being this tight right after the catch, time and time again, meant that there weren't being any blown details, blown coverages. Guys were in the right position, in the right spot for where they should be in anticipation for what they think the offense is doing. And then they come in there and they rally the ball as a collective. All 11 of these guys get to that ball. But boy, this was what you saw all over the tape time and time again. It could be Nicky Manwari, it could be Drake Thomas, it could be Tariq Woolen. Whenever there was a catch, you were right on it to make that catch and bring him down. And this is going to be a huge part as we go into this postseason play, because this is how Seattle is going to be attacked defensively speaking. Teams are going to want to try to just take the little dink in the dunk. And if you can go and have a guy that can jump on top of those routes, I'm going to show you a couple cut ups here in a second of, hey, it's 3rd and 2. I'm right there as he makes the catch it for a 1 yard gain, and I make the tackle, no forward momentum gain. Likewise, if it's an early down on 1st down and they're throwing a quick pass, and we just kept that down to a 1 yard gain. You thought you were going to get a 3, 4, 5, but our guy's right there in the spot to make that thing. So you make the catch, but there's no gain to be had. This is what leads you into those 3rd and long situations. And once you get into 3rd and long against the Mike McDonald defense, that's when you're cooked. That's when they're almost at their best. And you are in one hell of a predicament as it stands. But how about Drake Thomas here? Jawan Jennings. There's a lot of talking, a lot of yippity-yappening. He's reportedly kind of a pain in the butt on the football field. Had a man smash him in the nuts with a closed fist this year because he gets so out of pocket in what he says. But love how he just slams him down to the turf. Drake Thomas turned up. Had a great game, 90 grade for Drake Thomas, but a hell of a hit for him. And you're physical like that. You pound on an offense like that over the course of the game. You keep every hit just smacking him and smacking him. And you got the quarterback taking hits like that too at the very same time. Smacking him. This stuff all adds up over the course of a game. And you get a quarterback who starts to get jumpy. People go see and goes, but it's just, this is what happens to all quarterbacks if you can do it early on in the game for the most part. It takes a tough guy that can just sit there all day, stand in there and just get bloodied up. And it doesn't matter. Ow, that hurts. It don't matter. Ow, that hurts. I'll keep going. Ow, that hurts. They'll just keep going. And there's very few of those guys, much more of those guys that are going to eventually going to break in a game and go, okay, I think I've had enough. That really hurts. It really, really hurts. All right, let's keep it moving here to our underrated hero of the week from this 49er game. And our underrated hero of the week is going to be none other than Tariq Woolen. Tariq Woolen. And very cool to see in Tariq. I said about 6-7 weeks ago with Tariq Woolen and talking about him and the position he finds himself in right now. And I said, with Reek, if I was talking to him, I'd tell him, you have this golden opportunity here. And whether it's to make money here and be a part of this program or be a part of a program somewhere else, you have a grade A opportunity here that you had a great start to your career. Then you had a couple of years here where things they weren't bad necessarily, but there were some problems to your game. There were issues that made it, whatever good you brought kind of got offset by that a little bit at times. And you had a little bit of a rough start to the beginning of the year with the Niner game and some of that. But now you have an opportunity here yet still with all of your grade A talent and ability that if you can lock it in down the home stretch of this season and refine some of that fire. And some of this is a little bit as Tariq Woolen's talked about, getting more comfortable in the system, and that he's, as much as any player on this team, has a little bit of that, just knee jerk, like, wow, this is a different culture. It's going to take time for me to kind of acclimate to. He was a guy with his probably mentality that was really well suited to a guy like Coach Carroll and how Carroll guided the locker room. That probably fit really well for Woolen's mentality, and having a guy like McDonald that's a little more militaristic in his thinking and a little bit more buttoned down, and the standard is this, and you are going to adhere to the standard. Maybe it took a little bit more time for Reek to get into that approach of things, perhaps. But it does seem like he's taken ownership of it. I'm going to show you some cut-ups here from the game, which were just tremendous, and show off some of the growth that he has shown here, just even from that first game of the season with the Niners, as they tried to attack him with the very same route concept that they attacked him on the Ricky Parasol route early this year, where they got him over the top on the stop and go move, and they tried to do so again in this game, and he was all over it. Now we can see with the grade here this year, 61.2. Technically speaking, it's been a little bit of a lower grade. That speaks to a little bit of the rougher beginnings of this season, I would say, and what was going on there, both from a coverage standpoint at times, and then also just the tackling angle of it still was not good at that time. And part of why he's kind of had to have sort of wait to get more of his opportunities here down the home stretch of the season, just a little bit, as you were mixing in a little bit more of Josh Jobe. But even in this last game, really, really came forward nicely as our underrated hero of the week in coverage. playing 28 snaps out there. So not total the number of snaps he's played in recent, but some of this was also the lowered snaps from the defense because of the offense living on the football field like they had throughout the course of this game. But you can see that he allowed 3 receptions on 5 targets for only 15 yards. And he did have a pass breakup in this game, had a nice tackle in space. But let me go show you a little bit of this on what he did on the tape here. And again, not just that he was all over Nicky Manwari was a star on this day, and this is why this is the underrated hero, is it's not even about these guys doing like always the most amazing things all day across the board, but just that they stood out to me on what I was seeing from them, and again, standing out to me on the growth that you're getting to see in their game. So for instance, on this play here, there's multitude of things going on at once with Tariq Woolen on this play. He's taking away not 1, not 2, but 3 guys in coverage on this play and how he plays this in zone. So I want you to watch him at the bottom of your screen here. He's your bottom of your screen corner. I want you to watch how he plays this in zone, and specifically pay attention to his steps and where his movement is taking him to over the course of the play and coverage, okay? Watch very tightly aligned to that. I'm going to run it a couple times just to give you a feel for this. The play on the ball is great. I want you to watch, though, before the play on the ball. And when you're fast, you can cover a lot of ground. When you got those big, long strides like he does, you take 2 steps and suddenly you've gone 7 yards. So let's show it here one more time, and then I'm going to walk you through this a little bit. Okay. So, first, showing press. Purdy's not sure if this is press man, of course, or is this you're going to drop in a zone. Seattle drops it in a zone. Great counter by McDonald, by the way, as I'm going to show you on some of these other cut-ups. You ran a lot of press man in this game. So Purdy wasn't exactly sure on what he was seeing. And I'm going to go back through regular in a second, but I want to show you where, before I run this back again, I'm going to show you how he covers this up, essentially. So what he first does, he's got the first defender. He's there for that, or he's got that first wide receiver on the outside, Sky Moore, that he's got to first take away and make sure nothing's happening in his zone with that. But then he also recognizes here Ernest Jones is a little bit late off the play action. And as you can see, Jones has got essentially sort of Kittle here in the zone, but he's a little bit late to get out over there. Woolen's going to climb back out to Kittle, and he's climbing back out to Kittle as Brock Purdy's eyes are looking to Kittle. So no, I know he doesn't go 3 or 4 steps to Kittle on the play. It's only like 2 steps, but it's the timing of it. It's the timing of I first eliminate the outside receiver. 1, 2, I've got the 2 steps back. Purdy's looking at that guy, and remember, all this is a blink in the eye when you're a quarterback. You don't get to sit there and just, is he really on him? I mean, yeah. Let me give it some time. So, for instance, right now this looks open, but Purdy's just getting himself back to front, and he's got DeMarcus Lawrence bearing down on him, literally climbing towards him. Look at DeMarcus climbing towards him like just a beast coming towards him. So Purdy's also got his eyes elsewhere here just a little bit. But you'll see Woolen first, take away the outside receiver, get up to Kittle for a second, climb back down on the underneath route. In fact, that may not be I thought that's Kittle up there. But then drives back on Purdy just trying to throw this thing away and get rid of the ball. It almost gets a pick. Makes a better play on the ball than the receiver. Watch it again, though. First, step out wide in your cover 3, pick up that guy, get back to the underneath route. And I think here he's playing, I don't think he's just playing, he's playing just the flat route here. So he's not playing cover 3 because he would be probably gaining space there at that point. And they don't have him playing cover 3 because they're kind of running cover 2 on the back. So they're keeping 2 guys on the back to protect against the deep ball here. It's also a little bit of Seattle's anticipating here. I think that they've got the 5-6 man pressure front and a blitzer late. So they're also anticipating that they're not going to have enough time to get to the deep stuff here with the pressure package they're running. But a beautiful job by Woolen there. 3 routes in 1, kind of. You love seeing that. You do love it. Another one here where Woolen's going to be on the bottom of your screen, off coverage here, 4-man pressure front. Look here, it's going to be about a 3rd and 7 on this play. So Woolen here, smartly enough, got to protect against the deep ball first. Don't forget that here. I think the responsibilities, you've got to do that, but there's a bit of a man match kind of concept here potentially going on because he doesn't just completely old Carroll defense here. You just gain depth. Cover 3 defense before here because it does kind of look like it becomes, oh no, they've got the 2-man right over the top there. So maybe kind of almost a quarters thing they're trying to run here. So he's running a little bit of the shallow zone. Communication. Look at that with Woolen. Communication onto the secondary. Pick him up, pick him up. Now I will drive on this route. I got to come up from 10 yards up. So you could give Woolen a hard time here and saying, well, this isn't him making the tackle. Technically, the tackle gets lost. But he's able to be a part of the reason why. Look at the top of the screen. Look where the first down marker is at the 45-yard line in Niner territory. And has got the cavalry arriving. And that's what this team's doing, is rallying to the ball. This is why you teach rallying to the ball. McDonald's also talked about last week, when you've got guys rallying to the ball, that a little key coaching point that you're able to teach to these guys is now you can come up with a little bit more abandonment in making the tackle. Like you're coming up with a little bit more intention to bring the tackle down with force versus I just got to kind of grab onto the guy, pull him down, and hope I can hold on until people arrive. And then he's going to get a couple of yards of forward progress in that time that takes for that to happen. So it's one where if you come up and you're actually arriving with a little bit of, hey, I'm going to come up, try to hit this guy and bring him down where he stands. If I've got the rallying of the defenders behind me, I can afford to play that way. And if I have a defense that has this many defenders getting the ball in that way, I can coach you to play that way. Versus, I think the other way you might have played it, coached it at times in other places where you're like, rally up under control. Forward progress isn't the worst of problems here. Want to make sure you're making the tackle because if you don't make it, we may not have a guy behind you that can then clean that up. But Woolen does a good job here of playing good zone coverage, communication, drive up on this, hit him hard enough to slow his progress, and you can see there stopped a good 1.5 yards before the first down. Very nice play there by Woolen. On the details, I guess, is part of what I like with this and how he played this. On the details. This was, of course, probably the best play of the game from Woolen, and one where the Niners were absolutely attacking his ability as a tackler here. No doubt about that. He's lined up in the slot. He's lined up in kind of a quasi-press look here in the slot, though you're not pressing the slot receiver because, as you can see, they're a slot receiver. They're about a yard off the line of scrimmage. You just can't get your arms to him, even a long-armed guy like Reek. But here we go with recognition, playing with urgency, feeling where this play is going very fast. You know, this is a play that's going to oftentimes get a couple yards for the offense no matter what, especially if you're an attacker Reek in 2022, 2023. This kind of play is going to go get you 4 or 5 yards. I'd reckon to guess that this play has the success it has because of that growth in his game. Urgency he's playing with here. Running hard to get to the spot. Not satisfied with just going up and making tackle and giving up a couple yards. He forces a TFL here, and he forces this play to happen. Different level of speed between him and Juwan Jennings, too, as well. Jennings probably a 4.6-ish guy. Reek, of course, 4.2. And you get a feel for that speed. Something that makes this defense so hard in the playoffs is that, and so wild with what they've done and how they built this, is you have these defenders that across the board are not only big and long, but they're explosive and fast. It's kind of a hell of a combination to stack along your defense. But what a play by Reek here, getting out in space. Getting out in space. And the last one's going to be my play call of the week, actually. So this is a combined of the underrated hero of the week and play call of the week. And this is, again, with Reek doing what he does. Love this freaking play call, though. Just very, very good. Sure I get the right one up here. Yeah. Okay. So first, let's take you back on this play. I love that this is definitely a big growth moment for Reek on this play. In that this is the play that he essentially got bit on in the first Niner game with Ricky. Ricky got him on the stop and go route. So before we get into the intricacies of the play itself and what Seattle's doing that I really like here, watch him not take the bait on the stop and go route. So completely prepared to be able to get on top, stay on top here, and then still gets underneath. The ball can't be completed because the pass rush gets there, but doesn't take the bait. Doesn't get over aggressive here, yet still finds a way to play the shorter route. Very smartly done. If you look over the top here, there's not any top. He's got no safety help here. So keep in mind, he's playing this like he is. He got beat on it earlier this year. He's got no safety help because you got Julian Love over on the far hash, and you've got your other safety biting down, trying to take away the over route underneath that they're anticipating the Niners are going to try to run here to the sticks. So Reek's got to stay on top here. Easier said than done, but stays on top and then goes and makes the play. I love this as well because you've got a 3rd and long here. You're running out the 3 safety look. You've got Nicky Manwari standing there as a Mike linebacker, essentially. You have Ernest Jones, who's not even Ernest Jones not playing a traditional position here prior to the snap. This is Mike McDonald just coming up with shit. It's just him. This is him like, well, we just put him over here. We just set him right over on this spot. This is a look where, for Brock Purdy, who's had a long day, a lot of press man looks, a lot of coverages that look one way that become something else. I got a 3 safety look. I got their slot playing like a Mike linebacker. I got their Mike linebacker trying to hide himself behind the 6-foot freaking 3 slot corner that's standing as a Mike linebacker threatening to come down in the A-gap. I've got an off-balanced defensive line with 3 guys stacked to one side. I don't know how to call the protections here. I don't know what I'm going to see post-snap. It looks like zone. They might drive up and on man. I'm not exactly sure how they're going to run this. And then you can look at the front and how this ends up actually being pretty well blocked by the Niners, considering, because Emanwari ends up coming through, just turning into he's the guy to free up basically Leonard Williams here. And Nick still gets freed up. Just a grade A player, because this play's set up, in my opinion, to get Leonard Williams free. They're running basically call it a stunt blitz here. So Emanwari comes. He's coming up to take out Leonard Williams, guys. See that? Like a battering ram. Batter. Okay. And then Leonard is anticipating it. Hit him with the swim move once he batters on the other guy who's got to read this on the fly. So it becomes the center's the guy who's really caught in the predicament here, who's got to read this stunt, because it just looks like from the center's angle on this that Nicky Manwari's just blitzing, right? So center picks him up like he's blitzing, and this is why these stunt loops can work like this, because you get essentially 2 blockers dedicated to one guy. Now, the left guard doesn't want to be dedicated to Nicky Manwari, but Nicky Manwari makes him become dedicated to him. So it gets around there, but then Nicky Manwari, I don't know if it's that the Niners kind of freak out here, realizing that this just freed up Leonard Williams, but walk me through what the left guard's doing here after Nicky Manwari hits him. He gets turned sideways and then starts looking over at DeMarcus Lawrence for some reason, who's already being double teamed. Such a weird play from the left guard. Watch it in real time here. He sort of just turns to the left all of a sudden, which then frees Nicky Manwari to come in and lay the wood. Hell of a play call. You'll love it too, because you didn't give him any opportunities on the back end. If I hit the snapshot of Brock on the back of his drop, where do you think he should go? Beauty of Mike McDonald's defense at times, and you can run these little sub blitzes, fire zones blitzes like this, 5-man blitz looks, but you still have all these guys in the back end. You're playing to the sticks. You've got some protection deep with Julian Love there on if he wants to try to let it rip, but you also know with Brock that he's going to try to get this to the first down. So you take those away. Beautiful coverage on the back end. Excellently executed on the front side with the blitz and some of the exotic nature of the looks of this. And then a fantastic job by Tariq Woolen showing some of that growth within his game, not biting on the double move. Because watching Brock here, what you notice is Brock's first read goes to the right side of the field. That's where he's first looking. But he comes back to Reek's. So he does come back here to Reek's side. Now, would he have been able to get the throw off with Emanwari creating the pressure that he created if this was Reek did bite on this? Maybe not. But you can see with the snapshot that he's taken here, Reek's still on top. His guy's not been able to clear him. So that's not a green light there for Brock to then throw that ball. So fantastic fantastically executed there by Woolen. Love the growth. Love the play call from Mike McDonald. But I'll tell you what, he had a couple of them in this game, and I want to feature just a couple of them to you guys because I enjoyed the hell out of some of these plays, and just going back and watching them on tape. I was like, oh, you guys got to, this one's, you got to see this. You got to see this. So let's play a game, shall we? Let's play a game. Let's play a game called Guess That Coverage. You've been running press man a lot in this game. Not a lot, but you've been really featuring it in pretty well as it is on this team so far. You're looking at this from a Purdy standpoint, and you're trying to read this prior to the snap. So I've got off coverage with a single high safety. I've got a safety down in the box and Julian Love to the high side of your screen. So he's going to be just behind Uchenna Nwosu. So what this would traditionally tell me from Brock's standpoint, if I'm trying to read this coverage prior to the snap, and this is the pickle of this defense, is I'm thinking cover 3. Cover 3, maybe cover 1, but they would have been probably more in a blitz press man look if I'm trying to read to cover 1 on this. So I'm thinking cover 3. But what happens to this is something that is kind of a little different. And so let's go blow by blow through this. Yeah, your safety's definitely dropping to center field high. Let's go back to front. So safety's going center field. Traditional cover 3 look. You got your safety in the middle of the field, kind of playing that center field kind of place. As well, Devin Witherspoon in his off coverage is indeed dropping to a cover 3 drop. He's dropping to depth, right? But then to the high side of the screen, Josh Jobe, to my eyes, is running man. And to me, the indicator here technique-wise is most usually always that if you look between Witherspoon and Jobe, you can see how Witherspoon from a technique standpoint has that sort of bail technique going on where your hips are turned to the sideline and you're bailing back in coverage. With Josh Jobe, what you're getting is him standing more forward-facing there in his technique, playing it like you would man off of an off-coverage look. Because when you're in man on tight up there in press, it's more about just hip pocket, step for step, mirror the guy. But when you're in off coverage, it's a little bit more of a pickle as far as man coverage goes because the guy's getting a running start up to you. But it would look like they run man to the high side here, and Purdy's read goes to the high side initially. But what really throws this play off to me and what makes this so very hard from a Purdy standpoint is what you do with your slot and what you do with Julian Love. Because these are the guys where they become the really unpredictable items on this one. You're reading this from a quarterback standpoint on the slot to the low side of your screen, to the receiver inside Jawan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne there, I believe. I can't tell with this freaking country western font of the Niners on the back of their jersey. But inside there, he's got an opportunity at that point from Purdy's standpoint. You go, well, I think that's going to be probably man coverage there out of the slot. And likewise, you might be thinking a little bit of the same thing with Love matched up there on Kittle, and that this is going to be set up for him to be probably man coverage. Those slot guys will tend to be there. Even if I'm getting cover 3 on the outside, based on their look, I'm probably anticipating this as a quarterback. But what you get instead, and the real kind of just nice little key, the little key adjustment here, just watch that slot first to the bottom side. And he's just squeezing the flat. So he doesn't play the slot. And in fact, you almost ignore the slot receiver all the way until he's climbing all the way to Drake Thomas on the in cut. And this has definitely got Brock confused on this play. So I know this is the backside, so it's actually his backside read here with Brock, but the front side read as well. You're mirroring both edges with your slot. So both your slots are running the same coverage, which is buzzing the flats essentially. Love is playing more. You're playing essentially man to one side of the field and zone to the other. So Love's playing more of a technique of man like Jobe. So come back to the beginning of this. You're trying to read cover 3. You're trying to mean man coverage to the inside. You end up with cover 3 to one side. You end up with man to the other. So it's cover 3 Mabel essentially. But then you combine that with the fact that your slot is going to drive down as well into the flat. And I think that Brock, where he might tell me that this play got really confusing, is trying to read that the slot corner in not in Devin Witherspoon, but in Nicky Manwari there, that Nicky Manwari is going to go out to that buzz. I think that he thought here, I'm going to get man probably with Kittle. I'm going to get man with Kittle, so that route has a good chance of being eliminated, and that's why he turns it down very quickly here. So he's looking to Kittle first here. Turns it down, comes back over to Emanwari's side. And what he's anticipating with that is that I got Witherspoon dropping to depth on cover 3. So if I get safety drops deep, Witherspoon drops deep, that flat route now should be open because the slot's going to carry with the slot receiver. The slot's not going to drive out to the flat. And that's where you're able to confuse him here. And why does he want to go hit the flat? Because as you can see at the top of your screen there, this is where the first down marker is. Another representation of a Mike Macdonald defense taking away the sticks, not giving him the first down in the name of protecting against a deep ball, in the name of protecting against a chunk play. No, we want to get you off the effing football field. We want to take away your opportunity to go get a first down. And you also did a great job here of where, to me, if Purdy's got to go back on this and can make this pre-snap read right, if he anticipates that Nicky Manwari's buzzing out to the flat, he's going to throw it right over the top of Ernest Jones's head. Now, it doesn't mean that there's an easy throw there to be had for Brock, but it just means that his pre-snap reads told him partly to kind of ignore that route and look elsewhere. That's going to be well covered up. Because, for instance, from his standpoint on this, if Nicky Manwari is covering him up there in the slot and he's driving to the over route, now you have Nicky Manwari on him and you've got the two linebackers drifting back in zone coverage into that in-breaking route, theoretically, as he's trying to read that prior to the snap. Brock. That's how I would have read it if I was Brock on that, prior to the snap. All these are things that then indicators taking him away from that, having him go elsewhere, and this is where a good defensive coordinator can drive the eyes of a quarterback into the wrong direction. Great play call. Great play call. So many of these plays where you go, there's no way you're telling me you knew that coverage prior to the snap. And remember how important it is for these quarterbacks to be able to try to find indicators prior to the snap. It is so hard to play the quarterback position, everything after the snap, as far as your processing goes. But that is the beauty of this Mike Macdonald defense. That's what it forces you to do. Last little Mike Macdonald special here. Last play of the game. Not taking your foot off the gas from a defensive perspective here at all. Still running up a lot of these creative looks at the end. Press man coverage on the outside. You got two blitzers dancing around the A-gap in there with Ernest Jones and Nicky Manwari. Again, Nicky Manwari here playing this more like a linebacker, like a will linebacker here, more than he's playing this like a slot. And you got Brock at this point. He's been hit and bashed a lot in this game. You drop the coverage off post-snap. You high-low him. You get an incompletion out there on the edge. Tight coverage there by, I believe it is that Love? Yeah, it's Love out there. Another one, too, where what are you looking at post-snap here? Cover 2 shell, press coverage on the outside. Kind of looks like typical old-school cover 2. Like you're going to get a trail with the corners after the press, and that your safeties are going to drop into depth. But of course, what you see is not what you get in this defense. Post-snap, instead of it being cover 2, it becomes cover 1. Man coverage on the outside, safety into center field. Love drives down on that route. Where's Purdy's eyes? He's trying to make the pre-snap read assessment here that George Kittle's going to be open on this play. So I'm not anticipating with the cover 2 look I'm getting that Love's going to drive down on that tight end route. Instead, he's going to gather depth. Doesn't gather depth, drives on the route like a man coverage situation, tight end coverage. Seahawks not taking their foot off the gas, the pass rush, both getting home there. Boy, and it looks so painful. Poor Brock. That did not look like a good day at the office for him on some of those hits. He got smacked around. Definitely got smacked around. Great defensive game plan from Mike Macdonald. Had these guys ready to go. I hope with him getting an extra week here to prepare for his given opponents. They're looking at these guys ahead of time right now. We know that for sure, that gives him an opportunity to really put the screws to whatever offense we're playing in the next round, especially, and really be able to take them apart. But they went at this Niners attack with probably the best game plan that we've seen put forth against Shanahan's offense since he's arrived. And it's on the back, in my opinion, and rewatching the tape, by and large part, on this team doing a great job of, absolutely great job of being willing to play man coverage and not being scared of that. And that you just, when you live in zone 24/7, you're one of those predictable places for a quarterback that now allows them to so easily take down your defense because I know I'm getting zone every time. I don't always know how the zone's going to flow, but I know it's zone. I know that's going to be the defender's technique as they're following space, and I can work off of that a little bit. Mom goes grocery shopping. Thank you for the $2 donation. Love the username. It says, B, what about Mike McCarthy as OC? He and John are friends. He's got a history of doing it. I believe he was even calling plays with the Cowboys there, Mom, and Mom goes shopping. I think he was calling plays with the Cowboys there when he was a head coach at the end. So maybe a guy that would be someone that would interest them. And McCarthy as a head coach doesn't interest me. McCarthy as an offensive coordinator, it's just a different skill set. Different mentalities can work with him being more of an OC than they can be as a head coach. So it's creative. I love the creativity and the thought process there. And you're right that there is definitely a relationship between those two guys. I don't think I would hate it. My prerequisite here, more than getting caught on a particular guy, is more of, much like it was with Kubiak on this, and why I landed on Kubiak at the time. But it was much of that what I wanted to look for. We're looking at a lot of guys that hadn't called plays in the sport, that were very untested. That had been a road we'd been down a couple times before. Didn't want to go down that road once again. I think that the Kubiak experience has shown us that we don't want to go down that road once again. It's all well and good to go find that next offensive coordinator is going to be the uber brilliant mind and who's going to be so awesome at his job. But as well, I think for where this team is at and how they are ready to right now contend, that I need a guy that I don't want learning the ropes. I don't want going through the ins and outs. I don't want him learning oh, I can't do that. Oh, I learned the hard way this week. I can't do that. I'd like much more of a guy that's maybe been a little bit around the block and is going to come in here and inherit a great stable of talent on the offensive side of the ball and should be set up for a lot of success with their background of knowledge and history and having success as a coordinator. So I'm okay with it because Mike McCarthy would definitely check those boxes. Mom goes grocery. I would say that I would estimate, though, that Mike probably where he's at in his career and where he's at as far as what he's done in his football life, that I don't know if that's really a guy at this point that's going to look to go back to being an offensive coordinator. I think he's much more hoping that there's going to be a team eventually here that comes back and knocks on his door to become a head coach again. So I would estimate to guess that that's how Mike looks at it, but you never know. Maybe John can convince him and be like, look, it'll be the best of times and it's going to be laid back and you're going to enjoy it and you get all the massages you want. And he's a big massage guy. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $5 donation. Still dreaming. I must confess, after that first Niner game, I wanted Reek gone. Now, I want to hold on to him at all costs. Humble fan since 1986. Be very interesting to see what this team does with a couple of these guys that I don't know if there's a clear decision on one way or the other, which way to go, that you could make an argument for both ways on it. And I think with Kenneth Walker and with Tariq Woolen, I think those are two guys that there's an argument on both sides to be made on, trying to keep them versus not. And some of it comes down to cost with each of the two of them. I think Reek is probably going to price himself out of Seattle's willingness and what they would want to pay him. I think it's that they've been down this road a couple times with other players in this way at the corner position where John has a number with cornerbacks. We don't talk about it very often, but he wanted to bring back DJ Reed. The New York Jets paid DJ Reed more than we were willing to pay him. We had to let DJ Reed go. Shaquille Griffin was a guy that we were trying to bring back, but we weren't bringing him back at $14 million per year that the Jaguars gave him in money. And so that may be where, as I look at this Woolen situation as a baseline for where we've been in the past on this one, I go, that's maybe the way that this one's going to lead to as well, because he's going to probably make more than Shaquille Griffin made. He's done more in his career than Shaquille Griffin did in his career 5 years ago before the salary cap inflation rates have hit here to where they are now to earn that kind of contract. And I think that Seattle's going to have a hard time, as much cap space as they have, with some of the deals that they've got to give out there, with the potential of trying to make a couple of other swings in a couple other places. This may be the spot where they're willing to make, pay the price there a little bit versus not. But look, he's had a good year, still dreaming, and you're right to be in that place of being sold on him because, the kid's got more talent than any cornerback in the sport. And if you can get him to from a place of energy, effort, hustle, fire, want, will, ferocity, all of that stuff can amp up, then he's going to be able to tap into that great talent. That's undeniable, and that's always been there with him. The reason this guy walked in the door, having played cornerback 2 years prior, that's the only time he had played it. He came in and got you 6 picks in that first year, just as he was kind of learning the way through, because the talent is just that true, and you just don't have guys built like this. Still only 26 years old. Very young player. But I get it, man. I totally get it. Thank you for the dono. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $20 donation. I gotta get a Kyle voice drop on my board here for you, Kyle, for when you drop in donos, man. Thank you for the 20. Very, very kind of you. Very kind of you. Roundtable. Pushing the goalpost on Darnold. Can't win big games. 6-2 versus playoff teams. He can't win in the playoffs. He's been to one playoff game where his team imploded. Now it's, well, he's not the reason y'all win. It's one with me, and I think people want me in a lot of ways, not you necessarily on this post, but would have wanted me to even go harder on him on the roundtable. I tried to push it a little bit last night as I could, Kyle, in on this. I think, like you say with this, when you start to sense goalposts being moved, you're now sort of chasing ghosts in an argument with people. And I've gotten down the road on this with debates, not just in regards to this Darnold thing, but debates in a lot of different subjects on this channel with certain things that just get they get turned around, turned over, and then they get to the place where it's like, well, we're not really making any progress here. And it's okay to have criticism of Darnold. It's okay to be saying, well, I'm just not completely sold on him for X, Y, Z. I can get some people's worry there. But like you say, what you end up having them then go to as far as tangible reasons for why they feel like they feel, it's ever changing. It's like the wind. And this week it blows to the west this week and it blows to the east that week. And then they can go to specific items that they say are going to happen. And then those items don't happen. And they kind of ignore that they said that. And then, like you say, then they move to the next goalpost. And I tried to bring this up with Jesse last night, where he's saying you're still with Sam Darnold going, no. But it's like what you said specifically was he was going to fail in this moment. You literally had it in your game prediction for the game that Seattle would need him on a drive at the end of the game. And right when you need him to do something, that was when he was going to fail. And he didn't fail throughout the game. And then he didn't fail in that moment in the game. And I tried to bring it up in the show last night where you're needing to bleed out the clock. You need to in this game be able to finish this game off and not allow the Niners to have any more opportunities. And you got a key third down. And he has exactly the kind of moment where somebody would have said he would have just got deer in the headlights and taken the sack. There's quick pressure coming off the edges. He's got to step up into the pocket. He's got to break the pocket, keeps his head downfield. This would have been the next place that someone would have said, here's an interception coming. Here's a pick now coming. He's breaking the pocket. He's late in the play. He's going to do that thing he does. But he rolled right, threw it late, got it back to Cooper Kupp, completed for a big play that allowed you to close that game out. That was the moment he talked about, Kyle. That was the exact moment that he said that this thing's going to happen. I'm telling you it's going to happen. And then it even goes beyond the moving of the goalposts. It's his evaluation of Sam. So you have the two plays from Sam in that game being the out route on the goal line, first and goal, where he does not throw it out to the flat. And then you have the near pick near the end of the game as he's rolling to his left and it gets tipped up and he doesn't get the ball into the right place on Jackson. And those two plays, as I said last night, are two plays that are fine, Kyle, to say, okay, I got a problem with that in this game and I've got some issues with those. Those are horrible plays. Yeah, within the spectrum of the game, two of those plays weren't good, his two good plays. But then he's got to add on top of it, right? He's got to manufacture stuff on top of that argument because he knows that that's not enough to point to that Sam was somehow a deficiency in the game, especially with the good stuff that Sam did around that game. Because 20 of 26 is pretty accurate passing on your part. Only punting once on the day and not having one turnover kind of represents that the offense was moving the ball. And he was a part of that. But he brings up the other two plays, which is your center gets pushed right back in his kitchen. And so, okay, the center didn't step on his foot, but the center is pushed so far back so fast that Sam's next foot step down runs right into that. If the center doesn't get blown up, if you've got the center running a double team and able to hit the guy at once so he can't get the push, that doesn't happen, but that's not really on Sam. He went to the pick route and he said that the slant was open on the backside. But if you're running a pick play at the goal line, go watch any touchdown that's ever been run on a pick play at the goal line here on YouTube. Just go look at pick play touchdown right now. Go search it up. Pick play touchdown NFL. And what you're going to notice on every one of those throws on a pick play is that post snap, the quarterback's eyes every single time go to where the pick play is being thrown. And then they throw it or they throw it away. What they don't do is go over and look at the pick play, make an assessment, and then come back to a slant route on the backside. That's not what is going to inform you. Offensive coordinator tells you at that goal line, and I said it, I joked about it in my game wrap-up, that I don't like pick plays at the line of scrimmage like that because we've had the worst play in our history of a franchise. We ran a pick play at the goal line in the second Super Bowl with Russell Wilson, right? Was Russell looking through a second read on that play? Was he looking to the backside slant there? Or was it kind of like the play is designed that he's just got to get the ball out of his hands and throw it? That's why where people were like, you shouldn't throw that ball. It's like, it's a horrible call. It's like, you don't run that call at the goal line. I don't like it. It probably works a tremendous amount. It worked a tremendous amount in 2014. But just because it works, it also has, when it goes wrong, a failure rate that could see you getting pick six going back the other way quite easily. And there's a lot of it that can go wrong because you got to run the rub route and you got to hope your receiver doesn't run into their cornerback. You got to hope their cornerback doesn't run into your receiver. And then if they do run into your receiver, did they actually, basically going to get a defensive holding call at that play? Or is the official going to, like they did in this game, say the man's got a right to his space where he's standing. You run through him as a wide receiver. That's not on the defender. I hate the play call, but it's not about then Sam having not gotten to the backside read on a slant. It's that's what you do on the pick. But this is what they have to do on these arguments. And I've been down this road many times when people that know and are aware that they're on shaky ground on a debatable point that they're trying to make. And they don't trust the ground they're standing upon. They know it's a little bit on sand. So now you start to build it up a little bit more than what it is. And now we start to show our true biases. It's not actually an analysis in what we're doing then. It's that you have a general dislike to a given player, and then that starts to show itself. Otherwise, be fair in the assessment. And I think that he did a good job of being fair and taking on the nose last night with the loss. And look, I own it. No excuses. He didn't lean into the injury excuses, which I think Jesse had very much a right to lean into. I don't think that's an empty excuse as much as I think Hawk fans would have flamed him for it. I think it's completely right to say the injury stuff was huge, but the assessment of Sam and this talk and this discussion about him, as you've seen from the start on this, Kyle, I think it's been much like the Geno discussion. It's been broken from the start. That the folks that are anti this guy or anti that were never really about getting to the heart of seeing themselves disproven or taking in new data that might disprove, or it's just kind of like, this is what I thought here, and this is what I'm going to continue to think no matter what I see beyond that. And that's where we don't do that here, of course, but you're seeing it not just on the round table, you're seeing it and a lot of the same discussion nationally by guys that are quote unquote supposed to be analysts and that are supposed to be looking at this at a little bit deeper level than just you got some sort of built-in kind of weird bias. Sam's deserved the right at this point to stop with some of the just soft criticisms that don't land. Like you say, he's always going to implode in the playoffs. This is what they say. He's always going to implode in the playoffs. He's going to show he's played one playoff game. We're going to make our assessment off one playoff game in which like you said, the team imploded. It wasn't Sam, the team imploded. The coaching staff and the play calling was ass. The defense didn't play particularly good. The offensive line was battered, bruised, and broken, and just a shell of its former glory of that prior season even. That's what led to the loss. Not this Sam, just fell apart. But thank you for the donation, Kyle. I 100% share your frustration. I've tried to bring these many different points up, and I can bring up 1, 2, 3. You go through 10 different points, and they'll just go, I just don't trust him. And then you just throw up your hands and you go, okay, well, I got nowhere else to go off of that. I just think that something's going to happen at some point in given time. Didn't happen this week. I know it didn't happen this week. Didn't happen a couple weeks ago against the Rams when we needed him on that. Wouldn't it have shown itself there? Yeah. But just trust me, it will definitely come up. And you just start to get into points like, well, guy will definitely maybe at some point in the playoffs fail or something. Like, okay. It's a ridiculous discussion on there. And quite frankly, with the round table, I'm trying as much as ever with it. Just, this was a week to be like, look, this is what you said on that. But until he can essentially raise the Lombardi or whatever, he's just not going to get the credit out there nor nationally. And I think people are seeing it incorrectly when they're looking at Sam, and it's just been kind of unfair to him, I think, as much as anything else. Jason, thank you for the $5 donation. I know it's early, but I've seen a few media guys talking about rust from the week off and Seattle getting too comfortable. What do you think? I don't think that's as much of an issue, to be honest with you. They play 17-game seasons now. The season is extremely long. We're quite a bit of ways from the bye week. Yeah, the team has been playing really good football, and they've been very hot. But this team having an extra week to rest up the bodies, to get Charles Cross right, could you see a little bit of rust initially as we come back? Maybe, possibly, but I think Mike McDonald's done a great job of having this team prepared every given week and had this team prepared after the bye. And I think that this team understands what's at stake right now, to where 1 week off after a 17-week season, I don't know if that's enough time to really gain a lot of rust. And I don't know if we've got a lot of evidence of teams having that week off that showed a lot of rust in recent NFL history when it comes to first round buys and the number one seeds. We've seen plenty of number one seeds lose, don't get me wrong there, but I think you more came back to them not losing because they just didn't play good. I don't know if it's kind of an easy excuse to go to rust, but how do you determine that at that point, really? You know, it's kind of one of those things that can be arbitrary and person by person on their assessment of it. That looks like rust. No, they just played bad. You know, that looks like rust. Well, no, they countered this strategically to what they were trying to do here, and that's how they really won the game. You know, I don't buy a lot into it, Jason. It's kind of more of a media talking point feel thing to me than anything else. And every player in that locker room would say, we'll take the bye. We'll rest up our sore bodies. We'll be fresher. We'll be better for that next matchup if we can get that. I think that would be the counterbalance to that. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Us and the 1 yard line, a legendary battle. Yeah, we seem to have offensive coordinators that just get in their head that they get on the 1 yard line and they got to pass it. I don't know what it is, but it seems to be that. And maybe this can serve as a moment there in this game where Kubiak can come out of this into the rest of the playoffs and he can say, don't overthink it, stupid. Right? I'm remembering a play like that, run it down and go get the touchdown. If we're at the 1 yard line, it's 1st and 1. At the very least, I'd like to see 2 runs right downhill. Give me 2 barnyards. Give me just 2 runs downhill. I don't care. I've got in Barnyard a guy that's been as successful as anybody else in the tush push. I've got in Zach Charbonnet a guy with 12 rushing touchdowns this year. Large part of those touchdowns coming down inside the red zone, inside the 5 yard line. So it's a strength. Let's lean on it as a strength. Let's not try to be at pass happy there because we feel like we have to. Strange play call there. And yeah, it's been a battle for us for so many years there, Hand Grenade. That is for sure. Randall, I see you got a don't know here. Bear with me 1 second. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Packers over Bears. Eagles over Niners. Rams beat Panthers. We beat Pack. Eagles handle Rams. We beat Philly in a slugfest. I like it, man. I like it a lot. And boy, Ram fans will be crying quite a bit right now if they have to go out there and face the Eagles in Philadelphia. I don't think that there's any part of that matchup that they want at all. At all. They might tell you they do, but I don't buy what they're saying. Their lips are moving, but they're lying. Lying, I tell you. And I have it very similar in my outlook of this too, Randall. I feel like the Packers are going to win this week. I understand that the pass rush has been non-existent. No Micah Parsons. A defense that's scuttling there a little bit from a Green Bay standpoint, but this is also 2 teams that play each other twice a year. And this is a Caleb Williams going into a playoffs now in his very first playoff experience. And I think that there is a little bit of a learning curve for quarterbacks going into the playoffs and realizing this thing's at a little bit of even different speed, a little bit faster even. Things are running a little bit hotter. There's a little bit more intensity. Possessions matter a little bit even more so. So I feel like with the Packers and Love, you have a guy that's been here a couple of times now and will be prepared for this experience and will be ready to go out there and while they're defensively, yes, not doing as well, they're, offensively, they can get some stuff done. And this could turn into a bit of a shootout. And if Love gets hot, that's kind of all it takes. So, the Packer team was able to rest up in the final week of the season, and they're not coming into this necessarily, super tired. They've got the full assembly of all the receivers there, from Watson to Jaden Reed back in there to the rookie out there, Golden in the mix as well. So I see it the way you see it on this too, Randall. I've got the Packers beating the Bears in the one upset out here in the NFC, and I've got those other games playing out, likewise. So that wouldn't be too bad for us, I think. Having Green Bay come into our house and then making that, I think that's as a good a pathway as you could ask for. As easy, if not saying it's easy, but on the easier pathway versus the harder pathway could be to the other side of that, where you had to go through both the Rams and the Eagles. I would definitely take that matchup over Randall for sure. Sure. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, funny, no Stafford choking versus Carolina and Atlanta. Yeah, it's performances there just kind of didn't matter. They get brushed aside on that. No big deal there. Can throw your picks all over the place in those kind of games. And it's like, no, but he's great and he's amazing and he'll be just on the other side of it, the other way of it. But that's why you lost this division. And from a Rams perspective, you can talk all day about you think you're the best team in the NFL. You think you're the best team in the NFC West. You think you're the best team in the NFC. But you're 2 games behind us when this thing's all said and done. You didn't just lose 1 game to us. You lost to both of us, and you're 2 games worse than us on the bottom line. And, you earned your right, kind of to getting there. But they're going to be dangerous into the playoffs, whatever happened in this regular season, Randall. I feel like the Rams, they're set up well here as far as just like us from a health standpoint, where everybody's basically coming back into the ranks for them. You don't know where the hammy is going to be at with Devontae, but they've been pretty careful with him, it seems like. So I think we're going to be in a fight if we've got to face him. But to your point on the prior donation, maybe the Eagles end up taking care of business out there, because that's a team that's had their number 3 times over. And you never know how it's going to go there. Funny enough, too, with that Carolina game this week, even, Randall, they're going to have rain again. And I don't think that the elements work in the favor of that Rams team. They're more of a finesse-built team. They run the ball well, which is a little bit of the outlier to their finesse aspect of things. But I'd say they're a little more finesse in how they want to go about it. And if that thing turns into just a grungy run game with the rain falling, I think that could end up working out in the Panthers' favor. Feed Me, thank you for the $2 donation. Feed Me says, I'm just waiting for Jake to complain when JSN wins Offensive Player of the Year. Yeah, he's making his case on that for sure, that Puka's the guy that needs to get it because of this ABY. Like, he's using things like, and Puka had 200 yards taken away from penalty yards. So he's counting stuff like that. Jake cares a lot about the individual trophies. I tend to find when I see him online talking about it. I don't. I think the individual awards are cool, and I do think that JSN is going to win the Offensive Player of the Year, which is just cool for him, and certainly helps you as far as building your legacy, and those type of things come back into play when you're talking about Hall of Fame kind of berths and what it takes to get in the Hall of Fame and how much hardware do you have to get yourself in. I mean, that definitely will come in those moments like that. But from my perspective, Rams can have all the awards in the world they want this year. They can take them all. If we come away with the Super Bowl and that's what we get to the other side of that, price well paid, in my opinion, when it comes down to that. But yeah, I've seen him online posting some of the same stuff, making his case. And the arguments are kind of funny. I'm just waiting he's really a tight end receiver. that one's coming next soon. Feed Me. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation, Randall. Weird. Justin Herbert gets a pass for his play in the playoffs. Consistency. And you guys are always free to hold me in the alignment of this. It's the place you always want to be at when you're looking at things, so that you can find yourself drifting away from bias. Because if you're inconsistent, that's where you, to me, fall into the arms of bias. And as you mentioned with Justin Herbert, I know that, for instance, and I'm consistent in this, where I'm not a guy that has to see a guy in the playoffs get it done to be at the spot where I'm like, I know he's got the goods. Like, I'm going to take everything into account contextually wise to understand that a playoff performance, much like with Darnold, this is where the consistency part matters. Much like I'll point to a Darnold with Minnesota and say, you got to look at the supporting cast. Same way with a Herbert. And it's not merely that I'm trying to give the quarterbacks a pass. It's that you got to go to those individual games and unpack what happened in those games. Herbert's playing against a grade A tough defense last year in the Texans in the playoffs. And he has a couple of interceptions. And if you just look at the stat column there in the box sheets, like, well, he threw a couple picks. He totally vomited all over himself and he blew it in the big game and he didn't. But how many drops in that game happened? You know, he had at least 2 drops that were tipped up passes that he put right in the hands of the receivers that then went to a defender. I think Quentin Johnson had like 4 pure drops in the game all around. And that's not a Charger team that's going to be a high volume, passing attack in their approach, especially in the playoffs. And that's not on Herbert at that point, right? But you're right. To Randall's point, what Randall's meaning on this is that you have in Jesse a guy that is all in favor of Justin Herbert. He loves Justin Herbert. If he could trade Brock Purdy for Justin Herbert tomorrow, he would, despite the fact Brock's, of course, proven it and shown the playoffs, right? And so now we come back to the consistency argument of it. It's like, well, what's good for this guy ain't good for that guy. And then, well, what is the metric? What is it you're really using to determine one guy or the other? Because Justin hasn't won the playoff game. Justin hasn't proven himself in the playoffs. But that's the sticky part about taking a single game and making that your barometer. In a sport like this, especially when you have a guy that's played the game, who's played so many other games beyond that one game and giving you a concrete amount of data in telling you what kind of player they are, how good they are, what they can get done. And that is really that bottom line point of that, utilizing that as that way. And I don't get why that became kind of arbitrarily the choice of that they've got to get it done in the playoffs to prove that they're a quarterback who can go out there and like, a lot of things happen in the playoffs, man. Your team's can be in a weird shape. You can be decimated by injuries. I really do think context to how the performance comes about is very important. And in every way, be it Justin Herbert or Sam Darnold or anybody on that. But you're not wrong, Randall, on that's definitely his outlook, is that Herbert's amazing and awesome. Darnold, not so much. Moo, thank you for 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that. Love the cow with the tongue there. Hey, B, Legion of Boom was what got me into football at 7 and have stayed around since then. High school to now, you taught me lots about the game. Thanks for that. Oh, well, I appreciate that, man. I'm always learning on this sport as well. So a lot of what I try to ever get across or impart to you guys is stuff I'm trying to learn in the background too, because it's what we love about this sport, man, is that there's such a level of complexity and depth to it that you can just unpack for days in so many ways. But thank you for that. I really appreciate that. You came along at a good time to become a football fan, and hopefully we're going to see this next iteration of the great defense coming down the line, that thing that so few NFL organizations can ever have, 2 legendary defenses at 2 separate times, the kind of the unattainable. The Steeler Curtain had the Steeler Curtain of the late 70s, and they've had some great defenses, but not historical defenses from then. The Ravens had the historical defense at one time, Buccaneers historical defense at one time, Bears historical defense at one time, but they've never been able to really fully replicate that in that same way, and we might be doing so here now. But thank you, Moo. Thank you for the 7 months. Thanks for watching since that time period, and I'm always learning right along there with you. It is the beauty of this sport is you can get to places, I think, in baseball, basketball, where you've learned a lot of the ins and outs when it's really down to the bottom line. You know, what you see is kind of what you get. The sport's always, there's much more beneath the surface, like an iceberg tip. M. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, M. Jordan. He says, the irony that Brock dealt with bad play calling and the irony that Brock dealt with bad play calling and constant pressure, and the 49ers fans defend him. Those same fans put all blame on Sam last year in the same situation. You guys are touching on exactly the points that are at the heart of my frustration at times in having these discussions with folks and debates with folks, in that you get the bias, you get the inconsistency. If my guy does it, he's wonderful, he's amazing, he's beautiful, he does everything right. When your guy does it, he's a bum, he sucks, he's never going to be nothing. And you go, well, you kind of show your colors on this one as far as where you really stand on this pretty clearly, and that has nothing to do with your really assessment of quarterbacks. You just I don't like Sam because he's a Seahawk, and I just like Sam because I don't like Sam, and I especially don't like Sam because he's a Seahawk. It becomes a bit of a feeling like that as much as anything else. And you're right. Niner fans right and left are defending Brock coming out of this game. What was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to do? They walked into the game saying he's going to cut you guys apart. He's going to throw the ball up and down the field on you. This offense is humming harder than it's ever hummed with Brock, right? Consistency. It matters. Because when you're not consistent, then it doesn't seem like you got anything that you're really basing anything on tangibly. Just sort of like, I can catch you on a Monday and it might be this. I can catch you on a Tuesday and it might be that. I can catch you on a Wednesday and it's probably going to be this. And that just ends up you end up spinning in circles, having debates with folks like that. And maybe within that, you can understand, Jordan, why I'm not pushing as much on the roundtable to get into this talk with the Sam stuff and the quarterback stuff, because we're just going to go in circles. I'm going to be constantly chasing moving goalposts, number one. And then number two, they're not going to remain consistent in how they outlook it for anybody else but Sam. He gets his own special set of rules that are applied to him that no other quarterback gets applied to them. And fine, that's their outlook of it. I'm not going to let him sit and stew on it. We'll just keep stacking wins. He'll keep stacking up good performances and hopefully a Super Bowl with it to make them all look so stupid. If a guy gets to a place where he's hoisting a Super Bowl that you were so determined was ass. Guy goes out there and leads this team back-to-back season, 14 wins, and gets you to Super Bowl, and you're sitting the whole time going, he's turning into a pumpkin, he's going to revert. You're not just kind of a little bit off on your assessment at that point. You didn't just sort of kind of just barely miss it. You absolutely, completely blew it. If what you do is look at this and analyze this and analyze that, and that was your analyzation, despite all of the data telling you otherwise, because you just kind of had a gut feeling on it, you did a bad job at that point. That's not a successful outlook at that point. That's you needing to go back in the lab at that point and go, man, how did I get that so wrong? And then how do I grow upon that to not get that as wrong into the future? I doubt these anti-Sam folks will do that when that time potentially comes for that to happen, but they should. Because you get this wrong in this way, in that same fashion, and you don't try to correct it, you're going to get something else wrong in the same fashion on into the future. Partly why consistency is so important. But yeah, that's definitely Jordan. I was catching the very same thing and hearing some of the folks Niner fandoms talking about Brock coming out of this game, where everybody, even a Grant Cohn, was like, no, he's fine. It wasn't really nothing he could really do, just like, all right. Not that I disagree with them, but just on the consistency thing. It doesn't apply the other way, right? Kyle from South Park, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And folks, just as an FYI, if you are a member of the channel, go take a look at your community post. I've got a link to tomorrow's call-in show at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be doing a call-in show here on the channel. So please do join us for that if you're a member. I'm going to post out that link again tonight just to kind of get a couple links in there so you guys can catch it. So if you're a member, a patron, please do look for that link at Patreon. Look at your email there. But we're going to got the link out to all of you guys for that. So Kyle will be on there tomorrow. If you want to chop it up with me, we'll be doing a call-in show. Thank you, man. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, John Harbaugh can succeed with the New York Giants. Not many can. I'd agree with that. John's already got a familiarity with East Coast media, with what he's dealt with in Baltimore. And Baltimore's a proud program. They've got media that's very voracious in their approach to that team. I think that you're right, that a little bit more heat in the kitchen is not going to necessarily cause him to sweat going out there to New York. I think that that's a landing spot that makes a lot of sense, especially if he can get New York to wrap their mind upon this. This is something that you're not expecting to be done really fast, and that you let me come in here and you let me build this program in the right fashion. It would be a little bit of shades of kind of, I can't remember the guy's freaking name right now, but the Coughlin. It'd be a little bit like Tom Coughlin coming in there. And Harbaugh's in about the same place, career-wise, as far as kind of long in the tooth, been around the block a lot, knows what he needs to do, knows what it's going to take. I would love that as a hire for the Giants, but they've got to do it from the standpoint of understanding this thing needs to be a bit of a long process build for them. But I think he could do it too. I think that if you look at it as far as attractive jobs go for Harbaugh and, where the place would be that I would think that he would find the best, the Giants one makes a lot of sense. You look at that division too, and Cowboys can't get out of their way. Washington's got coaching problems. They're firing both OCs and DCs. And then you got the Eagles, who are eventually here in a couple of years going to run into that void year situation as far as their cap wise, and probably have to spend a couple of years getting out from under it. Maybe a good time for the Giants to kind of rise up within that. Samuel Carlson, what do you see as Emanwari's ceiling? Gold jacket? I do, yes. And remember with this, Samuel, this started a little bit on a process for me where it just didn't, with the season of play that we've seen from him, this started all the way back into training camp. So, I'm before I get to training camp, I'm watching cut-ups from training camp of him making plays, making picks, jumping routes all over the place. You're like, wow, he's more than just a little flashing here for a rookie, especially a rookie who's being asked to take on a variety of different positions in training camp. Then I go out to training camp, and every day I'm out of training camp, he's making a pick. He's running over the top on a 9 route, jumping a 9 route. He's climbing underneath on a shorter in-cutting route and jumping that. And you're going, okay, whoa, this is not what a rookie would do every day in camp. This is very unusual. And then we've got Corbin Smith comes into the Seahawks syndicate. We're out there and, we did the little remote location, and he comes in. The first thing he says when we ask him about what he's seen in training camp is that Nick Emanwari is going to wear a gold jacket. And Corbin's not the type of guy to talk about stuff like that in fashion, flippantly. He was seeing the same thing I was seeing on the practice field. So the season of performance that's gone in alignment with what we'd seen in training camp, and the fact that, he's playing Hamilton and right now, he's playing exactly like Nick Hamilton was as a player right now. And that guy that is the most important part to that Raven defense, that's where he is as a rookie right out the jump. And he's only going to improve from here. There will only be growth into year 2 and 3, especially as he learns these multitude of positions that he's being asked to play. So yeah, I heartily say gold jacket, Hall of Fame future for this kid, especially with his alignment in this defense and the perfect fit he is within this defense in that way, is where you can see his trajectory. And the picks haven't come necessarily this year, but with them coming like they did in training camp, they will come. He will have some moments here. And what even surprised me in this playoffs is he makes a play or two on a ball, and you're like, whoa. It's like, yeah, he's got that extra part to his game too. He's got ball skills. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. It says giving Stafford MVP and Puka Offensive Player of the Year makes zero sense, I think is what you're saying on that one. I get the Stafford MVP one, and I can even understand the Puka Offensive Player of the Year. Because look, there's JSN's got like 70 more yards receiving than Puka does. That's not a substantial amount. Is Puka a substantially better blocker? Yeah, he probably is. He is a substantially better blocker. Is that enough for him to win Offensive Player of the Year? I don't know. I don't know if that is. Again, when it comes to it for me on it, it's a tough one for me, Femi, because, and I know people want me to be more maybe engaged on this with his caring about the awards and stuff on that. Maybe I should, but it's such a team-based sport that the individual awards aspect of things just doesn't move me much, because it's just like, yeah, it's the individual. I more care about the team. It's like, they can have all their awards. I just don't care. I want my team to be great. That's all I care about. And like, it's a fun thing of discussion, and fans love to turn over this type of stuff. But I mean, when it comes down to it, for the very reason I just said with Puka and JSN, it's both down to each of them. It's like trying to make a determination who's the best receiver in the sport right now, JSN or Puka. It's like, well, they're both kind of right there. It's like trying to separate Hall of Famers. It's like, it's maybe a fun exercise, but there really isn't that big of a difference when it's all said and done. They're some of the best that play the position, if not the best that play the position, and they're difference makers. Stafford, I think that he's the touchdowns he's thrown this year, he's maybe had the best year of a long and illustrious career. And that's noteworthy. I think that defense has not always played as up to snuff as what they, I think, planned on them playing, requiring their offense to do more. Guy threw for a gazillion yards this year and a ton of touchdowns. And I don't know who I would put as another guy ahead of him as the MVP at this point, quite frankly. I mean, he led the league in passing yardage with 4,700 yards. He led the league in touchdown passing. And this is in consideration of, I think you got to look back at it as well, of the next guy below him on touchdown passings is Jared Goff at 34, and he's got 46. So he's literally got 12 more touchdown passes than the very next guy below him. I think he's got as good an argument, I think, as anybody there on that to me with it. But again, too, with it, I just, when it comes to the awards on this feed, I got to admit, I kind of struggle with this one, because it's just hard for me to as much be as interested as for others on this, because it's just 22 guys are on a field at any one time, and individual awards are great, but Pro Bowls are great, All Pros are great, but the team is really a driving factor to success. And so grabbing one individual player whose requirement and a necessity is upon other players around them to find that success, it sort of is a weird kind of awards to give out at that point. M. Jordan, thank you for another $5 donation, Jordan. He says, if Sam wins a Super Bowl, is there added pressure in the Vikings organization? Also, Z-Bot, Bills fans would lose their minds since Josh was drafted the same year. That would be pretty crazy. Especially if, Jordan, what if it was he got the Super Bowl win and then he got the Super Bowl win against the Bills, taking down Josh Allen. You talk about some heads blowing up, spinning on their axis. Like, what? Wait, what? What happened? No way. Yeah. The heat is on. The heat is on. To quote a little bit of the old Beverly Hills Cop. Heat is on. It's on the streets. It's on the Minnesota streets. And that is because you made a choice this offseason. And you went with McCarthy, and Vikings went all in as far as the money they spent. And when ownership is stepping up to the plate and throwing out massive contracts over the past couple of years like they have, and it's not paying off and you're not even getting into the playoffs, yeah, it's going to cause some tension and nervousness. O'Connell's earned himself some goodwill there, so he's not on the hot seat right now. But to your point, let's play it out in practicality, Jordan. If he goes and wins the Super Bowl, that seat starts to get warm as we turn the corner into the offseason. And if the Vikings go into next year and McCarthy does not come forward, McCarthy continues to be easily broken down, and you don't have an answer at quarterback, you're going to lose Brian Flores this offseason. Like, Brian's out. He's going somewhere else. That's a big loss for them. Who are they bringing into DC? And so now you come back next year in what is a very, very competitive division right now with the Bears and the Lions around you. Yeah, I do think that they're potentially in a place where, okay, you come back next year and you even got the Packers, Bears, Lions. You lose Brian Flores. There's a very easy pathway to look into next year saying you walk into next year as a proverbial fourth place team. If they end up fourth place again next year, and they got themselves up to 9 wins this year, which is pretty good on their part considering how many injuries, how bad the quarterback play was. But I do wonder a little bit about that situation. You come back another year that with that heat slightly turned up, probably would end up leading to Connell being a little bit on a warm seat at that point. Don't know if they would fully fire him, but it would probably get kind of close. But that'd be cool, man. Bills, Seahawks, and then we take it down, and the Bills fans, man, yeah, that'd be a tough pill to swallow on that one. Tell you what. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. Who would be an ideal wide receiver opposite JSN? Even a type of wide receiver? It's a good question. I think a receiver that can have a lot of different other skills within what they do, hopefully, but that you want a guy that takes a lot of reasons why we were with Rashid Shaheed. You want a guy that can truly take a top off the defense and can be a real threat for a defense where if they leave him one-on-one with a cornerback, especially a cornerback in man press coverage, that they're going to get fried, and they know they're going to get fried. And so they've got to wind that safety or wind that help over to that guy's side of the field. And then if you can find a guy to be able to do that, that leans some of the double teams off JSN's back and helps him out, I think, considerably. And that guy can oftentimes run the coverage off for JSN, and JSN's so good about working through those kind of route concepts that then he can get in behind that type of guy. So, a guy with a Drake London type of guy, for instance, Randall, would work, I think, as well as a big receiver guy that also can be a guy that can be a contested catch, beat you deep guy, where I'll just go over the top of my single coverage and go take it. But a guy that can really punish, I think, one-on-one coverage as much as any kind of exact receiver type, I would say, Randall. And that you're looking for that guy that hopefully you can can kind of give you a little bit of that different aspect to JSN, maybe a little bit. And I'd say maybe bigger wide receiver with some speed, explosiveness. I know I'm kind of going to the sort of the DK type here too a little bit, because then too as well, now you can potentially get a mismatch out there with a second cornerback that's not as physical by and large. A lot of times those guys might be good might be good cover guys, but not as physical. And now a bigger guy like a London type can kind of, give them a really, really long, hard day at the office. So I don't have an exact this model and specifications, but maybe a little bit more size, ability to get deep. Those would be probably the two things you're mainly looking for right there. And then a Cooper Kupp kind of guy to the side like we have here, where you do want another, I'd say in addition to having the guy to the outside of him, Randall, that for the 3 wide receiver looks, we need to have the guy that can operate within the slot to where JSN doesn't have to go in there if possible. And he can stay to the outside where he has been so lethal. So having a guy you can count on the slot to be that automatic first down, trusty hands kind of guy like you can get for the most part with Cooper Kupp, that would be a secondary part I'd add on to that for how you want to stack this up to get the most out of him and allow him to be able to fly in the position that he's best suited to take flight within. All right, a couple more segments here. Thank you for all the donos here. We got a few more segments, though, left. We ain't done yet, and it's time for us to take a look at the enemy. We already talked a little bit about this. We know what's going on with most of the NFC West right now, but we got the wrap up to the season, so let's talk about and track what's going on with the NFC West. The toughest division in football maintains and continues forth onwards. 14-3 Seattle Seahawks, 12-5 Los Angeles Rams, 12-5 San Francisco 49ers, and the 3-14 Arizona Cardinals. We got a hell of a season here from this division. Not going away anytime soon. Niners are going to get healthier next year. Shit's back to being tough. No signs of Stafford slowing down anytime soon. Rams with 2 first-round picks this offseason. And the Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals fired their coach.
Shots, explosives.
Jonathan Gannon is no more. The 3-14 coach has been let go. They lost the final game of their season to the Los Angeles Rams, putting their season in the books. Los Angeles Rams ending out their season nicely. They're going to play with the Carolina Panthers on the road. The Niners are going to play the Eagles on the road in the playoffs, which puts us up in the sideline to potentially play the Rams here into the next round. With the Arizona Cardinals, this is going to be an interesting situation from their standpoint of things because they have an owner there that is known for being kind of cheap. He is known for not necessarily stepping up and wanting to throw a lot of money around. So that makes you wonder, okay, the Cardinal fans right now are dreaming big for a guy like Harbaugh or maybe of a Stefanski. But number one, are you able to make that payment to swing that kind of price like you'd need to do so to bring that guy in? Harbaugh, are you going to give him some front office control that he may want? But then as well, I think we're going to learn a lot about how attractive of a destination location Arizona is. When the NFL runs their yearly polls and they go to the players and ask them about facilities and treatment and travel, the Arizona Cardinals are one of the most lowest rated organizations in the entire sport. And I can't help but think when they come around to this search for their next head coach, if not, this is going to be limiting to them and being able to find the best and brightest candidate versus having to just go out there and find the guy that's willing to take the job a little bit. And that this may not be one that the prime coaches are lining up for to be a part of. And I'm going to be watching it. Don't know how it'll go for sure. Maybe we will see them make a big swing. You bring Harbaugh in here, that definitely solidifies that Cardinal team and gives them the best hire that they've had going back to Bruce Arians and makes them a little bit more scary on that basis alone, as that guy will establish the culture from the moment he walks in. Not to mention he's going to have a laundry list of coaches he can call upon to fill out his coaching staff. But I just feel like when Harbaugh looks at that situation with Arizona and this ownership, and that he would have to work around that versus going to other programs that might be more on point and ready to really give him everything that he wants to be given to be able to have his chance to go and find success in that stop. This will be preventative. And then we'll end up finding this Cardinal team going back down the road. We've seen him go down many times before with head coaching jobs and grabbing somebody that's very untested, very unproven, taking kind of a shooting star wish on a guy more than like, that they're going to be more like a Mike McDonald where this guy's he's going to be good. It's almost undoubted now you're signing. This guy's going to be good. How good he be, we don't know, but he is good for sure. McVay liked that sign. Like that. That's not what the Cardinals have done. Like a Gannon signing, like you made him. Gannon went through that playoff run, right, with the Eagles, which drew a lot of the attention his way. But he had Vic Fangio there, like as training wheels, helping him along through those playoffs. And you just go, well, that's not exactly the best and the brightest. So we'll see. We will see with the with this team and what they choose to do. But I'm wondering if they're not going to be stuck in that same predicament where they have to take a coach that's very untested and unproven and hope that they can get lucky. And that's what they're going to be doing at that point, in my opinion, and just hoping they're getting lucky more than them making smart given decisions. But we need one division in this. We need one team in this division that's suck and win. We need one team in this division that's Lord knows, is not doing everything right, because we've got a lot of divisions out here, a lot of teams in this division that are doing right. Get over to you guys here in the chat in just a second here, but I wanted to feature one other item in this game that stood out to me that was worth discussing, in my opinion, which is the I formation looks. I love I formation. It's old football. It's old school football as you get, at least as far as these youngsters are concerned. It's not 1950s football I'm talking about. It's 1980s football. You run your two wide receivers on the outside. You got your one tight end. You got your fullback. You got your tailback. It is one that is built to kind of be able to challenge you with the pass, off play action, off having a couple of receivers and a tight end that can still do some damage out there as far as if you do throw it. You've got to, though, really load up for the run, because the threat of that is there, and having the fullback that in that kind of close like this can now really free you up to be able to get a hat on a hat. And it's very much, to me, opens up more of a door for you finding the consistent rushing success, those 3 yards in a cloud of dust plus plays I often talk about. And so it was very cool to see in this football game, and Oots has been coming along further and further throughout this season, to see that you're using this I formation look, and then Oots is getting more comfortable in how he blocks it. Watch Robbie on this play getting a 2-for-1. First, this guy helps out Lucas to clean up his block, then gets the second guy. And the second block may not be seemingly as big here. So gets the first block here with Lucas. You can see Lucas has lost the block, and he gets to the second guy, but you can see where Walker is. You know, if you let Upston Snout 27 there, or J.R. Brown, get in here, he can stop that play right there. But this is also what extends runs, this kind of effort, and having a fullback like this that can knock guys around. See how he just blows Brown right away from the play? Like, you're out of the play. Walker spins and twists and falls forward and goes and gets himself almost another 5 yards. You get a rugby scrum. About another 5 yards you're able to get on the back of that. And this is the benefit of having that guy out in spaces. He gets to be a cleanup guy more than he's you got a guy determined for a hat on a hat guy with the fullback. It's a little bit more of like you do in zone system principles. You're blocking the space. And what the fullback serves to do with this I formation a lot of times is to be the cleanup man. One guy in every given play will probably fail at his job and might have a pretty big failure at that. Can he clean up that guy's failure to then let the back have a chance to be able to do something around that? And that's just what happens on this play. Lucas loses his man on the second level block, and then you're able to have Robbie Oots there clean it up. Love the I formation looks. I really hope they bring this back out in the playoffs, especially against teams like the Rams that are going to want to run heavier against the Rams. They'll run the light boxes, because I think you can really punish them on some of those light boxes, though I will say the Rams ran a lot of 3-4 against us last time. But even against 3-4, I think this can have a tremendous amount of success, just because you're getting that one more bigger hat in there to kind of clear things up a little bit, especially when it gets a little bit wonky. A couple other plays here from this game, kind of same sort of thing. You've got offset I. This is going to be where the fullback prior to the snap is going to be, rather than in perfect alignment like this, you got the fullback a little bit offset. Again, here you're getting a 4-man front with the two linebackers and Brown, the safety in the box here. So heavier front here from the Niners. Don't typically want to run these fronts, but because they're getting this look, that's kind of driving them to do so. Again, here gets a hat on a defensive lineman, and Oots doesn't even have to lay the block well. You just kind of catch the lineman unsure of what to do here. And he's able to just get a nice little block laid in there. And then by doing this, you peel down Jalen Sundell to the second level, so you can get kind of intricate with some of this stuff, right? Get the defensive tackle first, peeled down with Sundell onto the second level. Look at Sundell, how far he's cleared his guy out. Sundell's almost got a 2-for-1 there. So Sundell gets his guy at the second level and then gets another guy in addition to it. And this is where your running game can start to have success despite stacked boxes sometimes, because guys step wrong, guys read it wrong. You get a block like Sundell here, where he's able to see Sundell here at the second level. You got Zabel in the center of your screen, 61. Look at him clear, and then sends 2-for-1. 2-for-1 right there. See that? Eliminates 2 guys on this play. Bradford just doesn't even find anybody, and it doesn't matter. Bradford does a Bradford thing, it doesn't even matter. Sundell's there to clean it up. Sundell just kind of walks into that second block. But this is what happens. You get a pile of bodies, you don't get a lot of space. Guys can get clumped up into each other and get lost in the flow of traffic, and you can still find running game success. So stack boxes don't have to, as you get the better parts of this running game down, as you get the details of this running system down, the stack boxes don't have to be the death knell they were early on this season, where then it had to be a pass deep, where then you had to attack them and throwing the ball. Because you're getting better at running the ball just purely across the board, and especially these offensive linemen and how they're running this from a detail-centric standpoint, it's just another great little harbinger for us as we go into the playoffs on stuff we can build upon that's really worked at the end of this year and has been so very impressive. And it just comes down to, again, getting those 3 yards in a cloud of dust. It's not plays that ain't sexy. It ain't going to get people jumping out of their chair. But again, here, you're able to come down with the fullback, get Zach getting downhill here. This ain't a big gain. It's a 4-yard play down inside the red zone. 4-yard gain running the ball in the red zone is wonderful. Good job by Bradford on the recovery here, by the way. Starts to lose the block, able to keep him cleared out of the hole with a clean technical block there. Sundell back on the second level again. Takes care of the Mike linebacker completely. Swallows him up. Boots there just to get enough of a hat on one guy. And the backside guy does a great job for the Niners here of getting around Lucas. Lucas lets him get around the side, Barner lets him, that's Saubert, I guess, technically speaking. Saubert lets him get around his outside shoulder. He's able to make the play here so that this doesn't go for a touchdown, but still a 4-yard gain. And if we're going into these playoffs and we're getting 4-yard gains on handoffs and we're getting these positive plays and you're setting yourself up into third makeables, you will be getting third down conversions, you'll be getting consistent drives, and you will be getting consistent points in the playoffs. That's the blueprint. So while this isn't the sexiest of plays to look at, I get that. These are the kind of plays that we're sometimes missing from the rushing attack early on in the season. And they've got to be plays that we build upon as we go into the future of this year. A lot of people are wondering, when are we going to get Rashid Shaheed deep? When's this going to happen? How much? I mean, we got this guy supposed to be the big play guy. You're talking to me about his speed and what he can do when you give him one-on-one coverage on the outside. Brandon, when do I get to see that? We haven't even thrown deep to Shaheed since he's been here. Or we've thrown like one deep ball to Shaheed. When are we going to really see that, Brandon? I think it's coming. And to try to bring all of this I formation stuff together with pairing it forward to Shaheed, with Brandon making a bold prediction to you, there's some stuff in your back pocket offensively you're sitting on that's mighty tasty. Mighty, mighty, mighty tasty. You have an offset I formation look here again. I formation. You've been running at it. Niners are going, man, you're doing pretty good at running at this throughout the course of this game. We're having some issues with you out of that look. Man, we got to get our guys amped up defensively to take care of that. So you're going to dedicate a resource, a safety, to get down in there into the box. And if you look at the Niners from a standpoint of, this is a Niner team that wants to run light boxes. They don't want to stack boxes. That's not what they do. So the fact that you're forcing this right now speaks to how much danger you've kept them in this game and how you run the ball. You have a 5-man front, 5 men up on the line of scrimmage. You got a Sam linebacker essentially up there to sort of take care of this, right? 2 linebackers down there as well. So we're to 7 defenders. You're bringing the 8th defender in the box, the safety who's on the bottom of the side of the screen just above my head right here. He's going to be coming down, and he's going to be coming down like a bat out of hell post snap, anticipating run. Everything here from the standpoint of the Niners is run, 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 run. That's what they're thinking. And I know I'm going to take myself actually off the screen here so you can just see this fully. I want you to look at Rashid Shaheed on the bottom of the screen. Watch him again. Sam completes this to JSN. It's a nice throw by Sam. If I've got Sam on tape, I'm going back and I'm watching this and I'm Kubiak on tape. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, Sam, take the shot over the top. This is why we brought Shaheed in here. Throw it deep, let him run under it, let him go get it. You can make this throw. That is separation. There's the term that they like to say on the 9 routes, the go routes. If he's even, he's leaving. What that means is that if you as a quarterback get to a spot and you're looking at that read and he's even, you throw it. Because that means he's actually running past the guy if you throw with anticipation. So you can see right here, Shaheed on the back of the drop back. If Darnold was looking his way, he looks his way. He's not only even, he's already leaving. He's already a half step ahead of him on this. So Darnold just throws this automatically. If he's got him as the first read here, this is probably a touchdown. This is going to show up in the playoffs. My prediction, you get a deep shot in the playoffs out of I formation to Rashid Shaheed. At the very least, take a shot with it. I've seen this in recent weeks with Rashid. He's starting to get open on this deep stuff. Teams are starting to just really get concentrated on JSN. And you can see JSN here gets the completion here, but they're running a soft double team on JSN. And hell, there's even a third guy kind of paying attention to him as he undercuts the route. Almost gets kind of 3 guys on him here. It's a good throw by Sam. Good run route by JSN. It's a successful play. First down. Could be touchdown. Could be touchdown. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation, man. Appreciate all your support today. He says, what about A.J. Brown? I'd be concerned about his attitude. Yeah, I think that you have built a culture here that's very, 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 very cool and is one that has gotten buy-in across the board. And I think partly getting that buy-in is that you don't have cliques in the locker room. You don't have guys kind of operating on their own time. You don't have guys that are operating with it being about themselves and their own greatness and their own individuality. And when it comes to A.J. Brown, and I watched his attitude this year, a year where he got 1,000 yards receiving, but the way he was squawking and the way that he was sort of throwing these sort of soft tantrums, it almost kind of seemed like it just almost seemed like he was like trying to sabotage the situation just about from my standpoint of things. The cost is not going to be tremendously great for him because the Eagles buried a ton of void year money, Randall, in his deal down the line. They'd have to eat up another probably $20 million, about $20 million of dead money. And then you're going to be on the hook for him in 2026 for essentially at that point, you'd be on the hook for him for about $13 million in 2026. And then in 2027, you would be, he would cost you about $17 million. 2028, he would cost you only down at, he's $23 million or so in 2028. So from a cost standpoint, if you could get him to play on his current contract, you're getting him at probably a little bit of a discount. But with that said, I think that this is a guy that's body is not necessarily going to age really well. He's 28, but I could see him being a guy that hits that cliff at 30 years old and he becomes very much diminished from what he's been. Number one. Number two, the attitude. I've got a team that's had none of this type of attitude upon it. And I think that a big part of what upended our Legion of Boom team, Randall, when we look about trying to learn our lessons in history, a big part of what upended that team, in fact, the biggest problem on that team, I think beyond all else, beyond not being able to restock the talent or giving out bad contracts or Russell taking up too much of the contract of the cap and then you have to let other guys go. The big problem was ego. That was really the big thing to me that superseded. Who gets credit? And I don't want to bring that back in the locker room. I think as well, when it comes to wide receiver, you can go and find enough receivers in this sport to be, good soldiers that aren't going to be divas, that you don't have to put up with the diva behavior anymore. There's too many good ones. It's almost becoming like running backs where you can sit there and squawk and you can be really good, but I can go find your replacement around the block and I don't have to take a huge step backwards from as far as talent or production standpoint to do so if you're going to become a headache. I'd estimate that you could see potentially the Eagles trade him. They're going to have to take it on the chin if they do so big time with the dead money that they got to hit, and consider, Randall, that they've got as well in that contract 2030. They've got $21 million of void year money going to AJ in 2030. They've got 15.46 of void money going in 31. They've got 11.535 million of dead money going in 2032, and even $5 million Almost $5.5 million of just void dead year money going to A.J. Brown in 2033. So he is, they don't want to get out of that contract quite yet. And if they do, Randall, you're going to probably have to give them a nice offering to get them to bite. And so you put all that into the bag for me and I go, yeah, that's a little too rich for my blood. OEL in the house. What's up, OEL? Thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, Brandon, I just got in on the stream and missed your PFF discussion. Do you know why PFF gave Darnold a 60 PFF grade while Brock got a 76? I'm not sure why Brock would have gotten necessarily a 76 because he threw some turnover-worthy play throws as well. And maybe what it is that they're looking at PFF saying that our receivers generated more separation that was there to be had, and Darnold didn't take advantage of that versus Brock Purdy, who had receivers more and tighter in coverage, and there was just nowhere to go. I think that's what PFF would tell you as far as their reasoning. I don't think that I buy into the fact that Darnold had the sort of separation out there like that. I think OEL, they're probably also punishing him for the fumble. So I don't think the fumble's on him with the center being pushed back there, but you have the fumble. You've got the turnover-worthy play that's legit on the throw where he overthrows GSN. They're going to ding him on that, and then they're going to ding him on they're going to ding him at the goal line for missing the touchdown on the back over there in the end zone. So I don't know why that would carry all of the weight of the day, essentially, to dragging down his score so significantly, especially when it didn't do so to Brock Purdy from a consistency standpoint. But rewatching the tape on Darnold, he was playing within himself for sure, but he had to make his share of throws in the course of this game. I mean, 20 of 26. It's not like he was like 15 of 34 for 110 yards. And, he threw for 200 yards. He's 7.5 yard average per attempt. So I didn't see him missing a lot of reads. It can be a play like this though too, where I don't know. I mean, do they ding him on a play like this because he doesn't go to Shaheed deep and Shaheed's there deep, so he takes the completion and it's a plus play, but it could have been more. I'd wonder a little bit about some of that when it comes to their grading system, OEL. But I will say this: I didn't see a 60 PFF graded day from Darnold. And how he played. It was probably more akin to like a 70, 75 day like Brock got graded on. That's probably should have been about where he was at. He played within himself. He made the throws when he needed to. He was clutch when he needed to be. Didn't turn the ball over. But again, they're giving him the ding on the fumble, and that's not really on him. Your center got blown back in his kitchen right after the snap. So he didn't step on him, but it's just does basically the same thing. It's not stepping, but it basically accomplishes the same thing when the center gets push back like that on a quarterback trying to gather from under center with his footwork. OEL, thank you for another $5 donation, OEL. He says, I think Kubiak may have plays, deep shots where Shaheed is the first read for Sam and just hasn't used them yet. Right? Right? Yes. You're on, I know you're joking a little bit with this, but yes, you're on point with this. Where you go back to last year with the Saints, and there was a lot of deep stuff built into the Saints passing attack. And there's a lot of deep stuff built into the Saints passing attack targeting Shaheed down the field. As Carr said about him, you just throw it up there and let him go run underneath it. He's got that kind of speed. Seattle has, on the back half of the schedule since they've added Shaheed, OEL, played more of a safer brand of football and more of a collective team brand of football as it pertains to the offense and its inner workings to the rest of the team. And that's reduced down those chances to take more of the shot plays, more of them looking to try to find the consistent offensive success and consistent offensive drives. I think that's really been driven, though, by and large, OEL, on the back of the kind of coverages you played. So you want your offense to attack off the back of the coverages that they're facing by and large. And early on in the year, you're facing stack boxes and you're being blitzed at like about the highest rate in the NFL. Off the back half of the schedule, the blitzing is stopped. The cover two shells back in place against this offense. You're getting a lot more guys dropping into zone coverage, a lot less blitzing. This has opened the door up to running the ball, though, right, OEL? So that's why the running game's found more effectiveness, is where early on in the year where it's all stack box city and blitzes and run blitzes sometimes. Now you've got light boxes, not as much blitzes. That finds more success. Push, pull. Something gets taken away from you, well, then you're going to have a strength somewhere else then. And that's a sign of a good offense, that you can win in a variety of different ways, that you can find success in a variety of different ways. But I think what you are going to see is that, and you get into the playoffs, and as things get desperate and as things get down to like, it ain't just a one game off situation, but you're in a first half, you're in a first quarter, and you're seeing the Seahawks finding some rushing yards, you're going to start to drive up some of those defenders up in that box. And now that will open up those opportunities for Sam to go deep down to Shaheed and to take those shots deep like you saw last year. But some of it's all of those inner workings that are going on there over the course of this year. And Shaheed just happened to get here at the same time that OEL teams had learned that on the back of blitzing and stacking the box against Sam Darnold, you created an MVP version of Sam Darnold through the first half of the year on the back of that strat. So probably one that is your teams that are trying to cobble together your strat on the back of the schedule. And you're looking at those opening games with Sam and you're like, man, there's been a one-size-fits-all approach from all of these defenses and how they played Sam early on this year, and they're getting smoke showed on the back of trying this strategy. Why would we do that? Especially because a lot of the defenses that we faced OEL, from the Colts to the Niners to the Rams to Carolina, a lot of these defenses on the back half of the schedule are also just naturally built to run the light boxes and to not necessarily stack the box there in addition to it. And remembering, and on just the last point on this being with this OEL, remembering with this, a big part of this becomes NFL defenses in general across the board owning up to the fact that they want to prevent the deep ball almost beyond all else. That's why the cover two shell's out there as much as ever before, and so much of the zone. So it's the deep ball has become this like one of the most hated items in a defensive coordinator's list of conclusions on a play, more so than even in recent NFL history, I'd argue. And that's also leading to a little bit of the depression of being able to attack deep. You need to allow them to open the door for you to be able to walk through it. And if they're leaving you closed doors deep all the way down the line, then you walk through different doors there to find success. OEL, man, thank you for another donation. I appreciate you that. Coming up with a triple dono. Another $5. He says, you're absolutely right. Whatever it takes to win, IMO. By the way, I hope that Jesse, class act by the way, wears that hat. Indeed. Indeed, we got Jesse all set up. It's ordered. And if you guys get a chance, he said he might even wear it today. He's got a show today he's going to be doing, and we'll keep an eye on if he goes live. I don't think he'll go live while I'm live, but reportedly he's going to get the hat today, and he has said that he is going to plan on wearing the hat for his show here today on his regular Niner channel. So, of course, this is the hat we got. It's called a foam head. And yes, whatever it takes to win is right for me. I think that there are teams that are built to win pretty and to be very cool in how they're doing it with a lot of this and a lot of that. I think that when it comes to us, offensively speaking, especially, that we're not built to be a pretty team, and that's okay. And that there's a lot of parts of this offense that are awesome, and that it is an offense that can win in a variety of ways. And it can beat you run the ball. It can beat you throwing the ball. It can beat you throwing short. It can beat you throwing deep. It can beat you on a passing attack that's a manufactured offense. It can go with just more traditional stuff where it's got to be down the field, intermediate routes, and going through multiple reads. I think that it makes it very hard to pin down this offense, and that it can go at you in so many different fashions and ways. And with that, you're going to have different defenses play you in different ways, because there's not just that one size fits all in how to stop you then, like teams were trying to apply at the start of the year, as I was just talking about on that. So it is a win by any means necessary. It's something I've hammered a lot, right? It's where I've said also no style points, because I think people will sometimes get into that nitpicking spot where they start to go, well, yeah, but with this over here was this. It's like, yeah, but we still came out of the game with a 17-point win. And when it comes down to this winning by any means necessary, you've built such a great team that you can have imperfections. You can have Jason Myers fall on his face like a drunk trying to get out of a bed on a game. And because your offense is holding it down and you're running the ball so well and your defense is absolutely on lockdown and you're not turning the ball over and the rest of the special teams from Dixon to how you defend to how you return the ball is on point, that part can fail on a given day. I can have a Sam Darnold come out there and throw a couple of interceptions on a day, but the defense on lockdown, the running game good, the special teams doing cumulatively everything they need to be doing, a la like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I can be on the road, have Sam Darnold throw 2 interceptions. I can be on the road, have him throw those interceptions, and I can lose the turnover battle on the day, but I get the win because my team is just that damn good. And that's what this team has been built up. They've been built with room for error. This is why you're to 14 wins this year. because you don't have to play a perfect game to win a football game. And that it will carry into the playoffs. Love to see him play perfect. It's not going to be a requirement. It's why we then lock in on the things of, okay, if that's the case, then aren't there just a certain set number of things that we really need to do in order to then get just basically a win at that point? Because it is so good. And the answer was yes. And this is at the heart of the shifting of the strategy, along with the shifting of the coverages and how defenses have played you, to the offense getting back into more of a, balanced, not needing to take the shots deep down the field, just keep the chains moving, because that's more than good enough for the type of team that you've built here and now. And Jesse's absolutely a class act. He's very kind for wearing this hat. I put him in quite a monstrosity. He put me in something too at the first week of the season though as well. So, turnabout's fair play on this one a little bit. But definitely a class act over there, and I really do enjoy getting over to go on that round table every week. It's been a hell of a season over there, and boy, we are cooking over there, man. I'll tell you what, we are blowing the other round table channels out of the water, and we are firing on all cylinders over there, which is great to see, OAL. But thank you for all of your support. Very kind of you, bro. Marty McFly, thank you for the $6.12 donation. I've already spent $500 on the limited edition of Marshawn Lynch varsity jacket. If we win the Super Bowl, I'm going to go broke buying gear. Happily, though. Hey, that's good money spent at that point. That'd be a cool jacket, man. The Marshawn Lynch varsity jacket, huh? Okay. I gotta look that one up. Varsity jacket. Ooh, yeah, that's nice. That's pretty pimp. Let's show the audience, Marty. Let's flex on him a little bit. Look at Marty here, man. Look what Marty's grabbing. Not too bad. They put a lot into that thing. I guess you probably should if you're charging $500 for that sucker. Probably should. Congrats, Marty. That's a nice jacket, man. Only problem with that is it's so nice. I don't feel bad about having it out, wearing it out and about in public. It's like that thing gets dirty. I'm gonna be like, it's like having a prized pair of shoes getting dirty, sneakers or whatever. But yeah, if we win the Super Bowl, we're gonna all be buying quite a lot of swag off this team. I have a feeling on that point. I think you and I and all of us are going to be in that same boat at that point there, Marty. But congrats, man. That's a hell of a jacket. 50th anniversary beast mode jacket. That is very cool. You got all the years you played for the team in there. I love it. Might have to get myself one of those myself there, Marty. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a good day. All right, let's bounce over to you guys here in the chat and check in with my peoples. See how you guys are doing. If you got any comments, questions, or anything you want me to reference or respond to, of course, because we have a lot of discussion in the chat. So just if you can put Brandon B, Hawks Nest, if I happen to miss your chat above, we've got a lot of people in the chat here today. If you can just maybe potentially just repost that through, and I'll try to respond to it here below. Do want to take a moment here and thank the sponsor of the show. And that sponsor of the show is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper is the #1 sports app running in the game today. No doubt about it. I'm telling you, I've been trying to tell you. I'm telling you right now. They are awesome. It is an app that's got more picks, more options there for me than some of these other ones I've taken a look at in the past. You can really pick and put together the exact kind of tickets you want to, rather than be kind of forced down an aisle way of what you have to do. No. You got a little bit more. You can tee stuff up a little bit higher. You can increase your returns on certain stuff. You get into daily fantasy. You can mix the basketball and football playoffs to put just the right ticket together. Baseball on the horizon. Use my code today, NEST, N-E-S-T, and they will match you up to 100%. Your first deposit up to $100. $100 from me to you through the Sleeper app, and you sponsor the show at the same time. But wait, there's more, because they got a free $20, no deposit needed entry, free $20, no deposit needed entry when you just create a login on the Sleeper app. So $120 from me to you through the app when you use my code and just create a login itself. These are my picks here for this upcoming week, as I'm still kind of getting a feel for some of the other games but I wanted to get this one in, which was DJ Moore with over 2.5 receptions. Swift over 1.5 receptions, and Dobbs over 2.5 receptions. I do see this game as being one that looks like it's going to be more of a high-scoring game than a low-scoring game, so I Really felt like the picks would be the smart ones to go over the reception count on that all the way around on those guys. So please do utilize Sleeper today. I got a 30% boost on this. They get some nice promotions in there. This is one of the reasons I love this app more than the rest in regards to this. There are terms and conditions that do apply. Please see their site for details. And yes, look, I know in the state of Washington, we're still waiting for this thing to open up in full. I get that. But I am being told that day is coming soon and fast. And of course, on any casino network, within their network, you can use the Sleeper app in full. And we've got casinos all over the state. So if you got to use it that way, that's another manner by which you can go out there and get that locked on in. Stan says, damn, Perna's curse wheel cursed the Rams against the Panthers. Uh-oh. I might have to clip that out and send that to Jake, start making him nervous. Because I got to be the guy that explained to Jake last time what the Perna curse wheel was, because the Rams got hit with the curse wheel when they were playing our Seahawks, right? So Stan, I got to be the one to tell him like what it was. And then once he realized what it was, he kept talking about it. So will be interesting to see what he's got to say. Arnold's a great athlete, says Micah. Good vertical. Can dunk like Sean Kemp. They should utilize him more. They should. I agree. Darnold using his legs in the playoffs is a good thing if he can think to do it and keep it as a point. Doesn't have to do it a lot. Just mixing in a good amount there to keep defenses off balanced. Jordan says, thank you, B, for the early afternoon streams. My stress levels are through the roof at work, but this stream helps me stay focused. My pleasure, Jordan. Thank you for watching. Thank you for donating. And love doing what I get to do, man, especially this time of year when we got so much to celebrate and so much potential still right there at the tips of our fingers. So hopefully it's not too hard of a work day there for you, but I'm glad to help you on through it. B. Ballin says, Hawks Nest. Yeah, Shaheed needs to get a couple of deep balls, a couple of jet sweeps, and a couple of bubble screens a game. IMO. Definitely manufacturing some touches in there would be very helpful within this, to your point, B. Ballins. We saw him early on when he first came here, even put him in the backfield occasionally and giving him some direct snaps. I think that going into a game plan, into the playoffs, into these teams we're going to play that are going to be so tough, having some balance to the game plan walking in and how you set it up could be really beneficial. And having some of those plays that you've got peppered in there throughout to be given to Shaheed. And as then you're going to get your touches over there to JSN. You're going to work your stuff into Cooper Kupp, and you're going to get your running game going in there. But that's really one of the course keys that I pointed to, was that both with Kupp and Shaheed, for us to go find the promised land in the playoffs here and go find a Super Bowl, they've got to find their role within this offense. Doesn't mean that they both have to go off and be something more than what they've been in the regular season, but that you've got to find to me, a role where you're able to keep that balance all across the board of this thing, offensively speaking, and therefore keeping defenses from being able to really pinpoint what you're doing. So I think it's coming, man. I know I'm making a bold take on this without us having seen it in the regular season, but I think that Kubiak's going to see this on the tape. Sam Darnold's going to see this on the tape, and he's going to go, man, I got to look his way and try to take that shot over the top. And I've seen a couple of plays this week. The play I showed with Shaheed is just one from this last week, but I've seen a couple of these in recent weeks where he's breaking open deep. Still dreaming Bradford's new nickname, the Whiffer. Not bad. Mike says, Brandon, can you imagine a full house backfield with Walker, Charbonnet, Oots? Talk about selling play action if you're cramming it down the throat every drive. Indeed. I could see it. That'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. John Hobbs' ego. These guys seem to love each other. Exactly. And that's where a guy with the ego coming in that room can cause things to go into a little bit of disarray. Laura says, Horton needs to go get some heavy weights and protein shakes this offseason, whatever he needs to become a bit more physically robust. Definitely health is going to be the question with that kid going in the future. To your point, he's got the ability in the world, all the ability in the world to be a grade A receiver in this sport, but can the health hold up? You know, Micah says Brown's an asshole. I wouldn't want him in the locker room cancer. I do not understand where he's come from this year either, Micah. And I've been a guy that liked A.J. Brown quite a bit in this league, but he's kind of lost. I think he's kind of lost the thread the past year. You're just coming off of a Super Bowl. You've had tremendous success with this organization that's paid you a lot of money and has well targeted you there as a player and finding them, allowing you to take off since going from Tennessee. I mean, they saved you from Tennessee. I don't kind of get where he feels like he's got a leg to stand on to be all just whiny. Royo's designated to return to practice. Interesting. Okay. Thank you for the update. King Vegeta says, we aren't talking about Zabel enough. He's been tremendous, King. He's been that steadying force from day one here. Just put up maybe the best game of the season for him at the end of the season here now. Part of the running game coming forward is him getting better as a run blocker, I think, as the year's gone on. He's an athletic force. You're seeing the screen game come to life with him and Jalen Sundell able to get out in front. I think that I was hearing somebody talk this last couple of days ago as I was going through, like you guys are going through, listening to the various pods out there, talking about the team here and there. And speaking about the fact that you might have the two most athletic left guard and center in the sport right now between Zabel and Sundell. And boy, that has also shown up in the screen game coming to life. Seahawks C says, does anyone see Abe's face when he came out of the tunnel that night? I knew he was winning when I saw that face. Abe's got a good poker game face, man. It's not a guy I'd want to step in front of to try to get around. He's big too. And they all had, I think like Fro says, they all had that nothing but business in their eyes. This team is locked in. They're loaded. It doesn't guarantee success, but just you feel like they're interconnected and the intensity is in that perfectly dialed up spot of where you'd like it to be. And then these guys realize what they have in front of them. It is a feeling you get off this team and the way they talk and how they go about their business. And it has been uniform since training camp that you have felt this kind of energy that they're bringing. And it's why they land where they're at right now. And it's why they've got certainly as good a chance as anybody in this sport right now to go win the Super Bowl. Zabel does look like a young corn-fed. He does indeed. Thank you for reminding me of that, John. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance for me, folks. I would really, 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 really appreciate it. Helps me out, helps me grow, helps me show. Paul, at B, if we need a new OC, who do you like? I got to admit, I'm still kind of getting into the laundry list of possibilities, though it's looking more and more like, I think Kubiak's got like 5 different interviews set up. So it's looking more and more like a real true possibility here at this point that he's probably going to be on his way out the door this year. So I have gone to Kubiak's brother with the Niners, give him play calling opportunity here. LaFleur with the Rams, give him play calling opportunity. Both those guys are OCs, but they don't get to actually call the plays with the teams they're currently on. I would certainly kick the tires on there. It does seem like Stefanski is probably going to get a head coaching job here, somewhere else. People mention maybe you could talk a Mike McCarthy guy into coming back in OC. He's got a relationship with John. I don't know if that would be as much the case. I think beyond just having a name, Paul, that's off the top of my head right now that I could call upon, I would more be wanting to look, I think, for somebody that can who has been an offensive play caller before and has had success as a play caller before. I'd like to find somebody that's, been in this league, had the success, has connections to like bring in a legitimate offensive line coach. I want more of that than I have an exact guy I'm settling upon. I'd like to stay more to the Shanahan scheme, or at least the West Coast offensive scheme, rather than transitioning into something remarkably wholly different. I don't want to become a shotgun spread team now suddenly with who we're bringing in. I want to stay under center. I want the play action. I want the balanced rushing attack. I'd like to stay outside zone. So I will continue to try as I can. It's hard right now, Paul, because there's just so much going on with trying to prepare for playoffs and get certain tape stuff in the background done. Or at the same time looking for kind of the coaches that are out there. And part of the problem with this becomes, Paul, too, is that there's not exactly a laundry list of grade A offensive coordinators out there that are raring to go. Last year, if you remember on this, I was very much where people were asking me, give me 4 or 5 names. And I was like, it's Clint Kubiak. I want Clint Kubiak or nobody, because he really stood out from the rest of the guys that we were talking to, and having a background and having a knowledge of how to put together an NFL offense and then find success in that NFL offense. So I'll try to, as we get through the next week, maybe see if I can find a few more names out there that jump out to me. But I got to admit that some of the names kind of parsed around aren't the most exciting to me. It's a lot of kind of, how about this untested guy? How about that untested guy? How about this guy that has never called plays? That gets me a little bit nervous, to be fully honest with you there, Paul, on that. OEL with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, OEL. Do you think Sam would benefit if he pump fakes? I have a feeling he'd fake the secondary out really bad if he did that from time to time. Yes, I do. I think 2 different places that you could stand to do it. Number one, I think that sometimes teams, with our lack of pushing down the field in the second half of the season, which is a lot of ways has come from some of the too high safety looks that you're getting. But I think a lot of times with that, you're getting teams sometimes pressing down on the shorter routes and squeezing those shorter routes down. So I think back to a play with Emmanuel Forbes a couple weeks ago where I want to say that JSN was trying to come in on a slant route, and Forbes it was 3rd down and short, and he was sitting all over the route. And that would have been a play where if you ran a sluggo, a slant and go, and you had him, you make it look like a slant and you pump it to JSN and then you have him take it over the top, that to me should be opened up. And whether it's a Shaheed getting deep or running a little bit of a stop and go, slant and go kind of look at times to take advantage of those teams squatting down. Yes, you're right on it, OEL. I think that this is something that's there to be for the taking based on the film. And that if you're going to get teams drifting double teams to JSN's direction, even if they're running the 2-eye shell and they end up running a double team, and then you end up with a safety kind of either down in the box or out here on the other side of the hash, you've got to attack. And you've got to punish teams if they're going to squat on some of the shorter routes that exist within this playbook, because it is a playbook built on the short passing attack at the first and foremost. So vis-a-vis with that, you're going to get defenses that are then going to want to, at times, squat down on that shorter passing attack and take it away. One of the ways you can then now take advantage of that, especially if there's no safety help over the top, is with the stop and go, and a pump fake on the stop and go is a really nice way to do that. The one thing you do need, OEL, is you're going to run that type of play. It's a longer developing play, and you need your pass protection to hold up in those moments, because it's going to be the equivalency of a 7-step drop. I got to drop deep. I got to drop the fake. I got to reset, and then I got to get enough on the ball to throw it deep in addition to that. So it is the one part that can sometimes make offensive coordinators hesitant to call that, because right as he's getting to his pump fake, he's going to be under pressure, and we're not even going to get to the deep part of it. But you're right. It's something that can work. And the other part with the pump fake that can work is when Sam's coming up to the line of scrimmage and he's scrambling and he breaks the pocket. If he would just do one of those Patrick Mahomes pump fakes as he's approaching the line of scrimmage, he would extend the runs that much more. Because defenders, the second they see the arm going back, they're reacting to that no matter what Sam's doing. In the pocket, out of the pocket, defenders are hyper keenly aware of him. That arm's going back, he's going to be slinging it. So if he can just fake him out to sling it back, he can get a guy to jump up in the air and go get himself another 5, 6, 7 yards. As we've seen, Mahomes is a master of that. Hell, Mahomes can do it even once he's get past the line of scrimmage. He's so good at it, he can still fake you out after he's past the line of scrimmage and still go get you to jump off your feet. So yeah, you're on it, man. In a couple of different ways, the pump fakes could definitely add to Sam's game, especially on that scramble stuff. Harder maybe to do the slant and go stuff because of the pass protection you need. But when it comes to him just scrambling around, utilizing that as he's breaking the pocket, that's a very beneficial thing to quarterbacks to be able to get defenders to kind of bite. Robs, thank you for the $14 donation, Robs. I really appreciate that. You guys are just kind as ever here. Really thank you guys for all your support to the channel. He says, I think the biggest part of this season might have been the switch has been flipped for John Schneider on how to rebuild in this new era of football, where the trenches are everything. He's evolved. He has evolved. And that is where you're going to get things wrong. No one's going to get stuff perfect. Can you roll with the punches? Can you find the ways where you're wrong and then grow off of that wrong and then find it as a way to turn it eventually into a strength in what you're doing? And John, go back 3 years on the Russell Wilson trade after having spent the prior almost 10 years neglecting the offensive line. I think part of the neglecting of the offensive line came down to a little bit of like they drew the short end of the stick because you have a defensive-minded head coach. He needs to reset his defense because all of his defenses retired or gotten injured or moved on. So you're trying to reset that. You're not wanting to let Russell Wilson go, so you're making him this highest paid quarterback. Then you're having to make a decision of where do we want to go cheap and light? Do we want to go cheap and light at the running back, receiver, tight end type positions and then go heavier to the offensive line? Or do we want to put more resources in the offensive line and then go lighter on the receivers and running backs? Of course, Seattle took the former, not the latter there, Robs, where they said, we'll put the investment into the running backs and into the wide receivers essentially, and then we'll go super light on the offensive line. But that has been a transition and a change now. And with moving on from Russell Wilson, you stop being in search of necessarily paying the top end of the market for quarterbacks, saving a little bit of money, finding kind of that blue collar contract. And then with that extra money and what you did is building the defense up still keeping the skill position players out there rocking and rolling, still going out there getting a JSN in the first round, get a AJ Barner in the fourth round. But then you've put the true investment in this offensive line and a first and a third round pick to get your pillar tackles who both now have been rewarded with a contract extension. Zabel this last year, maybe the best left guard in the draft. And certainly you would look with John in that evolution into this offseason of continuing to stay in this lane, the fruits that this has brought you, John, why not continue to keep hammering it? Why not continue to come back into this draft and find one of those, day two, find an interior offensive lineman, be it a center or a guard. Just keep building this thing up into a strength, especially considering Bradford's on the final year of his deal here, and we don't know what we have in Haynes. So I hope he can kind of continue to do this. It's been good that he's been able to build the line up while not necessarily having to make it at the price of, okay, we'll have no wide receivers. Okay, it's at the price of our defensive is going to suck here now in this way. He's been able to keep and maintain those things, yet still build on this, but it's really established from one particular area. John can draft day two linemen really well. I do believe he can. I think that he hasn't done it a lot over his time, but I think he does it well. Doesn't mean he's got 100% hit rate. I think this last hit rate we've seen over the last 3 years is what you could probably hope to expect on a base case scenario where I draft 4 guys in the top 3 rounds over a 3-year period. 3 of those 4 guys are likely to hit really well for me when they hit. I can take that swing miss rate myself, Robs. So I think he has evolved. I think he's thinking about things in different terms than I thought about 10 years ago. It's why he's one of the best general managers in the sport. You're not just a great general manager because you can identify talent, but you're going to be a great general manager, especially when you're talking about multiple decades through, because you've been able to evolve and grow, and you don't just remain a fixed. And it's the one place to me on that between him and Coach Carroll where I think that there was a lot more from him of showing of growth through his time than you got to see from the other. And that's a big reason why I think the ownership ran with John a couple of years ago rather than moving both him and Carroll at the very same time, as they recognize that fact as well. Smart on their part, good on ownership, great on John and what he's done with it, but well said on your part in addition to all of that, Robs, and thank you for the donation, man. I do agree. Jordan, thank you for the $10 donation, Jordan. Rich Eisen made a good point about Sam. Everyone acts like limited turnovers, making good decisions is solely a Sam thing. Rich went down the list of quarterbacks in the playoffs. Most have had issues with that. Yeah, this is again that thing of where I think people at times with Sam start to cobble together an argument where they start at the end game of it where they say, I don't like Sam, I don't think he's a good quarterback. And so then you, rather than let the data instruct you towards the player and the conclusion of where you should land on the player, they let the conclusion instruct their data approach. So for instance, with quarterbacks for years, I've heard about quarterbacks being held to the metric and line of interceptions being the thing that is the thing you really concentrate on them in the bad decision-making standpoint of things. And so now this year, for the very first time, I'm watching people, what they do is they look at that. And with Sam for a lot of this year, you could do that and go on to that stat and you go, look at all the interceptions, way more than. But then it started to come down in the back half of the schedule, right? You leave the Rams game beyond, and the interceptions go down in a major way, and he starts taking care of the ball. And so now they start playing this other game where like, I can't use that stat like I wanted to hammer on that stat anymore because he's now right in there to the mean of what the average is for quarterbacks in the sport that play 17 games this year. He's kind of right in alignment with them. Okay, so I'll point to his fumbles. Yeah, he gets all the blame for the fumbles too because he has too many fumbles and all the fumble problems he's had. And this is where they're stacking the logic and reasoning behind this to make it fit the conclusion. Because I've never heard about quarterbacks talked about that because if I'm looking this way and you come from behind me on your pass rush on a side that I can't see because my read's taking me over there and my lineman blows his block and that's a strip sack fumble on me, how in the name of sweet bloody goodness is that on me as a quarterback? How do we arrive as that's the first point of failure on this play? Not that my offensive lineman got his ass whooped and got his ass whooped when my head's not even turned that way or to the blind side of the play that I can't see coming. You can maybe knock him on, well, he's got to feel that pass rush. He's got to feel that pass. Well, if the read's taking me over here, for instance, the Abraham Lucas strip sack at the start of the year, when the read's taking me this way and the pressure's happening over here and it's happening like that post snap, that's pretty tough to anticipate from a quarterback's position. And that's why I just think that the fumbles being added into this have only been done solely because the interceptions aren't enough. And they know it's not enough. The Sam haters can't just grab the interception number and say, see, because everybody else in the sport, to your point, the quarterbacks in the playoffs here, to your point, that aren't playing with like protective training wheels on them, like how Jalen Hurts plays within that offense, but actually have to play the full quarterback position and do all of the things required of the quarterback position, set protections, under center, go through reads, turn your back to the defense, come back around. And like, it's a thing where he has to play by a different set of rules than we're going to hold these other QBs. And the turnover thing, where now suddenly whatever you do productivity wise from the quarterback position becomes null and void if you have turnovers. Like only an interception or only a turnover becomes we just use the one gross statistic in order to determine quarterback effectiveness. Time and time again, I come back to that same thing, Jordan, where I say it and I hammer it to where if you're running to simplicity in football, it's leading you astray. And as we look at this very thing we're talking about here, they're just having the turnover thing carry the whole weight of the world on their determination of Sam Darnold. And like I say, in all things with football, whenever you see a fan, a pundit, an analyst, a person sitting across from you who's trying to argue something to a simplified point in this sport, they are wrong. It is very, 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 very rare that anything is just so simple as being defined down to one particular thing. A whole quarterback's play, all 17 games, all of those passes, it's all down to his interceptions and turnovers. It's not an ultimate determinant. It's a point of data to be included with a lot of different points of data. And then you make a full assessment, a full determination, not a half, not a quarter, a full determination about what's going on. But I'm glad Rich is on that point with it. I wish more people would be. It becomes the only kind of refuge that they have to hammer Sam on. And again, they have to add in the fumble stuff on top of it in order to make it work because the interceptions don't make the argument work. And now this is where we get to how goalposts keep getting moved in this discussion and in this debate and why it's so fruitless to try to pin these folks down because they're starting out from the conclusion. They're starting out from the same conclusion that they landed at with Sam Darnold in the very moment that Rams playoff game ended last year. I don't like him. I wouldn't want him as my quarterback. I don't trust him. That's it. I'm not taking any more data into account. End of story. And that's where they arrived and that's where they've stayed. But as we've seen with Sam this year, those folks are going to get themselves surprised as we go into the future here because that's not who he is. And just because it gets said by a lot of people, don't make it fact. A lot of people say a lot of things. Doesn't make it true. You got to prove your case more than having a sea of voices that say it. OEL. Thank you for the $5 donation, OEL. How about promoting in-house for OC if Kubiak leaves? Who is the passing game coordinator for the Seahawks? Jake Peets would be your passing coordinator. Jake Peets has been around a long period of time. He's been an offensive coordinator before. I don't think he's been a professional offensive coordinator. I'm double checking the history here. Yeah. Jake Peets is a guy that was a guy being talked about last time they were up for an OC position, OEL, that he was a guy being looked at as maybe a guy that they would hire internally in-house, elevate to the offensive coordinator position. They didn't end up going that route, of course. So I would say that if they didn't go that route once, I would be probably pretty surprised if they decided to go that route once again. You got Janoko on the roster as well, the quarterback's coach, that could be a guy that they look internally wise to elevate. It's a possibility. I wouldn't disclude that, OEL. I would say from my personal standpoint on this, as far as where I would feel with this, is I would not want to do that, because when you've gone to offensive coordinators that have been fairly unproven in the past, Bevel, Waldron, Grubb, this has not been a point of success for your Seahawks organization recently. And big thing I'm talking about with John Schneider is, learn your lessons and learn where you've gone wrong, especially when you've gone wrong multiple times over choosing the same path. And this would be one of those points that I'd say that internally hiring somebody within, number one, you made this mistake prior with all of those defensive coordinators prior to this, because this is the thing with this OEL is that you're going, I want to bring in the best and the brightest offensive coordinator I can go land. I want to get the guy that's a genius. I want a guy to get the most upside I possibly can get. And that exists in your building. You got a countrywide of offensive coordinators, a countrywide of guys that have been offensive coordinators in the sport who've had success. And the best and brightest guy is in your own house. So to relate this to you, let's look at the defensive coordinator search with Coach Carroll. He loses Dan Quinn. Does he look around the landscape? Does he look to go find the best defensive coordinator? Does he look to get the most highly qualified guy so I can get this hire right? Goes for Chris Richard. Okay. Chris Richard doesn't work. Does Carroll learn from his lesson on that? Does he look across the landscape and try to find somebody outside the box, somebody that challenges ideas? Ken Norton. Ken Norton doesn't work. You let him go. Do you go out around the landscape? Do you go find the brightest and best candidate? Do you get the guy that's going to test your ideas? Do you go and dial through the many candidates to find the best, absolute positively best one? No. You hire Clint Hurts from in-house. So I'd say number one, untested offensive coordinators have not done well here recently, and we don't want to make that same mistake again. Number two, we've tried to hire in-house here recently, and that hasn't worked out particularly too well. So I probably don't want to do it from that standpoint. And number three, it's really the most important part. I want the best candidate. And I don't think you get the best candidate by simply arriving on, well, this guy will be the best candidate. I did this a little bit with Clint Kubiak last year, but that was because he was by far and away the most qualified. That's not going to be the scenario this year where we've got a Clint Kubiak-like guy out there in the market that's just, boy, that's an easy find right there. It's going to be more to those parameters of, I want an offensive coordinator who's done it before OEL. I want an offensive coordinator who's done it before and has had success in the NFL. Those are two prerequisites that I want to have. And the reason being is I've got a Super Bowl made ready roster. I got a Super Bowl ready made offense. I cannot have going into next year, the Seattle Seahawks have their hopes sunk of being a contender because they've got an offensive coordinator who's learning the ropes, the ins and outs, who's taking his lumps. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of vinegar, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of vinegar. That's not what I would want for where this team's at right now. We're ready to go. We're going to be a oiled machine. We need somebody in here who can hit the ground running and can get this thing up to speed and cooking fast if we've got to do so. So you will find me heavily pressing back against the potential of in-house hires or going for some wonder kid who's never called plays before. I don't want to do that. We just had the greatest success here with Kubiak. He goes and gets hired as a head coach. That's the greatest offensive coordinator hire that you've had here, maybe in about your history, to get that guy that turned around that fast to going and getting a head coaching job. So likewise on those other things I'm talking about, which were the failure paths, where when you went down this path, it failed. When you went down that path, it failed. Likewise, this other pathway that I'm advocating for is the very pathway that took you to Clint Kubiak and had you hire the best possible candidate. It's a good question. It's worth asking, and it's certainly something when it comes to Pete's that they'll probably consider a little bit, but I think that would be the wrong way to go. Rob, thank you for the $5 donation. Rob, he says, why can't John hit an outlier? Go Hawks. You might have to elaborate on what you mean in the comment section on that. Go Hawks, though, Rob. And it's a potential you can hit on an outlier. I think that outliers are anomalies, though, and they're hard to hit. And because they tend to be the outside the rule of thumb kind of situations, and being able to hit on those kind of those kind of guys, whether it be a signing or whether it be a draft or however you look to do it, or whatever you want to kind of apply the outlier towards. I always say anomalies are never things you want to count on. You want to be looking at exceptions to the rules. You want to be more probably living within the rules into finding success, because you can try to get a little too creative, a little too far outside the box at times when you do that. And, that's for me, for instance, when you get to a Malik McDowell, for instance, and why that pick went wrong and why that was not the right pick, even beyond him having a ATV ricochet off of his forehead. That was a pick knowing in that John knew was a risk and one that he should have avoided, and he should have stuck to the rule of thumb on, and he chose outlier instead, and that got his butt burned. I think D. Eskridge was an outlier kind of pick, and a guy that had no business going where he went in the draft, but you got yourself talked into the Tyreek Hill factor of that part of his game that you thought existed inside of him, and you started going for upside, and you started thinking you're going to be able to go outside kind of the outlier of approach that you had applied to other receivers. When you drafted a Tyler Lockett in the second round, when you drafted a Paul Richardson in the second round, those were guys with a little bit more, know what you're kind of getting there, a little more solidity there, less of the shooting for some hopeful upside there and more grabbing on to knowing the floor of what you're getting there with it. But that's always the draft too, Rob, where that's the great balancing act in the draft. Do you go for ceiling? Do you go for floor? Is it better to get caught up on the proverbial high ceiling or to take more of the high floor guy? Certainly that's going to be a big debatable point in this draft with so many high floor guys that are also missing a very much ceiling. We've got Sam Darnold's grandpa in the house, Dick Hammer. Dick Hammer has become a member of the channel. Thank you for that, Dick. I really appreciate it. And congratulations on being the former Marlboro man. Members of the channel, as I said earlier on this, we'll be doing a call-in show tomorrow. So 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Go look at your community post. That's where I post the membership benefits at. And we'll be doing a call-in show at 5 o'clock. So if you want to call in, chop it up with yours truly, talk this Hawks, talk this playoffs, talk whatever you want. The floor will be yours. But thank you, Dick. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. And thank you for becoming a member. B3N614, thank you for the $10 donation. I'm an aborist, and I want to LYK that you always help keep me entertained. I want to, I gotta look up what an aborist is. I don't know what that is. You have me intrigued. Oh, okay. A tree arborist. Ah, like you work on trees and stuff. Okay. I should have probably known that, B3. I'm a arborist. I want to like that you always help keep me entertained and well-informed every day at work, so thank you. I was at Levi last Saturday with my girlfriend, her first football game too. Go Hawks. I love that, man. It's how I consume, of course, working on even stuff on the channel here. I'm always listening to podcasts in the background, and I love the thought of it. I picture you guys doing your jobs when you talk about that, and I'm just in the background chatting away as I often do, and you guys just listening in. It's just good background stuff and keeps you motoring through your days. I can think of no better way to be able to know people are being entertained by me and me helping you get through your work day. Because work can be grindy, work can be tough, and anything you got in your back pocket to help you kind of get on through and make the day a little bit easier is nicer. So it's my pleasure to do what I get to do, B3. I really appreciate you tuning in, watching, and of course as well, your big time support there. That's huge. And I love what I get to do, man. This is a year where I really feel like after 6 years of doing this, we've had some really good years in doing this. No doubt about that. But I feel like we've kind of hit our rhythm fully here now. We're in kind of our sweet spot from a channel basis. We know what we're trying to do, where we're trying to go, how we're trying to get there. You guys have been a lockstep with me in understanding that through this process. And it's been very cool. Very, very cool. Go Hawks, though, and well done last week in Levi. Well done on your part as well, B3, to brave your way in there to Levi. Those fans will be fighting themselves in there sometimes. That's one that's like got a little bit of the old like Oakland Raider kind of vibe to that stadium at times, and how things get a little bit dicey and like feisty, and just people are ready to get into fights out there sometimes. So hopefully they were not too unkind to you and the girlfriend, but she got to witness a hell of a game, hell of a defensive performance. And hopefully you're having a good day out there at work. And thank you for your support, man. I love what I do, bro. I have the greatest job in the world to be able to just talk football all day long. There's nothing better, man. Go Hawks. OEL. Thank you for another $5 donation. OEL, you've been the man today. Appreciate all of your dono. Good point about the in-house OC explanation. So I nominate you to be the future offensive coordinator. I would make the exception for me on this, OEL, to your point. There are always exceptions to the rules. And I would throw out my need for a time-tested, proven offensive coordinator if they were to hire me. I would take the job with this stacked offense. You kidding me? I ain't turning down that job. I got an offensive line on point. I got my receiver. Got my running back. I'm good. I'm good to go. I'll get 25 out of this offense, OEL. But yeah, I think that you want to learn organizationally. And that's one place I think you had mentioned above. It might have been you or someone else there on the donos above that was mentioned about John, learning his lessons and building upon those learned lessons. And this is one of those places that just stands out to me as a kind of shining example of you went down this route here, you went down that route there, you've been bitten on the butt doing this. So stop doing that. And it's that whole back to the definition of insanity being you try something, it fails. You try it again, it fails. You try it the same way, it fails. You try it again, the same way, it fails. And the definition of insanity is you just keep trying that because you're sure that at some point or other it's got to work. Even when the data is telling you that doesn't really work to go that way. And I think that OEL, if we had been in a place where this was more about where like Mike landed on when he first walked in the door and you're just starting things out and you don't know what you have in Mike quite yet. And they go for a guy like Grubb, which was a kind of a shoot for the high side moon kind of guy. A guy didn't have as much of a floor in what you know you're getting, but you're going for the high side of what he could bring as a top end guy. That was understandable for that time, for where that team was at. You weren't as raring and ready to go. But next year, being raring and ready to go and being a team that's going to be looked at as one of those Super Bowl contenders as we walk into the start of the year, you want to limit the places where you've got to have guys learning along and trying to figure things out. If you fail, you want it to be fail from a tactical standpoint or maybe an injury standpoint or something like that, but not from we hired too young of a coach who just wasn't ready to be standing up with the big boys. He's just putting on his big boy pants here for the first time. And that's absolutely would be something I'd look to avoid if I possibly could there. But thank you, OEL. You're very kind. I appreciate all of your support. Mumbles! Thank you for the donation. Go Mumbles. You're awesome as ever, bro. Mumbles been dropping some big old donies on me here lately. He says, everybody's got confirmation bias with Sam. Jesse's going to be like, oh, it's just the D. That's why Seattle won that game. He'll be like that until he does the Super Bowl three-peat. Still not convinced that'd be enough for him. I mean, you guys are capturing the frustration fully. I can't even really add a lot on top of what you're saying with this. Because that's been maybe my pickle with this is that in Jesse or in Jake or in Mike or a lot of the people that I have discussions with on this with Sam, I'm talking a lot of people that have smart football minds. I'm talking a lot of people that I feel like in my heart of hearts, like kind of know better than to get caught up in this sort of shallowish outlook of Sam in the view. And it's part of what just made it frustrating for me is that I know these folks don't look at the game in this manner in a way, but they just happen to kind of specifically look at the game in the manner in the way for him. And that just doesn't, on top of not being fair to Sam, it also is just not accurate to the situation at hand and what's going on. And I can't quite say that I've seen quite a situation like the Sam thing play out. I mean, Gino was certainly almost to even a same degree, but even maybe a little bit minor, but the same kind of thing at play. And maybe part of this is just that people aren't catching up quite up to the fact of the modern NFL where we're finding quarterbacks that can fail at the first stop and find success elsewhere. And that this is happening in a multitude of different areas and has happened in a multitude of different areas this year alone. And I've said that I think a part of this has to do with the evolution of the sport itself, being that the game is going back now to a traditional model offensively, at least from the standpoint of under center, footwork, progression reading. The difficulty in playing defenses is so substantially harder today than it was in 2015. Let me say this again. The difficulty in playing defenses schematically now is night and day difference as far as difficulty from playing defenses in 2015. I could count on two fingers the number of defenses that spun their coverage to a great degree in 2015. Now every single team in the NFL is spinning coverages pre to post snap. There are very few that are staying stagnant in that way. And you got to think about how hard that is, and that makes it to quarterbacks who a lot of the success they're having in the 2010s was built upon the fact that they could really, really simply break down defenses prior to the snap and what they were seeing, and then be able to go post-snap and execution off the back of that pre-snap read. Now, I have to take the pre-snap read and throw it out the window post-snap almost every single time. And if you don't think that doesn't make playing the quarterback position tremendously tough, you're kidding yourself. If you don't think that doesn't make a quarterback need to have more time to better read those defenses, which are getting more complex and difficult to read prior to the snap, you're kidding yourself. It does. It absolutely does. But that's where I think, and I've said this, I think that's where there's a little bit of this thinking still that people are still living in 2015. They're still living in the era that we just walked out of with Tom Brady and Mahomes, and that's the standard, and you got to have that, and that's the necessity here for ultimate success. And that's where I say, no, that's what it was 10 years ago, but we're 10 years ahead now. Games moved along in a major way now. And we've had a defensive transition and now an offensive transition for the defensive transition. And it makes it harder necessarily to just go back to the quarterbacks now and have them be the superheroes. It's very tough for them to pull that off. And when you look at this year and why is there a 12 touchdown passing difference between a Stafford and a Goff, for instance? You know, why is the standard of interceptions rising up this year where it's kind of the medium for guys that started 17 games and let about 11 to 14 interceptions is about where you're going to be. They're a little bit higher this year. More interceptions, more turnovers, because the position has gotten substantially harder to play in the last 10 years. It had gotten easier to play, so it had slid the other way with the spread concepts coming out of college and all that, and the number of throws that you were getting with bubble screens and little just tosses out into space. It had gotten easier for a long period of time, but once defenses decide to start ratcheting up some of their creativity, some of their complexity, with that came the offense is struggling and the quarterback struggling within it. Yeah, confirmation bias is a real thing, Mumbles, and we're all victim to it, but you got to be aware you're victim to it, and then how are you fighting up against it? You know, that's where I would even offer to me with Sam and trying to give some of those negative Nancy's towards Sam a little bit of room back the other way and saying, okay, I'll give you some credit to the turnovers can come up in bunches with him. But that then doesn't mean there's inherently something defunct in him mentally that's causing that. That doesn't mean that he's shrinking in some big moments. That just is what it is in itself. It's not an emblematic thing of him falling apart when you need him most. And that's where we start to get playing the overstate game, where something is a little bit of a fact and then you got to bring it up into something more and blow it up into something bigger than it actually really is. Mumbles, hey B, how do you see the AFC wild card working out? I see this being a little bit more. Oh, it's a tough one. I think it fits a little bit more to. I think it fits a little bit more overall to there just being one upset in either conference in the wild card round. So I think the Buffalo Bills take down the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think the Jaguars have been a really great story, and I think that they have a hell of a team, and I think it's going to be a high scoring game. And, you know, I think that they're going to go back and forth a little bit in that one, but I think Josh and his experience and having been around the block before in this kind of moment, and Trevor kind of going out there and he's got a little bit of playoff experience, but I think I'm going to give Buffalo the matchup of a nod here. Just, I got a feeling on that one as much as anything else. I can't speak to, like, if you just try to break it down schematically on this one and where Jacksonville's at and the defense that they're drawing out there and the defense Buffalo's trotting out there and where the health is of the Buffalo defense, Jacksonville would seemingly have the nod on this one. But and it's not even an upset. Buffalo's actually, no, -1.5. Yeah. So Buffalo's actually favored in this by a game, by 1.5. So it does seem like Vegas is kind of saying, maybe just because the money's been on Buffalo and that's moving the line a little bit. I do think that New England ends up taking down the Los Angeles Chargers. This ends up becoming a thing where it's just about Chargers and where that offensive line's at from a depth standpoint, injuries that they've sustained. It's been kind of what it is for them over there on that. You know, you lost Rashawn Slater. You got Joe Alt on IR right now. Those were two of the more important pieces for that team for the long term of the season. Yeah, Mike Vrabel is going to give that Charger offensive line, a long day at the office, having to deal with that. And then that being on the road at the same time, tough. Houston, I think, does edge out Pittsburgh. I think the 3-point line is about right on that one, 24-21, that kind of game. I got New England probably winning somewhat comfortably, 27-21. And then I would have Buffalo and Jacksonville be I think that'll be like a 34-33 kind of game or something, They go and get a field goal at the end as Buffalo or something, and they pull it out through that. So I guess I got no upsets in the AFC, and I only really have the Green Bay Packers upsetting the Bears in the NFC. Seth K. Aloha. I got to apologize to John Harbaugh. I was down on him last year, but he's proved me wrong in a big way. He's killed it, and we have the number one special teams. I went John Harbaugh, Jay Harbaugh. You could see, you go Jay Harbaugh, Seth, and it could be 4 different Jay Harbaughs. Hey, I've been hard on him as well. And I think we were rightfully hard on him last year, where there was a lot of reason to believe that a little bit, especially because he'd not been an NFL special teams coordinator before. But he's taken last year and he has turned everything around within it. This unit has been so well coached. They've got such cool little things they do that's beyond just guys going out there and making plays. Harbaugh's doing things structurally to make this stuff happen. It could be a kick return where he gets the double point right at the right point of the gap where they're trying to land it to spring out the return. It's the game last night or a couple days ago where that punt return by Horton, where you have the 49ers kick it to one side of the field deep, and Horton goes to that side of the field, but then right from catching the ball, you see him reversing the field, and they have the blockers out front. Instead of the blockers being already on their man, and then they've got to do that move where they're blocking, and then they release their hands because he's going past. You see the blockers getting out in front of him like lead blockers, meaning that they had set the whole play up from the jump to reverse field there. So he's not just like, well, I got Horton, return it to Horton, just go get it. Like he's setting stuff up for Horton to try to, spring these big returns. Horton got a big return on the play. You blocked it up beautifully. He's been fantastic. Harbaugh's been absolutely the best special teams coach in the sport this year. Love what he brought to the table. And just on all the way down the line too. You're not getting kicks really blending at one block, maybe. Your punting has been sensational with Dixon. Your coverage on that's been sensational. How you return the ball has been great. They've earned that number one special teams spot, and love what he's brought to the table, man. I was wrong about him too. Well done, Jay. Tip of the cap, man. Big tip of the cap. Tip of the cap to you too, Seth. Thank you for that. Don't know. M. Jordan, thank you for 3 months as a Hawks Nest member. Do I take out a loan to attend playoff games? I mean, I don't know. It just sort of depends on how important it could be potentially to have an opportunity to watch and see in person a Super Bowl team as they're at the height of their powers in a given year. So it's a lot. It's a tasty price, to go and get to see a playoff game. There's no denying that. It is not cheap an experience to go out there and do that. And so it all depends on where your budget's at. You know what I mean? It all is on that. But I'll tell you this is going to be an insane environment, folks. If you weren't, around here as much for the last time we had the number one seed and home field advantage to the playoffs, or you just kind of generally remember it, I'm telling you guys, it's just a different nature of how that stadium feels. For instance, right now, go watch the Carolina Panther game in 2005. Go watch that game where you're in, I think it's the conference championship, and the level of intensity you feel in that game. The fans, I mean, just the stadium and the energy in the stadium is palpable. You can feel it. It's like it's just resonating on down to the field itself. And I'm not just talking the noise, but just the energy itself in the building. Fans recognize, they sense that urgency. They sense this, one or done, do or die kind of feeling in those kind of games. Certainly you could feel it if you went to the Mariners Stadium in the playoffs this last year. It was there. I went to the playoffs a couple years ago in Mariners Stadium. Those fans get it. They sense it. And it's just part of I think it's part of a Seattle thing. It's part of a West Coast thing that you go in that stadium, you just know. So that's another factor to it, is don't undersell that environment's going to be second to none, and maybe make it worth it. But again, you gotta be careful with your budget there, Jordan. You know what I mean? Got to pull out the loan. I mean, that's tough, especially with these interest rates right now. Sean McLeodart, thank you for the $2 donation. Sean, I'm more concerned about losing Benton with Kubiak. Yep, it's a 1-2 package. You lose one, you're going to lose the other. No two ways about it. One goes, the other goes with him. And it's going to be concerning for me too as well, because as problematic as it's been finding a good offensive coordinator, it has been equally problematic, and maybe even more problematic in finding a good offensive line coach. I mean, you could go back maybe over 10 years on this one of having a legitimately really good offensive line coach. And you've got these guys performing really well. And I think you're going to struggle to probably find as good an offensive line coach replacement in Benton if Kubiak leaves. I think it's a valid concern. I'll be right back. There's only, you can make an argument, Sean, there may be actually more quality offensive coordinators in this sport than there are quality offensive line coaches. You very much could, which kind of sucks, but it is a bit of the reality of the situation. Seth, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate all of your donations today, Seth. Very kind. Says, I think in the modern NFL, we're finding that you don't need to fully lean so much on your quarterback being the guy to depend on. It's about the team and good coaching now, I feel like. Look at Hurts and Purdy. They're great. Those are great examples. And Seth, you're picking up what I'm putting down, and it certainly is the argument that I've been trying to make. It's not that the quarterback position has always been here, and I'm asking people to just realize it now. I think that this is a model of quarterback play and a model of team success behind this quarterback play that is timeless, that I can find in any decade of football, multiple examples of Super Bowl winners taking this very approach. But beyond it just being a timeless strat, I think it's also one that's where the sport has moved to, specifically on the back of two major things that have occurred. Number one, the cover two shell proliferation. And with the cover two shell proliferation, the spinning of coverages pre to post snap, which has now become a issue model. I think that first thing is a huge thing in upending offenses. It not only took away the deep ball from a lot of offenses as a read, but it took away the simplified outlook of quarterbacks in order to have a nice, easy read prior to the snap and then go out there and execute it post snap, no problemo. I don't have to go through multiple reads. First read I go to is going to be open because I could determine it before the snap. The second thing that's occurred just on the heels of the first thing is the 12 personnel and 13 personnel, which is becoming much more standardized across the sport, team by team. Rams living in 13 personnel, us living in 12 personnel. This is the new standard now a little bit. So what that means, when you go to the two tight end looks, you're going to have those tight ends on the line of scrimmage. When you have those tight ends on the line of scrimmage, you have multiple tight ends on the line of scrimmage, you're probably not going to rely on shotgun with two tight ends on the line of scrimmage. So now we're back under center. Now we're back to the play action game and the running game back at the center point. And now we're away from pass the ball 70% of the time back to now run pass should be about a little bit more 50-50 and how we want to run it. So it's the transition of the game to where we land right now, on top of it being a timeless approach through any decade you want to go through. You mentioned these two guys in Hurts and Purdy, and those are good. Those are great examples. They are. But it's one where you can find more beyond that. You can find an example here in Seattle 10 years ago, Russell Wilson. It's a top 10 quarterback. You know, an offense that wasn't necessarily going to be hyper explosive. It was going to get the job done. It was going to run the ball. It was going to control the clock. It was going to protect his defense. You're going to play great special teams. This can work. And I think that it's what's slanted here, Seth, and what's made it hard for people to recognize this. The timeless aspect should allow people to recognize it on its own, but I get that it doesn't a little bit because we've had some real outliers to this, and the outliers being the Mahomes and the Brady, where it becomes these guys that come along that are so sensational in how they play the quarterback position and so much look like superhero kind of quarterbacks that they kind of slant a lot of people in their eye to look at it a certain way than it should be looked at. And that's where it's like, it's hard. It's not easy to necessarily see this clarity for what it is right now. But to me, this is where the sport's going. And when you look at it, not only where it's going, but where it's heading in the future, and that you can anticipate that a little bit, then I think it's on the team that can get less preoccupied with finding the star guy and more of those teams that look to find the market opportunity at the quarterback position, which will be the teams that are rewarded. So likewise on this, and I hammered Mike on this last night on the roundtable, and I can't believe Arizona Cardinal fans are doing this. And it's like, are you guys never going to learn? You talk about an organization and a fandom with it, quite frankly, that's going to pat their organization on the back when they do this stupid crap. You think a quarterback's solving your problems? You think your problem has been quarterback? Is that why you fired your coach just now? But what do bad organizations do, Seth? They keep making the same bad mistake over and over again. One quarterback after another. Rosen, Kyler, Fernandez. Because they want the quarterback to save them. Come down from the clouds, Mendoza. Save us. Clean up everything that is wrong. Fix our cheap-ass ways. Fix our bad ownership. Fix our broken drafting process. Fix our horrible offensive line. Fix it. Fix it all. Oh, Mendoza, be the great savior you can be, please. What an asinine way to run an organization. And they're going to have the gall, the sheer audacity 2 years from now when they take this broken approach. They're going to have the audacity to come back and be like, well, I mean, anybody would have done this in this moment. Not anybody. Not the forward-thinking organizations. But that's why you, Arizona, are Arizona, and why we, Seattle, are Seattle. You could be potentially great. You could find some answers, but you keep making the same mistakes. It's the very same modality that takes you to constantly drafting quarterbacks in the first round of drafts is the same modality that took you Arizona fans to putting Kyler Murray on a contract extension rather than pivoting off that thing like you should have at the time. You just keep doubling back down into bad mistakes. But I agree, Seth, you touch on it. It's about team and good coaching where we find the NFL right now. That is why Seattle's got 14 wins. That's why Vegas missed out with the 7.5 win total, and they totally missed the boat on us on this because Vegas is making some of the same problems and mistakes here. They're caught up in 2015, not in 2025. That's the problem. But you want to be ahead of it, and we're ahead of it right now, Seth. We absolutely are ahead of it. And I think it's one where everything you say within it is very, very sound. And that this is about building towards the team. And you need quarterback to be good. But this is why I get caught up on that top 10 range rather than saying, give me a top 15. No, I need more than a guy's top 15. I need more than a guy that's top 20. I need a guy that's going to sit there in that top range stage and be solidly up in that top 10. I need 11, 12, 13, and a top 10 and above guy. That's what I need. That's exactly precisely what I need with the rest of the team that we're building like right here. That's the formula. That's the blueprint. That's the model that has worked so many times over in NFL history over the last 10 years. I pointed to recent examples like the 2 Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl teams, like you got Purdy going to twice for the Niners there, or not twice, but going to the Super Bowl once there for them. Like you've got with Hurts going twice, like you got with the Peyton Manning, Bross Osweiler experience there. And that's in the 10-year period prior, by the way, that is in the point in time when the quarterbacks were at the height of their powers, where they're at the height of the superhero side of things, where they're at the height of we drive this successive force as hugely right now at this time of year, at this point of time in football than any other time in NFL history. And yet you still had examples of guys that didn't have to be that for your team to go get the chip. Well said, Seth. Santiago, 14 times. Thank you for the $10 donation, Santiago. Probably figured out by now, but I seen that the Raiders are open to talks about trades for Crosby. He will be in Seattle and absolutely will scare the shit out of the league. Joining the defense. Go Hawks. You would freak this league out if Crosby comes to Seattle. The round table would lose their stuff. Those guys I've mentioned, Crosby coming to Seattle a couple times, and you could just see them starting to like shrink in their chairs at the thought of that. And you put Crosby on this defense. Look out. It's lookout city. There's so many things that he would add, a difference maker off the edge that can get home quick for a team that tends to generate more of the slow burn pressure. A guy that's going to command double teams off the edge. And then Mike can now interconnect that with his stacked boxes and simulated pressures. And he can put you into situations now where you've got the double team going to max and he gets a free blitzer because you've gone to the double team to max. On top of the fact that with max, you're going to get that benefit, I think, of him going from a loser team to now having a chance to actually play for something. And then now you not only get the Max Crosby you got with the Raiders, but you get even a better version of that player. I mean, imagine a player, Max Crosby, that's not having to play 70 freaking snaps a game on the defense because they can't stop anything and the offense can't stay on the field. Now what happens when he starts to get that load brought down and he gets to be fresher out throughout the course of the year on top of actually playing for something? This is one, of course, Santiago, and following the channel here. I've been on this since the deadline. I think we came this close to the deadline to adding Crosby. That close. I think we were inches away from that going down. So I think that John's going to double back here. He's done this before with players, even high-profile players. Marshawn Lynch, he was trying for a long period of time before he was able to get Marshawn. Percy Harvin, he was trying to trade for him for a long period of time before he got Percy Harvin. So when John gets on it, when he falls in love with a player, he's going to continue to pursue them. And I do expect the Raiders to move Crosby this offseason. How can they not? Especially with how it ended this season. The key on this one's not going to be whether or not Seattle's interested. They'll be interested. The key's not going to be whether or not Seattle's not willing to come up and ante up. John's proven before that he's willing to ante up the cost for a big player like this. The key's going to be coming out, does the ante get too high? Reportedly, the Raiders might be looking for as high as 3 first-round picks. Is there a team out there that would be willing to throw those kind of first-round picks their way? Would a team like the Patriots with Vrabel? They got their quarterback. They got their quarterback on a rookie deal, coming off a 14-3 season. Could make some sense. Detroit Lions team make a run at that. Definitely kind of Dan Campbell kind of guy out there. You can see them. Philadelphia Eagles need some edge rushing help. That's a team that's shown that they've been willing to be aggressive in the past. So, I think he does get traded. Don't know if it's here, but I think we'll be one of the teams as hot to trot for his services as anybody else. We got draft capital. We got the financial means. We can do so, Santiago. Go Hawks, man. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. M. Jordan, thank you for another $5 donation, M. Jordan. Every superstar running back has that signature X factor. As someone not old enough to have watched Shaun Alexander play, what made him so special? It's a great question. I think that there was, I would go to 3 main things if I could here, Jordan. So first off, vision. Shaun Alexander worked in a man-on-man blocking scheme within Seattle, which was not a zone-based scheme. And what man-on-man blocking schemes will allow for is for those running backs who have grade A vision to be able to do whatever they kind of want with that. And so where a zone system might tell an outside zone runner, you've got to go to this gap, or this gap. Those are your 3 choices. When you're running in a free and open system like Shaun Alexander was, you can curl it all the way to the backside if you want to and go over there if that's where you see it fit to be. So Shaun, first and foremost, had an innate skill that the second that he got the handoff, some running backs are going to take the 3-4 steps to kind of measure what's going on and where the hole's at. Shaun could get the carry and really decipher very quickly where the cut needed to be made, where the devastating cut could be made. He was a little bit of the big run kind of guy at times, where it was like he'd get to the big run, but the in-between runs wouldn't always be the most consistent. But when you gave him a crease, when you gave him that crack, he could exploit it because of that fast-acting vision he had in play. And then he paired that with an ability to be much faster for a guy his size. So a guy that came in at 225, 230, where he played at, and that those guys wouldn't tend to have the kind of burst that he was able to bring to play. And so when you have a guy that size, that burst, that can just be naturally harder as that guy gets up to full speed to be able to tackle him. And he can become a better tackle breaker on that, where Shaun wasn't a real I'm going to juke you out of your shoes or bring a nice spin move or give you some real weighted stiff arm. But what he could do is with that speed, as it got up to speed through the hole there, you just kind of glance off of him because he felt a lot bigger when you came up to tackle him. He felt like a lot more of a guy to tackle size-wise as you approach up, as he was kind of up to full speed. If you could catch him before he got to full speed, if you get in the backfield, he was a guy that would die easily in those moments. He'd pick his spots for where he wanted to bust it out and take the big runs, but he would punish you if you over pursued. He'd punish you on the backside, especially if you over pursued. And that vision was as good as anybody in the sport at the time when he was running. The final factor that certainly has to be brought into play is kind of the X factor with him for why he got over 100 touchdowns. He ran harder than Marshawn Lynch when you got him inside the red zone. This is undeniable to me. I love Sean Alexander. He's a grade A back, but Sean Alexander between the 20s ran differently than how he ran inside the 20s. And when that man smelled the end zone, he was going to pillage, burn down the villages, take out all of the individual villagers. If he had to run over 11 guys, he would run over 11 guys. I am not overstating this, Jordan, when I tell you that he ran harder than Marshawn Lynch when he got inside the red zone. It was wild to watch. And it had many of us fans at the time going, why can't he run like that all the time? Why does he pick to do that there? Why is he picking there? It was wild. There are some, you go back and watch Sean Alexander highlights, you will see some just amazing, spectacular runs, fighting through 3 tacklers, refusing to go down, driving forward. It was amazing to watch. He had a nose for the end zone too, and the vision down there helped him as well to find those little cracks where everything gets very tight down in that stretch of things. But it was really those things that brought it together. I think vision would be maybe the one, if I had to pull one X factor, I'd say it's the vision. But can't undersell as well that the guy at that size, that burst of speed that he had, good long speed too for that size, was kind of unusual for that general package of player that you'd get. If a guy's a little into that real 225-ish range, probably going to have a little bit of some speed limitations to him and some quickness limitations to him. But Sean had kind of a legit burst for his size, and that burst with that vision, man, made him tough to deal with. Tough to deal with. OEL, thank you for the $2 donation. John Schneider can't entice Benton to stay for a bag of money. I mean, he could possibly. I would love to be able. This is an approach that's been mentioned to a couple other folks on this, and I'm with it, OEL. I mean, if you come down to Kubiak and it's like, look, I've got a job offer. They're going to pay me this amount of money on this kind of contract. You go, well, we'll pay you this contract. Then we'll match the money. I feel the same thing about Benton. Like, why not throw this guy a lot of money to, hey, we'll pay you more than anybody else to be our offensive line coach. We value what you bring to that great of a degree. We know you're legitimate. I think that it's going to, we just don't see teams do this very much, unfortunately, OEL. I think it's still smart to do it. But if you look at how this plays out by general rule of thumb, if you have an offensive coordinator like Kubiak that's had Benton travel with him from stop to stop, there's a little bit of a loyalty factor that comes into play on this. And the loyalty factor would tend to have him carry with Kubiak to the next job. But that doesn't prevent you from making that offer and saying, "Oh, you want to go there? You'll be paid $500,000 to be an offensive line coach there. We'll pay you $2 million a year here. How about that? Would that be enough to kind of bring him in? I mean, I would be open to it. Like I said, it's hard to find offensive line coaches, man. They do not grow on trees, the good ones, especially this day and age. Ooh, Nelly. Even more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. You think the Raiders pull a Khalil Mack on us? It's a little bit different of a deal from Khalil Mack. But yeah, I think that they try to make a trade with us for him. I think that with that one, you may get more returns back for Crosby than they got for Khalil Mack because the Bears had to pay Khalil Mack on the reverse of that. And I think with Crosby, there very well may be a situation where you're able to trade for Crosby and then he doesn't get to sign a new contract extension. And this is maybe partly why the Raiders are saying that they're going to ask for 3 first-round picks out the gate. They know they can get 2. They want to get more. And they will get probably more than 2 first-round picks. Don't know if they'll get 3, but they definitely will probably get more than 2. So, yeah, they're going to try to move him and get some returns back for him. They didn't do anything with the trade capital back for the Khalil Mack trade. I think Josh Jacobs was the best return they had on that one. But yeah, they're going to try to maximize this haul out. Don't know if they're going to be able to do so as much as they could have done at the trade deadline, quite frankly, on this one. But they're going to get a good little sizable haul back in return for him, I would estimate. That's for sure. Maze Guru, Hawks Nest. I said a few weeks ago that I thought the Rams were going to slaughter us. I want to say sorry. I'm happy I was wrong. Hey, man, nobody gets it all right all the time. You know, we all got our stuff we're going to get wrong. So it's all good, man. They're a good team. They're going to be a tough take in this playoffs. They need to do something with the dark side defensive name. Star Wars is the most obvious pop culture reference that comes to mind. It's true. See if there's something more creative that comes along or if this is what sticks. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Thanks for watching. Please hit that like button today, folks, if you get a chance. Helps out the channel, helps me grow, helps me show. Brian says, all I want from Sam is to look off his receivers going through his reads. That's an element missing from his game that has cost him a few times. Definitely can get a little bit laser locked in on his on the first read at times there, especially with JSN. He's like, he'll open at some point here. Let me just keep watching it. He's going to come open here soon. Nope. Trust me. It's coming. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. A little bit of that. Curse Wheel versus the Bucks got us. It did. Curse Wheel can be nutty. Sam can dunk on the goalpost like JSN. That'd be awesome to see him do that in a game. TJ Dog says, get Shaheed the Percy Harvin experience. Jet sweep. I could go for some jet sweeps. Dogzilla Arroyo's been activated. Interesting. Really felt like they were going to like a lot of what they've had here with Oots going and the two tight ends kind of rolling through this year, and that they just kind of, with Arroyo having a little bit of an up and down year, that they would have just been like, well, we'll just get him into next year and call it a day on this one. But very interesting. SG says AJ Brown's the modern day Terrell Owens. It's kind of act. He's trying to seemingly try to take that place of it. And like Terrell did before him, you know, Terrell basically had a Super Bowl roster and a locker room that he destroyed because of his own greed and his own want as an ego. And this prevented Terrell from getting into the Hall of Fame as fast because he frankly did it at two different organizations. Did it with the Niners, where intimating a little bit about his starting quarterback and causing problems with that there with what was going on there. And then with the Eagles, just creating a complete kerfuffle that did need to be created. And yeah, I think AJ's definitely trying to serve in that role. And I just don't know what leg you think you have to stand on other than that there's no such thing as bad press, because you come off looking so selfish after you just came off a Super Bowl win. And you come off so selfish, especially after your team has done a really good job of utilizing you since they brought you in here. Like he's acting like he's been given the short end of the shiv or something here in his time in Philadelphia. And I don't get it. The guy's been there for 4 years, got 1,500 yards, 1,415 yards, and 1,000 yards receiving the past 2 years. Like what is the problem? I told you last week that second spin on the curse wheel don't count, Maze. You get one spin, Brandon. One. Brian says Diva seems to be an endemic among wide receivers. AJ, Pickens, DK, pretty long list. That's why I appreciate our wide receiver room. We got no pretty boys in the wide receiver room. Yeah, there is a good list of them. I think there's also a good list, Brian, of guys that do the right thing. And then, I mean, take a Mike Evans, for instance. That guy's been nothing but a great pro his whole career, a great receiver. Just stacks up the 1,000-yard seasons, does his job. Don't hear any problems from him. Don't hear any issues from him. You know, Terry McLaurin with Washington and all those years there that he had to deal with, you know, bad quarterback play and all that was happening there. So there are guys out there that don't always operate from this standpoint, but you're right. It's an endemic. It's an issue. And these guys like to lean into it a little bit. And I'll tell you this, I'll avoid them right now like the plague. I don't care how good you are. I've seen too many Antonio Browns come down the line. I've seen too many guys who I can't trust mentality-wise are going to be locked in the right way that they need to be. Somebody else can have them. What are the odds on the Eagles-Niners game? What do y'all got? I mean, the Niners pull it off. Boy, you guys are confident. I don't just... Niners are so weakened right now, and they lost another inside linebacker. I just think it's just about 10 too many injuries. Philly's only 4.5 point, which is kind of interesting. They're only at 4.5 points, but I still give Philly the nod on this one. I just think they're going to be rested up. They're playing home. Niners had a tough physical game last week. It's not going to bode well for them for this game, I don't think. Noob, if we get an OC, does he take his staff with him? Yes, he does. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. And yeah, I've got my picks on this playoffs. I'm going to take the Rams. I'll take Green Bay, Buffalo, Philadelphia, New England, and Houston. So I technically only have one upset. Buffalo's kind of an upset to me, though. Yeah, Packers win. We get them next. We get the lowest seeded team that wins in the next round, as it should be. As is makes sense in the world. Jordan says, I still don't think Kubiak gets a job. You have to remember Seattle's on a bye, so there aren't many of the current playoff teams that can allow interviews. It's true. It's a possibility he doesn't. I would say, Jordan, that, you look at a Gannon experience and him getting hired with the Cardinals, and I think that Kubiak's kind of in a similar place. In fact, I think Kubiak's probably done more than Gannon did to get the job. And that's where I get a little nervous about this, looking at this from a historical perspective. So you're not wrong. It gets harder the longer you go in the playoffs with guys. But if a team kind of loves Kubiak and they falls in love with him, we fell in love with McDonald. We were willing to wait on McDonald. It's not necessarily a death knell in itself. And he's got, right now, what we're hearing, up to 5 teams he's going to interview with by phone. You get to 5 and you just start going, man, it's a numbers game at one point or another. And it just takes one of those teams to fall in love with him. And he's going to carry some more weight with him too, because it's not just a guy named Clint Smith. It's a guy named Clint Kubiak. And whether it's right or not, the Gary Kubiak name behind him will carry some weight. It just will. C says, I think it's lame. There's no contracts play callers have to abide to. It sucks, man. It does suck a little bit. But it's a tough one, because if you made them all abide to the contracts, you probably would never have very many head coaching opportunities for those guys, because then they'd have to have their contract come up at the very same time a head coaching job would come up. And that's hard for that to be in alignment. Steven says, John Madden would call Zabel country strong. Wish I could do a John Madden. He's a hard one to nail down. Boy, Nicolas Cage, by the way, in that trailer. That's looking a little rough. Feed Me, thank you for almost 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. What I mean for the Max situation, the Raiders were offered more for him, but because they were a playoff team, they took the lower offer with the Bears. Okay, so you're saying that there's a playoff team that offered the Bears more draft capital? I hadn't heard that at the time. Interesting. That seems to be the case a little bit there. I can't think that they're going to make that move again. If we always go back to the stuff I say with this Feed Me, do you count on the outlier or do you count on the anomaly? Is it tending to be that a team is going to move a player and take into account that they're moving him to a playoff contender and that the success he could have with that playoff contender, and that they instead would like to trade him to kind of like Loserville and then get less draft capital back in return so that they can kind of stick it to the player, or that team can't benefit off the back of the trade? I think the Raiders we aren't looking back in retrospect in that Feed Me and going, well, the Raiders made the smart decision there by taking that approach. And again, back to what is the rule of thumb 99 times out of 100? The team that's going to trade the player is going to take the maximum back in draft returns that they can possibly get, as long as the player doesn't have a no trade demand thing or can control a little bit of where he goes. If it's simply in the team's hands to move him, they're going to get the most back in return that they can. And to the point on this, Feed Me, we were negotiating with that team at the trade deadline. So they were actively in negotiations with us. They're actively potentially willing to maybe move him to us. Pulled out the deal at the last minute saying, no, we're not going to do it. But that does show that there's an intention or willingness on their part to do business with us in regards to this situation. So Bears, Mike Mayock, John Gruden, they kind of played by their own set of rules down there. They were weird with that whole trade and how it all worked out. How they used the draft capital was not the best. But I doubt that would go down again like that. Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate you for that. B3, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Mob, Mike's offensive bullies. I like that. Bullies is right. We definitely play a bully ball with the physicality we use out there, man. That is 100%. I like it, man. A little snazzier over mission over BS kind of thing, right? Santiago, thank you for the $5 donation. Santiago, appreciate all your support today, man. If not Crosby, I still believe we tried to make a splash trade. Who else would you think we could try for in the offseason? Both sides of the ball. It's a really good question. And honestly, I have been kind of trying to sort of pick around here and see, because I agree with you. I think that there is a very high likelihood that we do kind of make a splash trade. Then I don't think John's going to like this draft a tremendous amount, especially with where he's going to be picking in the first round in the 20s. So I certainly think that this is the type of year where you could look and try to track down, sort of the bigger splash guy that you could locate out there. Who is that? I think that's where we come down to some problematic spots, because when it comes down to the defense, I think that you're specifically looking at the defense being one where you're going to try to, more likely than not, try to find a real dynamic edge. You're going to lose Boye Mafe. You got Uchenna Nwosu and DeMarcus Lawrence getting older. Derek Hall with one more year left on his deal. This would point at, to me, one where I would say maybe you're looking at an edge somewhere. Try to find a guy out there that would suit that footing. One guy I was kind of thinking about the other day. He still can't do it. They just signed him to a new deal, so he's out. It's hard. It's like Brian Burns guy. You'd maybe make a run with the Giants, but he's under contract. They just signed him to an extension. And I just don't really see a lot of guy. Maybe you could talk a Cam Jordan guy in, as a guy to come here from the Saints if you want to go play for a winner at the end. He still had 10.5 sacks this year, but that's not exactly the splash you're talking about. We're kind of devoid right now of really those edge rushers that would be difference makers that are going to be available on the market. And that's kind of the bottom line there. I mean, unless you could talk a Cleveland team into a Myles Garrett kind of trade, I'd certainly would see if there's any way that I could procure that. And I would jump on that with 2 feet if I could make a way to go there. But I think if it's not edge, I just have a hard time seeing where else it could be. You're not going to go for defensive tackle. You're not doing safety. Maybe corner. So O.J. McDuffie from the Kansas City Chiefs could be a guy, former University of Washington cornerback. Maybe you look to solidify that other outside cornerback position. So now you got a McDuffie, a Witherspoon, and an Eamon as your 3 stack at corner. That would be a way you could maybe look to go there. Maybe. But I think you're pretty set defensively outside of looking for edge. And the bottom line with edge is that there's just not a lot of edges that you go, he's available. Your great edges in this sport. Brian Burns under contract. Daniil Hunter's not going anywhere from Houston. Aiden Hutchinson's locked in with Detroit. Nick Benito's locked in with Denver. Parsons, of course, going nowhere. Josh Sweat's going nowhere. Anderson's going nowhere. Byron Young will be a free agent, but I don't know how excited he gets me to coming here. Montez Sweat, he's not going anywhere from Chicago. Chase Young put up 10 sacks this year, but I mean, do you really feel good about going after a guy like that? Does that feel like it moves the needle? Could end up being kind of, bottom line here on this is you could kind of end up being a little bit stuck, on this one, Santiago, where there's not a litany of a lot of really good names to reach out to there. And that you might have the intention to want to do it, but let's say a team blows the Raiders out of the water with an incredible offer for Crosby, like the Eagles. They offer 1 extra first-round pick, then you're willing to go. There's really not a fallback plan for the edge group that stands out that would be anywhere near close to the same kind of hit that you'd be able to land upon there. You can maybe make a run like a Will McDonald with the Jets or kind of find some guy like that, but you're not really Bradley Chubb maybe with the Dolphins. But again, you're talking splash, and I don't know if those are full splash as much as they're like, well, it's a helpful move. It makes your defense a little bit better off the edge. You didn't get the dynamic game changer, but you got a guy that's quality, functional. He'll get it done, Offensively speaking, I think the big splash I think you could make in free agency was if Linderbaum for the Ravens gets to free agency. That's a team turning some things over now and new coaching staff coming in, maybe new priorities, maybe a possibility that they look to move a Lamar and, variety of ways that they could go this offseason. Linderbaum at the center position could be really, 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 really interesting. Wide receiver would become the other wide receiver, or running back would be the other two spots that you could look as far as splash trade could go there if there was a receiver out there that was made available. I don't know if that receiver is going to be made available, though. Let me look at one thing here real quick. Garrett Wilson could maybe be a guy to look at with the Jets. His contract is fairly movable. They'd have to eat a little bit of bonus money, but only about $9 million of bonus money that the Jets would have to eat to move Garrett Wilson. And then he would come to Seattle with about a $20 million price tag for 20. He'd come with 26, a little bit more. It's more like 12 million, I guess, of dead money. But 2026, he would then cost you $7 million in 2026. It costs you like $20 million in 2027. So with Garrett, you could have him under a real feasible contract at that point. I'm talking about if Shaheed were to go and then where you stand with that. So maybe that's a splash trade you could make for a receiver right there. Would be a Shaheed. AJ Brown's obviously a guy we could talk about maybe being available. I don't think they'd move him to us, but you never know. Can't really see there being a lot of other splash guys there. And running back wise, if you lost to Walker, Devon Achane, Santiago's going in the last deal of his this year with Miami. Miami's right now walking into 2026 with negative $23.23 million of dead money on the books. So while you might think, well, they'll just sign Achane no matter what there, Miami might very well just look to move Achane when it's all said and done. Because as much as anything, because of their cap situation. So Devon Achane would be another guy that I would take a look at the running back position. I don't think that there's going to be anybody else made to be available running back wise that would interest me too much beyond that. Breece Hall is a guy to pay attention to, but not a splash move there. I would say with Breece Hall, to your point on the splash action. It's not exactly splashy going that realm with it, but something like that, it's a little limited scope to a degree, San Diego, because you don't have as many positions you have to address. For instance, tight end. You're not going to be looking really anything there with a tight end. I don't think you're going to really be able to make a trade for an interior offensive lineman. They're too valued. Great question. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. Just look up the cheapest playoff tickets. It's hilarious. Go to Take Picks. Take Picks. Oh my gosh. We're back. Feed me. You had me looking up this site that killed my internet. You gotta be careful on me. Have me look at some of these sites. Those ticket sites take over your browser like a mofo. It's all good, man. It's some of the, it definitely, the second I got on the Ticketmaster site, though, those things, they load up so much with spam and stuff. So if you're pushing off something on one side, you go to certain sites on this. And if you're trying to broadcast out, it will defunct your broadcast. I got to go into two different computers. This is why I had to buy the new computer too, is I have to basically have two computers so I can do the looks up stuff like that on that side of it. So sorry, we got a little bit missing there on it. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. Definitely the tickets are a little bit pricey. That's for sure on that side. Yeah, there's a Nicolas Cage movie coming out, John, with Al Davis is being played by Christian Bale, and Nicolas Cage is playing John Madden, which is as weird as it sounds. It's not looking good. Trace Bigelow, HA might be a guy you take a look at here on that side of it. Yeah, Frank Caliendo should have been the guy doing it. I mean, why not just hire him if you want to do that? That would have been way better, but they went for the name in Cage, hoping that was going to draw more people in to watch it, and it looks like a car crash a little bit. Yeah, the ticket prices are so high they broke my computer. Those crazy will crash in room. This is some of these sites just go overload with the amount of crap that they load up on the deal essentially to like partly take over your computer on the browser. And I got ad blocker on and everything else, but it just boom, boom, boom. It'll kill my computer. My computer's getting old and I've got a new PC, but you have to make this transition to the new PC. You've got to do all of your information over the other thing, and in season just don't have the time to quite transition it. But this is part of why I'm making the new transition too, is that the other PC is just getting to the point where it's kind of it's coughing a little bit. It's holding on for dear life. Prices will crash any stream. I got a pretty crazy setup. It's not the most elegant looking. That's why I don't show it to you guys. You know, sometimes people turn around their setups and it's like cool desk and cool stuff, and it's all perfectly aligned. Mine would look like a mess if you saw it. Not true nachos. You look at it and be like, that looks like pure chaos. McFrewer, hey Brandon, do you think the Packers have a good shot of beating the Bears? I do. I have one playoff upset this week in the wild card action. I think the one playoff upset is going to be the Packers. And my real belief on this is just that in watching rookie quarterbacks in their very first playoff experiences, there's a learning curve, and there are some things that you kind of have to you can't really prepare yourself for it. You're going to encounter it. And when it comes to Caleb playing his first playoff game where that Bears team's at, I think that Packer offense can get after that Bears defense. I think the familiarity aspect's another part of this. I think he's got success and time he's played in the playoffs and knows what it's going to take. I think that's going to be a mitigating factor in that game. I give the Packers the nod there. Brian says, what's hilarious is Brandon's live stream is the only thing that crashes my computer. Jeff says, speaking of things getting pricey, PC components. That's why even though I haven't transitioned to my new PC yet, that's why I bought it in right before the start of the year, as I was anticipating the prices were going to go through the roof. But I got to move over to that new PC. This one's I'm right at that topped out point from the RAM and card. You know what I mean? It's only 5 years old, and I got it I got a lot of good components in it, but to be able to broadcast out, to launch a browser, to do this over here, you got to have the computing power to do that, or it does get overwhelmed. StreamYard's kind of a beast with that too. It takes quite a bit of resources. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. Peter. SeatGeek has ticket prices for $490, and that's for the third floor at times. So that's up at the third reservoir up there. They're definitely getting their money's worth on this playoff game. And hopefully that doesn't mean that we don't get still the hungry contingent of Hawk fans in there being loud and proud and doing all they need to do. Not you, nachos. I'm the same way. My wire management's all over the place. Yeah, I've got a buddy who's he does the high advanced technical stuff and at the corporate level, and he sees my stuff and shakes his head. And I try to get it organized. God bless me. I try to do it. I do. But it's just like, you add a new item here, you add a new item there, and you just go, F it, just move it over here, just get this up over there. But it's a complete mess. If you guys saw it, and part of it too is I've got to put stuff on my desk to keep my cats from walking all over everything constantly. So it looks even more busy and it's chaos. But it makes sense to me, and that's what matters. Max, I'm watching a little behind, but that was funny as S. Let me catch up to you. Kevin B, you should do a behind the scenes for a 24-hour stream. We'll do a little bit of look-see on that. We're going to be doing a 24-hour stream for charity this off season. I'm long overdue. I promised it once we crossed 20,000. So I'm definitely overdue in getting this due. I need to deliver on that. But we will be doing a 24-hour stream this off season. And we'll give you guys a full look-see, give you a look behind the curtain here, give you guys a view of this thing. And we'll have a lot planned for the 24-hour stream. Hopefully it won't be just me just talking and yakking away, but a variety of different things we can kind of do throughout the time there to kind of spice it up a little bit, make it a fun 24-hour stream. Dylan says, my bad, Brandon. I sent a super chat at the wrong time. No, it's not you, man. And I might have it here. I was looking at something I shouldn't have been looking for. Dylan, thank you for the $2 donation, man. Says, hey B, what's up with Torrey Horton's injury status? It is Horton's done for the year, by all measure. I don't believe he's coming off IR in the way that Mike's talked about him. It would look like he had some kind of fracture of the shin, and that to get that thing to heal just takes a long period of time. And you just have to give it the time it's going to take. And with that being the place and where you're at with Rashid Shaheed, the team just kind of ultimately decided on, I think, letting him get fully over it, essentially. And so, yeah, unfortunately with Torrey, he has his first rookie year go down like that. I think this is a little bit of part of the reason you have Torrey falling in the draft, is that guys get injury and medical reports on stuff. And I think with Horton, there were some teams that were concerned with where he was injury-wise, that they liked his talent, but they were worried about his ability to hold up in the long term. And so a guy that I hope can get healthy and get right and get good. But I do think this is one of the reasons why, whether you sign Rashid Shaheed or not, that you got to look at finding some viable options there to reinforce around Torrey Horton going into the future, because you just don't know for sure that everything's going to hold up 100% there. It's almost kind of like a bonus item for this team and this receiving core as we go into the future, from my opinion on it, Dylan. I think you could find yourself counting on that, and that injury history comes back, and then come back again next year. You're a contender. You're ready to roll, and now you're putting your carts behind that horse a little bit, and the horse can't stay on the track. Now you're scrambling in order to try to kind of fill that hole a little bit. So it does sound like the shin was a little bit of a problematic one, and one that was going to just take a long period of time to kind of get to the other side of it. No bet. That wasn't you, Dylan. Feed Me sent me onto the ticket site. Took over my machine. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. Ooh-wee. Great to see you on my new 4K monitor, Brando. Let's go. Let's go. Hell yeah. Love it, man. 4Ks are nice. May says, I have a 32-inch LED monitor. Life-changing. Nothing like a good monitor, man. Got to invest in that. That's for sure. Mick Royo is back at practice. He should be able to help out. Can't hurt, man, having another body on point. And boy, just the health of this team. I'll tell you what, you got all your starters on offense. You got all your starters on defense. You got Charbonnet. You've got Saubert. You've got Arroyo. You got even a Nick Caller up there, still on this roster doing what he's doing. You got Riley Mills back in point with Jaron Reed going fully. Get that cast off hopefully soon. Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams. You got your 4 edges deep as it stands right now. You got your 2 starting linebackers with Drake Thomas and with Ernest Jones, and you've got Tyrese Knight to bring out as well. You've got out there with Julian Love starting, or you get Kobe Bryant back, and then you've got Ty Akata as well. You got your starting 3 cornerbacks, Woolen running strong now, and you've got Job you can bring off the bench, and you've got Nehemiah Pritchett that you feel good about as well. In addition to that, this team not only has great health at the front, you've got great health with the depth. And just another item, another feather in the cap of this team as it goes in the playoffs, and something that can work in its favor and help them out to go to the promised land. Maze Guru says, I killed my wallet, but it was well worth it. Well, you let him know out there, Maze, when you go in that stadium. I know you're going to do the good work, and do, again, as I'm going to be saying this week and all next week in regards to this, if you're going into that stadium, if you know somebody that's going in that stadium, you make sure you remind them. You make sure you let them know. This country's going to be watching us next week. They need a reminder. They need to be kind of kept back in the toe as to what reality is here. I think they've kind of forgotten a little bit. You walk in our house, you are going to be in for hell. And you're going to be in for hell because everybody in that stadium is going to give everything they've got to help that team out. And I've heard all the excuses from a lot of fans as to why it's okay at times for that thing to be quieter and softer as it's been in recent years and recent times, especially before Mike McDonald. They're not winning enough. They're not giving us a reason to root. They're giving up too many first downs. We get all hyped on third downs and you don't get off the field. Our voice, our effect doesn't have any effect. So why do it? All these excuses, all these reasons. Well, they've upended all of those now. They've given you the greatest season in Seahawks, the greatest regular season in Seahawks history. They're getting off the field. They're winning. They're winning at home. They're giving you the reason now to root for this team. They've got the number 1 seed, 2 wins. You're to the Super Bowl. You are in that stadium. Eat before you go in the stadium. This is one game where you're not going for the popcorn, where you're not going for the hot dog, where you're not looking for the Wiener Schnitzel. This is one game. I want you locked in that seat. I want you ready to go every time your defense is out on that football field and screaming your ass off. Show them again why we're the greatest fans in this sport. Show them again why we're the greatest fans in this world, because we realized we can have an effect on the game. The stadium is conducive to it. You got the fans that can do it, but it takes all of you. It's going to take every person in that house, giving everything you got. Show them. Make them sit there as the telecasters are talking and they're hearing the noise. And they're like, you cannot believe how loud this is right now, folks, what we're hearing. This is unbelievable. We didn't encounter anything like this during the regular season anywhere else this year. Let's give them back a little bit of that old-timey magic in the stadium, huh? That magic that began back once in the Kingdom on these same hallowed grounds and carried through to this new stadium. Invigorate it. Lock in. You are there for one thing and one thing only, to celebrate this team, to root this team on, and to help them out. You can help them out. You younger fans may not understand this. Take my word for it. You can help them. But if it's one fan here, if it's one fan there, if it's one guy over here, what's going on? What's going on? Huh? What's going on? One time in your life, Pacific Northwesters, who aren't always known for being at the height of the powers as far as being in shape goes, don't worry about food. The food will be there after the game. You're there for one mission only. Walk in there like you're on a mission. Walk in there like you're seeking out the holy grail of a football field as far as what you're going to provide to this defense. And if you do so as a collective, if that synergy can electrify through that stadium in such a fashion, you can go out there and force this win on your own. But it's going to take everybody. Not a few people, not half the stadium over here carrying the weight. Everybody, collectively. Mick Frewer, were you surprised that the Browns are going to interview Dirty? I was, because he doesn't even call the defensive plays. Yeah, a little bit. And I don't want to be a cynic on this. I want to believe that the Browns are doing this purely for reasons of that they're interested in Dirty. And I hope that's the case. I think that sometimes the Rooney Rule can have these guys interviewing guys to kind of, we did what we were mandated by law to do, right? You're not really actually interviewing the guy, but you're just trying to make sure that you don't get penalized for locking in on already a guy ahead of time, so to speak there. But maybe there is general interest, and they've been the only team so far for him that's looked to his services. But like you say, it's hard for defensive coaches anyway, Mick, to get a head coaching job. It would almost feel like damn near impossible for a defensive-minded head coach to get a job who doesn't call the defensive plays. That one feels like one where you go, ooh, maybe a little too far. Well, Smoker, the Hawks seem to have good juju vibes on their side. They do, man. This team's coming together at the right time, and they collectively seem to have that sort of spirit that almost is undefinable. That's one of, I got pure buy-in from this team, 1 through 53. And it doesn't matter whether you're a star player, doesn't matter whether you're an elder player who's made a lot of money and still very highly paid. You are all in on this team and doing everything you can do to help this team win. And you are fully committed to the process. And I think that they've captured that. T-Dog, everyone in that stadium better have no voice left. I'm telling you, let whoever you know go in that stadium, let them know. Let them know for me. I'm the pain in the ass here. I'm the one that forced it. It ain't you doing it. You say, no, it's Hawkness told me I had to do this. Do this. Do this. Because you younger fans that aren't aware of this, I'm telling you, you don't know the power. You don't truly know the power of the dark side. And this defense is fast, as free, as loose, as hard as they played this last Saturday and what you saw with them on the road. It can be even more at home. And you're playing a tough opponent like the Rams, where everything's so even, rosters are so even, everything, the margins are so even. What can be that one little difference maker to take the team up over the top? What can be that one little extra factor to get them across the line? You. You're the one fan base in this world that's established this as a norm. Regather it, regain it, capture it again. 2 games. 2 games. Your team's going to a Super Bowl. And you can help them get there. And you've helped them get there before 3 times over. It's a reason why the last 3 times you've had the number 1 seed, you've gotten to the Super Bowl. It's not the way it works in the NFL across the board. It's worked this way for a reason, because those fans walk in there and they know what's at stake. And they're going to provide an energy and a spirit, the likes of which is so special and rare in this sport, that the opposition can't help but to be overwhelmed by it at times. Dylan says, would you rather see San Francisco move from Kyle and Lynch and potentially set the organization where the Cards are currently at? Or would you rather see them stay and San Francisco's like the Steelers currently? If San Francisco moved on from Kyle Shanahan and Lynch, I think that they would be in hellacious shape moving into the future. So I think Shanahan's a grade A coach. I don't know about Lynch as much as being a grade A general manager. I think he's a little more hit and miss. I think Kyle's able to clean up some stuff for Lynch at a lot of times. Now, Kyle also has a lot of push in the front office as far as the moves they make. So it is sort of like kind of like a Carroll situation there. He's not vice presidential with it, with his powers, but he's got some say in that room. But I mean, unlike Tomlin there with the Steelers, Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game since 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Whereas Kyle Shanahan since 2017 has been to multiple Super Bowls, multiple playoffs over, just a different level of coach, quite frankly. So they would be dangerous moving in the future with those 2 guys. They would be much less dangerous moving into the future with anybody else. I wouldn't trust them to make a grade A hire after they moved off of Shanahan. Bring earplugs and yell like crazy. Mays, question for all. Do you think we're playing our best right now for this season? And are we getting better? I agree. I think it's that way. I do. I think your defense, yeah, there's the Rams performance on a short week on Thursday Night Football, but remove that, the back half of the schedule, you've been unbelievable. And your running game is rushing consistently game in and game out on the back half of the schedule. I think I looked at the other day and, you had, you look at the first part of the schedule, like you can see here, Mays, and, a couple games in the first opening 9 weeks, 8 weeks of the season where you're less than 100 yards rushing in a variety of games. And you look over the back half of the schedule, you've had 1 game that you haven't run for over 100 yards, almost 200 yards rushing this last week. You got Sam playing better and more under control. And the big thing they want to say with Sam on the back half of the schedule is 9 touchdowns to 8 interceptions, or whatever they try to say with that. But of course, 4 of those interceptions came in the Rams game. You go outside that Rams game, then you only have 4 interceptions through the whole back half of the rest of that schedule. Now, that's kind of an important part, isn't it? It's kind of an important point. But yeah, you're getting better. You're getting better. This is the best version of this team we've seen this year so far at this time of year. You're at the healthiest you've been at so far this year at this time of year. And hopefully this can bring some measurable weight to the playoffs. Jeff, I'll be very loud, buddy. Laughing out loud. Good, Jeff. I'm going to make sure, man, I'm going to be a little bit of an a-hole on this as we lead up this next week on this one, because I want to make sure everyone gets the note. I want to see if you got somebody sitting in that stadium and they're sitting there and they're pounding their face full of whatever food they're stuffing, that they've got dirty looks from everybody around them and they can't help but to get off their fat ass and start screaming. I don't want to see that this week. I don't want them flashing to the stadium and you got people who are, I hate it when I see that, especially when the defense is on the field, Yeah, we got some out of weight. We got some people in that stadium at times that get a little bit too caught up on how much food they can put down their gullet. I've been in the stadium. I've seen it. A little bit too much of the obsession with eating and being in the stadium. We got to get the experience. And they'll do so while your defense is on the field and they need you to scream. And you'll sit there and you'll look around you and you'll be like, that guy's eating, that guy's eating, that guy's eating, not engaged in the game at all. No. And if you can't hold yourself back for a couple hour experience of not stuffing your face for 3 hours, then yeah, You got a problem with food at that point. Mick, 100% Brandon. I've lived in Ohio my whole life, but I became a Seahawks fan because I remember watching how crazy the fans in the stadium got, and I never turned back. Amen, man. This is what has separated us. And I know every fan base likes to think about themselves as being special. We're all extra special. But look, there's some evidence to this speciality. This is a fan base in the early 80s, before there was any success, before anybody had any kind of like, well, you got to get to Super Bowls to get the fans to invigorate. Now, they walked that stadium, they realized in this concrete jungle of the kingdom that when we all collectively get as loud as we possibly can, it has a tangible effect on the opposition's offense. And once we realized that, it carried on down through. You could feel that in Husky Stadium when you went down to Montlake. You could feel it in Key Arena when you went and watched the Sonics. It's why you can still feel this in the playoff game for the Mariners and the volume that you get from them in that stadium and how crazy it gets there. It's something that's inherently a part of the fiber of the being of this area. And it can't be lost. And it's one of those things, this has got to come to the forefront in this next given week and how important this is. So yeah, we're individual in this way. And we realized it and set decibel records and Guinness World Book records, literally caused an earthquake with the beast mode quake. Had a game that somebody's referencing here in the Giants that'll you basically had the 12th man won that game with 12 false start penalties on that day. You won that game in a year where you went to the Super Bowl and got that number 1 seed that season by beating that Giants team, by getting that W on that day. I think the Hawks should pick at the right times, says Max, and I agree with him. John says another point, if you're going to sell your tickets, sell them now before the other teams know they're going to be there. Seahawks fans only. Amen. If you're selling your tickets, make sure you're giving it to a Hawk fan. It shouldn't be this should not be a day about profitability. Another thing here, make the regular season is the day about the profitability. This is the playoffs now. Maze, I brought my really loud buddy to the game. Then he got overly drunk and every word out of his mouth started with an F. Don't want to go too far the other way. You know what I mean? Do not want to go too far the other way with it. That's certainly the inverse there. Oh, Herbicide, I skipped your message. Sorry, man. Let's see. Herbicide, just posted again if you get a chance. We had a reset on the stream, so I kind of lost some stuff there. Me as Jody Allen. Not says B, do you think they'll break the decibel record? I don't think so necessarily this week. I don't think you got to get the Guinness people there to take the measurement of it, but I'm not sure that they'll have them down there for a playoff game. It's kind of a regular season thing you'd set up and be like, we're having Guinness down. Everybody get ready to be as loud as you can. Again, sorry on the miss. If you guys asked a question, I missed it. We had the thing reset. So it just if you can ask again, we got a lot of messages in here today. A lot of people hyped up. So if I do happen to miss it, just pop it in again. I'll try to address it. Try to get to all of them if I can. MX says Niners are one and done, sub 500 next year. Might be. There's definitely a thing here where if you got a Trent Williams retires and McCaffrey potentially retires, what's the health going to be of Bosa and Warner moving into the future? I think they'll still be at least a minimum 500 team, but I could see them losing a little bit of talent and that making a big difference. Brian says for his first general manager gig, Lynch has done pretty good. IMO. I think he has too, man. There's some mixed bag there, but overall he's been solid. Sorry if I missed your question too. My bad. Bully says, hey, Brandon, do you ever talk with the guy from Hawk Blogger? No, our lines just haven't exactly crossed on that, Oli. He does great work. Brian does over there with Hawk Blogger, and certainly he's done great work since becoming a reporter behind the scenes over there on that side of it. So, no, I think I haven't had a chance to walk across this pathway on it, but it's not by any lack of reasoning or anything like that. Just hasn't kind of quite come up. So I think he kind of has his lane and what he does and likes to do what he does. And I'm kind of my lane where I go and what I do. And we obviously both cover the team, but have our different angles and ways we do it. But I think he does great work, man. Been very impressed by what he's done since taking it running full time there. Dylan says, how many postseason wins guarantees Kubiak gets poached, or do you think it's inevitable at this point? Kind of feel like with just so many, I've always thought with this, and it's and I always say, don't go to the simplified, but I'm going to the simplified here because it's just that this is the way the math's played out in the past, is if you have a half decent coordinator who's half due to be a head coach, it does then just kind of come down to how many jobs are available on the market. Is there a lot of them? Is there 6, 7 jobs? It starts to make me feel like there's just too many jobs available and not enough really quality candidates. And that makes me think he's going to get taken. And I kind of look at it right now and it's getting to that point, especially with Harbaugh's firing, where you're going, okay, that's a lot of guys. And you have a Stefanski and you have a Harbaugh. But then once you get past those two guys, who are the next absolute shining illustrious candidates for the next 5 jobs that'll be available? It kind of makes me think that it's almost a bit foregone a bit there, Dylan. I don't like saying that, but it does feel like that. It's like Lord's disciple is, everyone's knocking on Coop's door, man. Quinn says, ain't no money, no way I'm spending enough money on a football stadium to get fat. May says, yell more, eat less. Laugh my ass off. That's what I'm saying, man. I've been in that stadium and looked around the guys and people, and they're just like, you got people who's not checked in at all. It's like they're watching on their couch, which, look, you pay for a ticket, you get to enjoy the game as ever you want. But like, I also get to call you out on being weak. And you could have just done that from your home couch. And if your intention is, I don't want to participate, I gotta protect my voice. My voice. Well, if that's the case, then don't go in the stadium. Give your ticket to somebody who's going to be a part of the process and connected. Because again, the bottom line on this is that if you have a stadium that's connected with fans in this way, I've seen this so many times over my life. That's why I'm pushing this so hard, is that when they're connected in that fashion, it has a tangible effect on the game itself. And we're talking about 2 wins away from a Super Bowl. It doesn't get more the stakes higher. Too many people on their phones too, Oli. Put the phones down. Check your phones out after the game. You know, all the time in the world. Agreed. Max's defenses have to pick the poison with the running backs and GSN, G deep. I think the offense would be unstoppable if we had Torrey Goat on top of that. Very well could be, man. And that very well could be the way they go. I could see that being the reality of how it shakes out. Bring Sheed back and then Horn in there. Joe Smith, not a big deal. My question was, B, you mentioned that McDonald's defense requires a specific linebacker type. Do you see any linebackers in the draft Mike might like? Ernest Jones only has 2 more years left on his contract after this year. Yeah, I do like some inside linebackers in this draft. The big thing I think you're going to need to look for is guys that I think ideally would have a little bit of extra size to them. And then I think as an inside linebacker, one of the real, what he wants as far as he's said, what he's looking for in linebackers at the forefront, he pointed to this with Tyrese Knight a couple of years ago, was that you're stepping towards the right. Your first step is towards where the play is going. You know, that you don't get misdirected. You don't get confused. You don't get bodied on how they disguise, that you have really good instincts for the flow of the play that I think Mike would tell you either kind of naturally have or you don't. The second skill that's got to be a place, and the place that Jones definitely has this, is an ability, I think, especially for the Mike position, an ability to get off blocks and to seamlessly be able to slide off and get around. And so there are a couple of guys that would stand out to me that could probably do that. Anthony Hill, 6'3", 238 from Texas, probably going to go in the second round. Good all-around linebacker, good first step quickness. He's got some pop in his pads, grade A blitzer. I think he's very smart in his reads. I think he's cut from a little bit of that cloth. He's not pure physicality getting at after the second level guys, but he's good about it. Only 21, just turning 21 in January, in fact. Sonny Styles, There's some of that to his game. Another guy that I've got in the second round. I've got a player comp for kind of a Tremaine Edmonds kind of guy. Quickness, can bring some thump. Got to see on both those two guys as far as being pure, get off the block kind of guys. Those would be the two guys that stand out to me off the gate. That stand out. I haven't gone deep into a lot of the other guys. Like some of the other guys are kind of back end guys or guys that wouldn't be really a fit to this defense. I don't think. CJ Allen with Georgia. I think he's a little bit smaller height, weight wise than what Mike would tend to look at. Linemen tend to overwhelm him a bit. Harold Perkins, more of an edge rusher, inside linebacker kind of guy. Again, a little 6'2", 225, a little smaller. Aiden Fisher with Indiana's solid player, but doesn't always step in the right direction. Back to that thing Mike, tends to look for. Can get manhandled a little bit. So there is a lot of guys, and this is part and parcel, Joe, of what you get in a lot of these drafts recently, which is a lot of the 6'1", 225-pound kind of inside linebackers. And I think with Mike, like you see with Tyrese Knight's kind of like a legit 230, 235. It's only 10 pounds, but it's kind of a big difference. And especially a big difference when it comes to taking on second level climbers and being able to dispense with those offensive linemen and then get back in on the play. So a couple on the second round range of things, but admittedly, I've got a bunch of guys to go through, especially Senior Bowl guys, still to kind of take a look at there. So it's still a process. Kevin says, why is Jesse a Niners fan? Jesse's a Niners fan because he grew up in Oregon, but he grew up in Oregon at a time when we were still in the AFC. And so when there were games on television, the games that he got played on television in Oregon were San Francisco 49er games. So kind of grew up on Niners there through that way. Happy 420? Oh, it is 420. There we go. Jeff says, speaking of which, holy crap, those Mariner games were insanely loud. Yes, they were. Yes, they were. It's that spirit, man. It's been pervasive in the Northwest since I was a child. It's just something that we kind of get. I don't think all fan bases operate with the same kind of level of modality. Ernest Jones, 26, resign him? Yeah, I think he's here for the long term. I think he's a leader in that locker room. I don't think he's going anywhere anytime soon. Now, the will linebacker position is one that could be a little bit more in flux. Mays says, Brandon, why do you think Seahawks fans love defense and running the ball more than they love a strong passing game, historically speaking? It's violent. It brings out more of what is inherently at the heart of football, which is physicality and violence. And that's a big part of watching this game and watching big, fast men run into each other. And when you get offenses a lot of times that are passing the ball, it's more finesse. It's more, cerebral in how it goes. And football fans will always go to the kinetic, will always go to that, guy rocking another guy, knocking him to his knees. And certainly in the running game, you're going to get a lot of that as well, where it's about mano a mano and physically moving a man off his spot. And we like physicality. We like toughness. That's stuff that seems to appeal to us. Is it regional wise? Is it mentality wise of Pacific Northwesterners? I don't know. But it does seem like that's something that they kind of have a soft spot for. And certainly that's something that's going to get the fans lit when they get to see that. Herbicide, Hawks Nest. Will we make hat bets in the future? Can we send the pick to you like what Dave Barclay did the other night? Absolutely. I'll post it up. I'll 100% post hat bet shots. That was awesome. And how about you, Herbicide? Well done on your part, man. We both got to win on that one, huh? Huh? Too shabby. EJ only has 2 years left. I don't know. I'd have to take a look at that to be sure. I'm not certain. I thought he had signed a 4-year deal, but it might have been a 3-year deal extension that he signed. He was a free agent when he signed that. Yep. Ernest is signed through 2027. So 2 years left on his deal. Those Smoka 36-ounce King beers at the Dome might have been the catalyst that got the 12s loud and raucous back in the day. That definitely probably helped. We ain't getting any more of those in the stadium, are we? Addicted. Hey, Brandon. Hey, 12. Sorry I'm late. If when Kubiak leaves for another team, does he take almost most of the current offensive coaching staff with him? My bet is yes. Yes. They would probably all go with him. Maybe you can keep one here, one there, but they most likely all head with him. MX, would we be opposed to bringing Jordan Brooks back if available? Yes. He's definitely a fan favorite here. A lot of people really liked him a lot, MX, which I've kind of found a little bit odd at times. But again, back to what do you want from your linebacker in this situation is you want a guy with really keen instincts, going to the play and where it's going prior to the snap and having a general flow to the right direction, and then being able to get off blocks. One of the reasons why you didn't re-sign Jordan Brooks with Mike McDonald in tow and that you instead chose two guys that were outside of the organization to bring in here is because you knew he was missing two of the forefront points that you look for off-ball linebackers in this system. And so Jordan's a very, very good tackler, a very good overall run defender, but he can get misdirected, and he has some times where he has problems getting off blocks, and he's absolutely god-awful when it comes to his zone drops in coverage. So you become a deficiency there in addition to that. So yeah, I'm not a big Jordan Brooks guy, but especially not a big Jordan Brooks guy in this particular defense. Digger, wow, drafting a 21-year-old linebacker. Does his contract include a daily beer and pizza stipend? At 21, you have to ask Dave Wyman to babysit him. Maybe so, man. But what a player he'll be in a couple of years. Well, agrees. Hey, B, what would your heavy metal anthem for the Seahawks be? It's a good question. What would be the heavy metal? Oh, maybe Rainbow in the Dark, because nobody's taking notice of us. Like a rainbow in the dark, almost. I'm not as well versed on my heavy metal stuff. I've got kind of a shallowish knowledge on that one with it. Maybe a little bit of Metallica Master of Puppets kind of vibe. Johnny, will the Rams lose to Carolina again? I don't think so. The rain coming in could equalize some things as far as the talent goes between those two teams, but it sort of took a perfect storm for the Panthers to pull off that win last time, and they just barely pulled it off. I don't think with this Rams team at the full height of their powers that's going to happen again. Good thing Jesse didn't grow up in Pittsburgh, just teasing. Or Largent was fun to watch. They did running football, killer defense, legit football. Passing offense is one step above flag football. It's kind of true. Kind of true. I'll tell you, Johnny, McVay's been tuned up this year. He's on that Peruvian marching powder prescription, I think, a little bit. Sometimes watching him in some of these post-game pressers, man, that guy's, you talk about, the blood pressure going up. That face is red, a deep set of red every time I watch him, man. Worry for the guy. Dylan's last game I was at was the Super Bowl anniversary game against Panthers and Pete's last year, and that crowd brought it. And we had the most false starts caused in years. That was special. Ooh, there we go. Hell yeah. Let's bring that energy this week, folks. May says, I've seen games in both stadiums, and I would swear the Kingdom was quite a bit louder. Well, I mean, they've said they've asked players who played in both, and they swear Chad Brown swore to me that it was louder out there in Lumen, but both loud venues nonetheless. Femi, did you watch Jerry Jones's press conference this morning? Pure Jerry Jones, yeah. They asked him, Jerry Jones, are you going to let Schottenheimer hire his offensive coordinator this offseason? Yeah, yeah, look now. Here, you should listen to me now, okay? Listen to me. I'm a Cowboys, okay? I make the decisions here. I'm the captain now, okay? It's like you see old Trump going out into Venezuela. I'm Trump in Venezuela. That's how you look at this right now. Same thing here. Same thing here. It's exactly the same. Don't worry about Schottenheimer. I'm the captain now. Great look, Jerry. Great quote. Keep him coming, buddy. Also, don't let your head coach hire his offensive coordinators. That's for an offensive-minded head coach. Good stuff, Jerry. Your hyper management of the team at every turn is really doing it some favors. Keep it up. Yeah, I saw it. It was pretty wild to watch, and definitely pure cinema. And Jerry just can't help himself. And you can't even do like he's got sundowner moments or something. Feed me. It's just like, dude, you just can't help yourself. Jeff says I was at the Tampa game this year. That was fun. That did look like a fun game. Greasy was saying, I was thinking Creeping Death. That's a good one. AC/DC, anything on AC/DC, man. Well, Thunderstruck. Black Dog Zeppelin. That's another good one. Love it. Daniel, I low-key don't mind if fans aren't loud because it seems like it negatively affects our D more than the opposing offense at times. That might be true. That might be true. For Whom the Bell Tolls is a good one. Symphony of Destruction. Symphony of Destruction. Megadeth. Anthem of Warriors called by Volbeat. Pulse of the Magnets. Crazy. Well, the Roundtable has called us, what do they call us? They call us roaches. The roaches of the NFC West at times. Slipknot. There we go. Mad respect, I kind of want the Rams for the divisional dispatch, them ASAP. Avoid them entirely would be ideally, but not likely. I would like to avoid them as well. They're a tough team. They played us hard last time at home. They'd be a foe very familiar with us. I think we go up against a Bears team. We go up against a Packers team. You go up against even an Eagles team. I think that there's a measure of you being able to catch them a little bit off guard in their lack of playing you. But with the Rams, they know what's coming, kind of, so to speak, there. There's a pathway here potentially. I mean, the Packers win this week. Rams then got to go to Philadelphia. Philadelphia's had their number. Mad respect. They beat them 3 times in the last 2 years alone. I think that's a tough matchup for the Rams at that point, especially with having to go from going out to Carolina, coming back home, and then going back out to Philadelphia the next week. That might be tough. Johnson's exactly, why are the Cowboys not doing very good lately? Yeah, it's like, why can't we get this turned around? Why can't we, Mixes Jerry's he's done such a good job of picking coordinators the last 20 years. I'm telling you right now, okay? When you're the greatest team in America, when you're the greatest football team that God ever done conceived, it's just natural, the picks that you're making. Who wants to come here? Who wants to be a Cowboy? Everybody. Ain't it a matter of who we picking. It's a matter of who's picking us. Jerry's still living in 1992. He says Jerry Jones also says he wants to win 4 Super Bowls before he dies and becomes the most successful owner. He better live to 130 at this rate. Skip says Jerry Jones helps my second favorite team. Anyone playing the Cowboys? Ramstein. Let's go. That's a good one. Let's go. Greg Bree, would you rather play the Rams first or wait for the championship game to play? Championship game. Let's have them play through 2 games before they face us. Let's have them go on that long road before they have to get into our house, Greg. They can go out to Carolina, come back. Like, you might think if I'm mistaken. No, they're playing Arizona at home, I think. So, go out to Carolina, have to come back, then go back out to potentially Philadelphia if that goes that way, and then come back and then go back up to Seattle 3 straight weeks in a row to have to travel on the road. I'd like that, I think, best. Willie, hey, Brandon, what's your ideal pathway to the Super Bowl given the current seeding and your ideal matchup in the Super Bowl? Ooh, great question. Holy crap, that's a great question. My ideal matchup to get into the Super Bowl would be first and foremost the San Francisco 49ers winning this next week. I look at that and I just go, okay, Niners win. Let's say the Niners win, and then, you get maybe a Packers or Bears team, doesn't matter at that point, but the Niners win. You get to face the Niners the next round. And, technically speaking on this, it would be probably like the Panthers beat the Rams, and then the Panthers take down one of the Bears or Packers, and then you got to play the 49ers and the Panthers to get to the Super Bowl. That's kind of the easiest ideal pathway if we're talking about what's souped up the best, I would say. Ideal Super Bowl matchup, the team that I would most like to play in the Super Bowl of all the teams that remain here in the playoffs in the AFC. I don't think I want to play. I don't want to play Josh Allen if possible. I don't want to deal with him in the Super Bowl. Texans defense is scary. Probably would stay away from them. Broncos will be well rested, have the number 1 bye, even though I think that we could take that offense apart. Probably the Steelers or Chargers, fairly equivalent, Will, where I feel like we could take both of those 2 teams. We took down the Steelers in their house, but I think that both those 2 teams would not have the right roster to be able to deal with what we'd be able to throw at them in the Super Bowl. Some of the other teams could have a chance with a couple of other things than how they're built and how they're set up. Even the Jaguars, who I want to say were down Devin Lloyd when we played them. They had a Trayvon Walker that wasn't at 100% when we played them. And, now they're a little bit on the better end of that at this point. And so I think they'd be a little bit of a tougher matchup this time. Rams are a problem, man. They are. Nico, if you want to win the whole thing, you have to win them. It's better to face them divisional when we are after a bye and they will travel from LA and Carolina and then back to Seattle. It could be. It could be too that you find that they go play Philadelphia and they get into a super physical game against Philadelphia and they get beat up, broken down, and now you're facing them in that next round and they're not a shell of themselves, but they have one too many injuries that end up holding them back from being able to, take us on at their fullest. But I could go either way. I could be talking either way, to be honest with you there. Addictive Jerry set the bar low, so his son looks like a genius when Jerry retires, kicks it. That's true. Nowhere to go but up, man. Koken says, Brandon, do you love my new profile pic? I do. That was great. Somebody putting Jake in a Niners gear is just, that's so good. Too good. Too good. Brian says, well, if money is the measure of a successful owner, he's done that. Teams worth $13 billion without winning any games. True. Very true. Joe says, which AFC team, when paired with Seattle, would create the best rating for the Super Bowl? That's a good question. Steelers or Bills? Steelers with all they bring to the table as far as with Rodgers, DK, Jalen Ramsey, Tomlin, the Steeler blue blood organization it's been, and the Seahawks having faced the Steelers once 20 years ago. I think that could do it. I think the Bills could be one too, just because of Josh Allen factor and the Bills being sort of so close through these years and them getting through would have a lot of intrigue for people to see if this Bills team could finally break through. One of those two. And you're right, Jeff. We could be whoever we match up against. There's nobody anybody that would be favored in the game they'd be playing us at home, I wouldn't think, including that Rams team. I Stomp Casuals for fun. Rams fan here. If you guys lose in the playoffs or Super Bowl, do you think you guys underachieved? No. I stomped casuals for fun, bro. We were supposed to have 7.5 wins this year. That was Vegas. That's not an average fan. That's not a pundit. That's not a random guy saying it. That's Vegas, who it's in their best interest to get the thing right monetarily and to not get it so wrong, monetarily speaking. So when you look at this, what's really happened here is, we're dealing with house money here. We're the guy that walked into the casino, threw down the wild $1,000 bet on the roulette table, and it just hit. And now we've got this big stack of wad of cash we're sitting on, and we're kind of like, it's all free. It's all something of what I wonder a little bit with your Rams fans on this, your Ram team on this, and some of the other teams that you'll see in the playoffs is that there's not more pressure on certain teams than the other. Steelers are going to have a lot of pressure on them. Aaron Rodgers is going to be retired after this year. DK, where you at reputationally wise, right? Bills with McDermott and Josh Allen and the fact they've not been able to break through. And, the pressure that'll be there on them as they go through this. But for us, nobody thought we'd be here. Literally nobody thought we would be here. Nobody. So to be here a year ahead of time, I Stomp Casuals. We've got the third youngest roster in all of football. It's a great season, and I'd love to get some playoff wins off of this, but this has been a successful year, bar none, as it stands right now. We're in the beginning of opening up a Super Bowl window. For you Rams, for the 9 years before you guys' window's already been kind of opened. We're just cracking this thing. We just barely cracked this thing up. New England's Seattle Super Bowl 49 redemption. I'd love to see it. Love to see it. Jeffrey says Josh Allen's overrated. I don't get him a lot of help out there, Jeffrey. I really don't like what they do when it comes to the skill position players at wide receiver. I mean, Cook's good, but they always just try to get by with him at the receiver. They're sort of like pulling the page out of the old Packers model, but worse. Like, we're never really going to get them a good quality guy you can work with. And when you did with a guy like Diggs there, he was going off. He's a good quarterback, but I think some of what his reduction's has been a little bit due to the way that they've put that together from a personnel standpoint. Coke and Brandon with McDaniel likely staying in Miami. Who else could come in and keep things rolling on offense if Kubiak leaves? I think you're looking at one of the two guys in your division that are offensive coordinators that don't call plays. I would make a call out there to LaFleur. I'd make a call out there to the other Kubiak there in San Francisco. Certainly if Stefanski couldn't get a head coaching job, he'd be one of the guys that I would be dialing up to see if he could do something. I don't have a long list of names right now, Coke, and I got to be honest with you. And, with doing this type of thing and offline on this, it's kind of like you got to kind of pick where I put the time and effort into. And so I could obviously spend about a 5, 6, 7 hour day of trying to dive in and pull out all the candidates in every different direction that I think possibly could be this here for the OC job that may or may not be hired. But I will, quite frankly, before I kind of go in and do a deep dive on that, I'm going to wait to make sure Kubiak's actually fired, because I can go down the line and do all that research only to come and find that Kubiak ends up staying. So I don't have as many great candidates for you. Some of that just comes from the fact that there's not as many great candidates that are sitting out there around in the sport ready to be plucked up. You might have to get very creative with this in order to find the replacement. And in that point, in that time, Koken, it's going to be less of me having a name, because what I really want is a guy that's called plays before and has had success in calling plays before. And if you're going for anything except for that, I'm not going to be as happy with it. But don't have as many names there for you. I'm sorry for that. Just it's a process, especially when you got to kind of dig deep on that to go find actual viable candidates that are due to be OCs. There's just not 10 guys sitting there on the sidelines that are really viable guys. Smeagol, he's a top 10 quarterback, whether you call that flawed or not. I think even if you argued on the flawed side of it, you'd say he's a top 10 quarterback. And it's where, I think some of our disagreement on the Sam Darnold thing, from the folks that are pro Sam to the folks that are very highly anti Sam, I think that rather than it being about a place that we get to on a disagreement, let's try to find some common ground on this one. Is he a top 10 quarterback? Over the last 2 years, he's proven himself that. If you're making the argument he's not that with these flaws, I think you're coming at it a little bit from a bias standpoint. Can a top 10 quarterback go out there and win you a Super Bowl? If you build up the rest of the parts of the team, he can. Yes, I understand everything's very quarterback centric, but the quarterback does not run everything on a team. It's not the sheer determiner of all that happens successful or failure wise. And of course, I can prove this on just looking at the last 12 years of football. I can prove this just looking at my own organization. I don't have to go to 31 other NFL teams. I can just look at my own football team and show you, here's 2 years we went to back-to-back Super Bowls with top 10 quarterback play. Here's Peyton Manning going to a Super Bowl and winning it with Brock Osweiler and him going in and out of the lineup. And again, to your point, a most important position. If the truth of this is, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but if the truth of this is that the quarterback somehow guides everything else, all the other stuff becomes irrelevant. And if you just have the best quarterback guy, you just got the defining dude, if you got the guy that's got the cape flowing off his back and he's got the S on his chest, well, if that's the case, shouldn't a Super Bowl like the Broncos and Carolina one prove somebody coming from your standpoint true on that? Shouldn't the guy that was the MVP in the league that year in Cam Newton, Mr. Literal Superman himself, shouldn't have he been able to take out Brock, 6'7", no mobility, no arm strength, Osweiler? But it didn't play out that way, did it? Because ultimately the best team won. Did last year when Patrick Mahomes, one of the greatest quarterbacks we've seen in recent memory, goes up against Jalen Hurts. If this story is proven true, Sal, and that this is and I'm just saying, like, you got to prove what you say on something, right? Like, well, I believe that the quarterback position is the most important position, and then vis-a-vis with that carries into Super Bowls, and that determines Super Bowl wins. Well, if that's the case, why last year when a Mahomes is taking on a Hurts, no one in the world is taking Hurts over Mahomes. Even Philadelphia Eagle fans aren't taking Hurts over Mahomes. So how does he go out there then and beat him? And frankly, he should have beat him the first time, if not for a BS call at the end of the game and the first time the Eagles were in that Super Bowl that caused them to lose that game. I mean, he had outperformed him on that day by and large for the most part too, in addition to that. So it's like, why are there, if it's so true that the quarterback position sort of is the end all be all, it all stops right there. And if you've got the best and the best, and it's everything else irrelevant, then why do we have so many recent examples of us having a top 10 quarterback, flaws and all? Hurts, flaws. I can bring up a variety of flaws on Hurts. Osweiler and Manning at the end, I could bring up a variety of flaws on them. A Russell Wilson that was playing like a top 10 quarterback. One of the reasons he wasn't playing like a top 5 quarterback at that time, he did eventually, but not in 13 and not in 14, in 18 and 19, 20, not in 13, not in 14. He had some flaws. So having flaws, as you put it, where we're at there, that's why I say, let's get to the bottom line. That's Al, top 10 quarterback. Get a top 10 quarterback with a great roster, win you a Super Bowl. Yes. Has it happened many times over, even over the last 12, 13 years of football? You better believe it has. You better believe it has. And even in the Tom Brady example I can bring up, you know, all at the height of his powers, still dropping seeds all over the field. But with New England, looks like he's on his way out. Looks like it's about just getting near to the end. But then we come to learn and understand, well, wait, no, it was more of that the team got slacked off there in New England. Belichick started to do awful in his coordinator hires and how they drafted. And then he goes to Tampa Bay, which has got the better team. Now he's able to go and get back to the Super Bowl. It's all about team, man. I know quarterback dominates this discussion, but in my opinion, it really more comes back to team that determines this more than it is about this everything being the end all be all when it comes to the quarterback, you know? McFrewer says, thank goodness we didn't go with the familiar and bring in Dan Quinn. Imagine where we'd be right now compared to having Coach Mac right now. Yeah. Didn't make any sense at the time. I, of course, pushed back against it highly. And quite frankly, the two other guys that I was looking at for us to hire around McDonald, my top 3 candidates are all looking really good right now. Because I had Harbaugh, I had Vrabel, I had Mike McDonald. Those were my 3 guys that I wanted most. And really fairly close to each other on that. I think we made the right hire by far. But yeah, Quinn was one where you just, not the way to go. Nick, did Perna roll the Rams on the curse wheel? He did, Nick. Yes, he did. Yes. Yes. Mike says, people have been overvaluing quarterbacks for years. They have. I think that this is, again, that thing that's happened here is that it's the Brady Mahomes effect. 2 GOATs have just come down the path in the last 10 years. And that makes everybody think that there's a GOAT coming down the path every other year forward beyond that, rather than, hey, we just lived in an outlier time when 2 of the best to ever play the position have to play sandwiched on the back of each other. But that's more of an outlier than it is a rule of thumb. Patrick says, like I said before, if Hurts can win with a great defense, Darnold can. Darnold is better at moving the ball down the field versus elite defenses than Hurts. I would agree. Mick says, you would think Darnold has committed some massive crime with how many people are rooting for his demise with the same boring message every time. You captured well in your message here. And that's where my frustration comes into this, is that I don't see a lot of advanced articulation when it comes to Darnold and the issues people have with Darnold. I find it tends to be very vague. There tends to be this sort of inference of a mental deficiency that's involved. And it tends to be the same note being hammered over and over again. There's no extra points. There's nothing new under the sun they're bringing up. Seeing ghosts, he'll fail you. It's just the same stuff that we've been seeing churned over into our chat since the start of the year. And it's so boring and it's so tired. Come up with something new. Come up with some other new criticism you can throw, because the old one ain't sticking. And it's all you got. My opinion. Oh, yeah, Granny Ravens want Mike as their head coach right now? Yes, they do. They don't get to have him, though. Yeah, my number one was Harbaugh. Yeah, you knew he was going to do good work wherever he came back. He doesn't lose wherever he goes. You can get mad at him. You can say he's got a punchable face, but that guy doesn't lose wherever he goes and plays, wherever he goes and coaches. Jim Kelly, poor guy. Poor Jim Kelly, man. Had a tough bout with cancer, too, post-football world. Like, ugh. Jeffrey says, I hate Sammy D because last Tuesday I smelt a fart in the wind. Oh, Lordy. That's right. It's too late for them to get. You guys missed your chance on Mike. He's ours now. Ice down casuals. Brian Flores on the Ravens would be nice. He'd be fun. You guys done enough, I'm sure, at this point to probably get some kicks to the tires here as being a head coach. So he does seem to indicate in that last presser there with the Minnesota Vikings that he's going to be on his way out of town. So does he get plucked up? He's certainly done some great work with Minnesota there. He's got a fun defense too. I mean, it's the type of defense that you feel like fans would love to watch. Aggressive, gets after it, you know. I could see it. I could absolutely see it. All righty. Well, we got down to the end of the stream here. Finally reached the end of the chat. If you got any last questions, go ahead and get them on in and on through. Want to do one last little shout out here, if I can, to the sponsor of the show. That's going to, of course, be Sleeper. Sleeper been sponsoring us throughout the course of this year, so kindly to do. Uh-oh. And my system is running slow today. My system is not a happy camper right now. I got to make that change here. Use Sleeper today, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. $100 from me to you through the app, and you got a free $20 entry, no deposit needed. Just pop on in there. So $120, just create a login, $20 in your account, put the $100 match in there, get $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. I think it's the best app running right now. More picks, more options, more selections. You got their bonuses, the boosts, 30% boost here on this picks I made for this upcoming week. We got DJ Moore, Swift with more catches than they're allotted to be at, 2.5, more than 1.5. And you got Romeo Doubs at over 2.5 receptions for the Packers. I think that's going to be a bit of an offensive brouhaha in that game. So please do utilize Sleeper today. Go make yourself some money. Basketball, football, still getting a weekly fantasy with the playoffs. However you want to roll it up, go make yourself some money. Put that knowledge to the test. Big thank you to Sleeper. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. Thank you guys as well for utilizing that code in full as you guys have. Big props to you guys. We've been able to keep the sponsorship through in part because you guys are using that code. There are limitations in the state of Washington, but in any casino, you can use the app in full. So kind of an important part there. A lot of casinos in the state of Washington all over the place. If you're on their network, you can use this app in full. It's supposed to be opening up in Washington some point soon. Phoebe says Brian Flores still has 0 interviews lined up. Might not be where that he gets the kick in there, but guy that's done enough to deserve a right to be considered there. Hard for the defensive coaches to get it, Feed Me. Hard, and especially if you didn't have success in your first stop as a head coach, and it was bad like it was with Miami. But the guy was a young head coach when he was arriving there. He's had some time to grow. He's got a grade A defense. Even if he's just a guy that potentially maybe can be a package deal, where you're able to bring in Flores as a defensive coordinator somewhere and bring an offensive head coach in on the other side of it. Man, what a combination that would be at a potential place, huh? Maybe a way that he looks to go with that. Just kind of seemed like he wanted out on Minnesota for whatever reason. Patrick, I was laughing at Prisco's playoff predictions. Anyone else? Oh, man. But Prisco's been a joke for so many years, and he's been anti-Seattle for so many years, Patrick. I mean, I'm talking like 14 good years. When we were in the Legion of Boom at the height of our powers, he was like one of the only guys like, I'm not really buying into this Legion of Boom thing. I mean, what is it really? Defense? So he's been a joker for years with this stuff. It's almost become a meme for him that he just wraps himself in. 3 Hour, I'm not sure if you answered this, but who would you like to replace Kubiak given he's a head coaching job, an in-house promotion, or other route? I don't have a lot of good names. I'm sorry for that, but it'll take quite a bit of research because mainly that there's not a line of really good offensive coordinators that are just sitting on the bench right now. It's a very weak time for offensive coordinators in this sport as far as viable, good coordinators that have done a great job that are just sitting around there ready to be plucked up and brought onto a team. It's really hard to find. So you're going to probably have to get creative with this. And more than getting to a specific answer of this guy or that guy, I would say 3 Hour that I would not want to go in-house. And the reason that I don't want to go in-house is because I don't want to go down the road that you've gone many times over with offensive coordinators, which is shifting and going for the unproven, going for the guy that's not had the success somewhere else, but trying to take a shot on some guy you hope down the road can be the guy. This is a team ready to compete next year if this is the way that this goes. I don't want them held back by an offensive coordinator going through what Ryan Grubb was going through a couple of years ago, trying to learn how to call plays as a professional OC. I think that that's a bad route to go here. I think that would be the worst of routes to go. And that would be the route you'd go if you were going to hire in-house. So go find a guy that's had success as an offensive coordinator in this league who ideally can run a like scheme to scheme situation here. It means you don't have to go away from the wide zone. You don't have to go from the West Coast offense. You don't have to go away from the Shanahan-like offense. That would be the ideal. I would be willing to choose guys that haven't necessarily called plays, but have been OCs in the Kubiak with the Niners. The other brother that's there right now is an OC who's not calling plays. Maybe you can pull him in to call plays here, and that can be a driver to bring him here, and we'll let you actually call plays. Same thing with LaFleur with the Rams. So those would be two guys that I would take a look at. Stefanski, Mike McCarthy. Can you bring two of those guys in as former offensive coordinator? Seems like Stefanski's going to get a head coaching job. That's why I would be less on this 3 Hour of saying this exact guy. It's not like Kubiak last year where there is a shining example of a guy that's the grade A hire, that's a no-brainer, that brings this and this and this, just what we need. This is the guy. There's not that guy this year. There really isn't. And so it does leave you a little bit more in a scramble mode, but OC called plays before, former OC, and has had success as an OC before. Those are my prerequisites. And then ideally below that, a guy that's run West Coast, a guy that's running outside zone. That would be the second and third thing I'd like to add on, to that process. Craig, wow, we have a great team and a great fan base. Yes, sir, we do, Craig. Hell yeah. Mick says, I know this defense is amazing and I love them, but I would love a playoff game where he comes out and throws for over 350 yards and brings them a win with no turnovers. The media would be real quiet. Me and Sam Darnold. Yes, they would. Yes, they would. Femi says, sorry about that, B. Did not mean to crash. It's not your fault, man. You didn't know. Sometimes I can launch a browser and it doesn't do that. I knew it when I was launching the ticket browsers. Those things are almost like, they're just loaded with so much on their site to try to hold you to the site, literally. It's one of those sites where it's like, you click the back button. It's like, no, you're staying here. You got to close this browser if you want to get away from us. So it's not your fault, man. I should have known better than clicking on it that it wasn't. We got it back. Man. Nothing lost. We were able to bring it back in. Maze Guru, Brando, thanks again. I always enjoy your content you make, especially your streams. Well, thank you for that, Maze. I love doing what I get to do, man. And it's great always chopping it up with you guys in here and having a blast doing it. Retired, young, and traveling. Thank you for the $5 donation. Retired. You were on fire last night on the roundtable too, by the way. Nothing says casual fan or amateur analyst like quarterback hyper-focusing. Well done, B. Keep it up. I'm going to stay on this route, man. And I've been on it for a long period of time with this. And it's one where I've had the epiphany moment in this channel over the last couple of years and having so many countless discussions about the quarterback position and seeing how the discussion exists out in the ether and the way it goes back and forth in debates. And that eventually there became that moment of clarity where you just go, oh, there's a real broken aspect to the way that people view the quarterback position. And I think to give people credit on it, for those that might have a bit of a broken outlook in the way that they look at it, it's not really their fault. It is a bit of the recency bias of that Mahomes-Brady factor that's really slanting this. And if those two guys hadn't come down the path, there'd be less of this presumption that this was the mandate that you needed to have in order to get a chip. But it's where I come back to and saying, and I think that I don't just casually believe this, I believe this determinedly in the bottom of my heart, that John understood this and he was recognizing this very same thing. And part of where you're at as a team is John not getting hyper concentrating on the quarterback position being this end all be all to everything else, that he can throw everything else away as far as making all second priority. I just go and get the quarterback. So instead of taking Charles Cross with a left tackle pick and setting that up and putting this all in place and beginning this all right, no, I'm going to go with Malik Willis, which is a lot of Seahawks fans wanted that instead, right? Desmond Ridder, which is a lot of Seahawks fans wanted instead. He said, no, I know you guys are hyper concentrated on this. I'm not going to fall in the same mistake so many teams are and so many fans are. And this is where John has got to get a lot of credit on this because he's thinking about this in the right fashion. It's a market opportunity right now. It's not a go for broke for quarterbacks at every individual turn. It's a be a little smarter about it, and you can get some nice benefits on the back of that intelligence. That's going to pay off for you in a big way if you can just lean in that direction of it. And I think the Seahawks have in a major way, and I'm going to continue to do so. And it's paid off for our Hawks taking this approach. And I think it's going to pay off for the fan that looks at it through the same lens here versus everything being about the quarterback, everything finishing and starting with that. There's so much more to the sport than that. Thank you, though, retired. Joe Smith, B, if you got to go, don't bother. But when you told Mike on NFC West Roundtable that Arizona should build a team before worrying about a quarterback, do you think he heard you or ignored you? I couldn't quite tell. Ignored me. It's the same thing that happens in my chat. You see here, it's the same thing that happens with me on the NFC West Roundtable. And this is the exact thing Retired Young and Traveling is talking about, which is that everything is hyper drawn onto the quarterback position. People have this thing where it's just like they can't get it out of their head. And I don't get it in a certain way. I really don't. Because like I'm telling this to Mike last night and I can just see his eyes glazing over as I'm mentioning it to him. You go Josh Rosen 1 year in the first round, that doesn't work. You just sort of decide to pick him because you like make a quarterback the end all be all, just pick Rosen. Then you come back to Kyler Murray and pick him the very next year, not 4 years down the line, the very next year. Then you reward Kyler on the contract because that's just what you got to do. Bad mistake again there. And now with a roster that needs a lot of help that's won 3 games this year, you're going to come back to that and say, oh, well, just get the quarterback and get the coach and this thing's a playoff runner. And it's not just a, fan problem on this. It's an organizational problem. It's an NFL problem. And I don't think that he heard me on that, Joe. I've tried to bring it up to Mike before, but every time I hear Mike talk about the future, he starts with drafting a quarterback. What are you doing? It's again back to the definition of insanity. You guys have been doing this crap for years and it's not worked. Why do you think it suddenly will work? Because quarterback's everything, man. It's the end all be all. Nothing else matters. That's it. I need a quarterback with the cape flapping in the wind, jumping tall buildings in a single bound, outracing trains faster than a speeding bullet. And if I don't have that, I could have all great rest of the team, but that is it. That is all that this sport's about. That is it. That's all I care about. I just need a bunch of tryhards around that. And that's a Super Bowl championship. So let him keep thinking that way. Let the Arizona organization keep thinking that way. My bold take to you guys is if they go and take a quarterback in this draft, that they will continue to fail as an organization moving into the future. But isn't this what bad organizations do, is they just keep making the same damn mistake? What do the Cowboys keep doing? What do the Raiders keep doing? What do the Arizona Cardinals keep doing? Making bad decisions that are bad decisions on the surface of it. They knew in the moment that Kyler Murray contract extension was dumb. That's why they put the study clause in. We got ultimate faith in our quarterback. Going to give him $150 million. Extend our former number 1 pick. He's proven he's worthwhile. But let's also put just a rider in the contract that he's got to study for 4 hours, and we're going to verify he studied for that 4 hours every week. It wasn't even like 20 hours. 4 hours a week or something was in the contract. That's why you're a bad organization. That's why you're going nowhere fast. Dylan, B, something I didn't bring up on the roundtable is Darnold didn't hit Sharps on the flat for the touchdown, and a lot of his passes are a little behind because he's taking a second look to not throw an interception. Yeah, I don't think that he missed the guy in the flat. I think he was worried about it being undercut. And then if it's undercut and it's picked, it's a pick six. And this comes back from the Rams game and the adjustment that he made after the Rams game, which is that, look, I'm trying to make these throws and trying to make these high level throws all over the place. I'm trying to make it feel like I've got to be that superhero like guy. I don't have to be that on this team. This all lends well to the point I'm trying to make by and large on the whole here, is that Darnold made this same recognition, and then making the recognition that he doesn't have to be the superhero because he's got the team to get this done. You've won literally every single game since that. Literally every single game since that you have won after he made that very transition you're talking about. And yeah, he's being more careful with the ball, and that's making people think he's being a little bit more hesitant, or he's being careful. There's a difference between being hesitant and being careful. There's a difference in recognizing the lay of the land for what it is and leaning into that. And that's what Sam's done here over the back half of the schedule. How much would I give up for McDuffie, bro? It would have to be probably a second round pick. I'm not giving you a first. And that's even though he's only 25 years old. And the reason that I wouldn't do that, Bubba, is you're going to have to sign him to a new contract extension. He's on the final year of his deal. He makes a 13.632 base salary. He's going to want an extension. Probably part of the reason the Chiefs would be then willing to move him in a trade. So I would give up a second round pick. But this draft has a lot of high floor cornerbacks that can be steady eddies that may not have a huge ceiling to them in the second round, but who will be just fine for you in the second round if that's the way you have to go instead. So if they're trying to be insistent in that way, you're like, yeah, we're not doing that. So second round pick. Maybe I'll kick in like a future 5 or something. But that's as high as I'm going to go. Skip says, would it be easier with a Super Bowl win to find a good OC? Couldn't hurt, Skip. I think that to your point, this is going to be a bit of a destination location for any top end OC that might exist out there. That's a guy that's got multiple job offers. Reason being is that you not only have a great team in place, you not only have your quarterback in place, you've got a multitude of quarterbacks in place behind him. You got Drew Lock, who's functional if Darnold goes down. You have Jalen Milroe developing. You've got a full offensive line that you're bringing back in full force next year. You have maybe the best wide receiver in the sport off the edge. You've got a top 10 tight end, and then you got a second round pick weapon behind him, and even a blocking tight end behind him moving into the future. You're not going to be, as an OC in the sport, what I'm saying, Skip, finding a more stacked offense to go to this offseason anywhere else. Nowhere will be able to touch what we can bring from a talent standpoint, not to mention the team as a whole. And that's going to be an attractive location for somebody. I think the only problem here becomes is there an attractive candidate that's available out there as a replacement? Because I don't know that there's a Kubiak equivalent out there you can go get if you lose him. I think you're kind of going with a little bit of a lesser at that point, even being a destination location. Seth says, great roundtable last night. Darnold can go 20 of 25, do nothing wrong, and make big time third down throws and still be criticized. Love to hear it. Keep doubting him. So I'm keeping that same energy myself, Seth. Where it's like, man, you talk about the nitpicking and trying to grab at whatever they can grab, even stuff that's not his mistakes. I mean, that the pick route play at the end zone that Jesse brought up. I'm like, dude, that's not a multi-read play. You're not coming back to the slant on the backside. You're working the pick play. It's a timing-based throw. It's a rhythm-based throw. Drunk says our OC is for sure leaving, but our DC maybe. I don't think we'll lose our DC, but I think OC's looking more like about a 75% possibility to me that Kubiak is probably heading. Retired. The upside of being a contender is that coaches will want to come here just like players. Amen. That will help. That will absolutely help. Vimeo, Hawksness, a lot of reports that Lamar is part of the deal of a head coach they want to bring in. With Lamar's limitations, what would be the best fit for Lamar? Because Kubiak West Coast offense won't work. It's not going to be Kubiak. You're right. That would not be the way I would go with it. I would certainly be looking for something else with Lamar. Probably more spread concepts built in with Lamar, a little bit more with him in shotgun. That'd be trying to find a guy like that's probably more of a better pairing. Who would that be? Good question. I don't know if I've got a good answer for you as far as head coaches that run that particular offense that are out there. Like Stefanski's not going to run it that way. hard to say. I don't have a good feel for a fit there out there with the Lamar package coming that way, because I do think you got to run a kind of very specific style of offense to utilize Lamar right. If you're talking about timing-based, rhythm-based throwing attack like a West Coast offense would be, that removes a lot of guys off the board there for them. Quite a bit of guys. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know what you would do with that one. They've already tried a Mark Roman out there, and maybe Cliff Kingsbury is a wild option. I know he just got fired. Kind of need maybe an air raid kind of offense brought in. Feed me wouldn't be the worst for Lamar. Patrick, good coaches build their teams. Great coaches know how to utilize the skills the players have. Elite coaches can do both and teach them how. Well said, Patrick. Beautifully put. Dig to Brandon, someone who has run West Coast. See if Mike Holmgren's tired of doing sports radio. God, I'd love to get Mike in here. He could be able to do it again, couldn't he? Locian. Saul, is that curse wheel good for 1 week? You guys got it this week, man, Saul. Rams are taking it this week. Barperna got you again. Got you a couple weeks ago, too, when you guys played us. As John says, go ask Jake. He'll know. Jake's over there punching walls right now after he heard that news. Greg says, the Seahawks, our quarterback has that stat of a lot of turnovers. We're the number one, though. Go Seahawks. We're number one. Let's go. Joe says, weird, man. I don't have your football acumen and knowledge, but I do understand you need to build a team, get the trenches sorted. It's one where this should not be a real inherent. I'm not bringing up a brilliant point on my part. I haven't seen something that's just so inherently like smart on my part. It's kind of what drives me most crazy about this is that my outlook on this in football and team building process is one that should be pretty standard issue. And I don't know why so many get so caught up and twisted and led astray this way. But it's to your point, Joe, there's a bit of a self-evidentiary part of this that's sort of like, really? You're not getting this? This is too hard for you to wrap your head around kind of thing? Says BBO, yeah, I was going to ask him about that. Seems like you annoyed him with that question. Yeah, they want to think about all this beautiful, wonderful quarterback that they're going to draft that's going to solve everything. It's like, quit thinking about it like a child would a little bit. That's like a child thinks about stuff. You got to build up a lot of smart decisions to lead you to a great team. That's how you get to a great team. You don't draft the magical quarterback. It's like looking for the genie in the bottle. Quit looking for the genie in the bottle and just get it done from a smart, intelligent fashion. Patrick says, when you're a gunslinger, you're going to have that turnover stat. Is Favre, isn't it funny how everyone loved him? They're jealous Sam has 14 wins back-to-back. How dare he tie a Brady record? I know. That doesn't make sense for all the talk they have about the turnovers, man. And turnovers are a fact of life, Patrick. He's at 14 interceptions, but the mean out there for quarterbacks that have basically started almost every game this season, if not every game this season, it's going to be somewhere between 10 and 14 interceptions. Well within reason. He said, oh yeah, Mike looked totally annoyed when he brought up the O-line. He said nothing, then muttered, I want my quarterback. I know. And that's what they won't give you actual reasoning as to why they can rely upon this offensive line, which has sucked ass, to just suddenly get better on its own. But they just don't want to hear it, man. I've dealt with it a ton over the years. When those folks that are quarterback obsessed cannot let it go. It is something that just sticks in their craw, and they cannot let it go. Tight windows sometimes lead to the interceptions there, John. That's right. Back to life, you're going to have your quarterback throw through those windows sometimes, and that's modern NFL. That's why I think that standard issue, that 11 interceptions, is kind of where you find it at as far as the average. It's just everybody's interceptions are a little bit up in this new environment, in this new era of defense. Mason's called me old school, but I think third rounders should always be the killer trench guys. Get that, and any quarterback in any defense will look good. I agreed. A great quarterback cannot always overcome the offensive line, and oftentimes will not. Most of the time will not. But a great offensive line will improve a quarterback's performance, no matter how good that QB is. Great point. And I've, of course, 100% agreed. Dylan, Lamar has won MVP. Joe Burrow has shown he has all the ability. Why aren't they winning Super Bowls? You need a full team. That's where you go back to, there's so much proof of this. There's so much evidence of this, right? And there's not as much of evidence to the superhero quarterback thing. They speak about it like it's ultimate fact, but there's actually very little evidence of that as opposed to this other stuff that we're trying to sell as to what really drives true ultimate winners. Joe says, oh man, the study clause. I forgot about that. Why would you sign someone for whom that was necessary? It's what we call a canary in the coal mine. If you're having to put a rider into your quarterback's contract, if you have to put a rider into your leader's contract, if you have to put a rider into your captain's contract to get them to study, probably means that you don't have the right guy. And what has been proven out of the case of Kyler after we learned that information and where they stand now is they're about to probably cut him if they can't trade him this offseason. You didn't have your guy. Yeah. Greg says, B, do you think Harbaugh is going to go to Atlanta? I think Atlanta would appear to me to be the best landing spot. I know they don't have a first round pick, but they've got a lot there to work with offensively speaking. And then defensively, you've got a lot of interesting pieces they've added over the past couple of years that would give you a lot of a feeling of ability of get a little bit here right, get a little bit there right defensively. And this thing's going to be maybe one of the better defenses in the league. So I could see that being the most attractive of the opening jobs for some of the other places where there's so much work that seemingly needs to be done. And that's as good a fit as there is out there, I would say. 49ers or Eagles? I'm going to go with the Eagles. Niners just have too many injuries, man. One too many. Phoenix says, where's Jesse's pick with that hat? We had to order the hat specially, Phoenix. So I got this monstrosity that I found that I had to dig deep into the internet history annuals to go and find. So it was one where you couldn't get it sent like the next day. We had to order it off eBay. They don't even make the hat anymore. So wait till you see this on next Tuesday. You will know why we had to spend that a little extra time. You'll know why I made you guys wait. Reportedly, he might be wearing it today on his stream right now. So I don't know if he's out there streaming. Let's see if he's on. Hold on here. Let's see if Jesse is streaming today. Oh my God. No. Gosh dang it. I was trying to bring up something and it didn't work. What the hell happened there? Okay. I don't have him up yet. He ain't live yet. 23 hours ago, he was live, but we don't have him live yet. So we might have him. Check for Jesse tonight. He might have that thing on him tonight when it's all said and done. Not another crash yet. It didn't crash. It freaking almost did. No, I don't think I put Kingsbury in there. I'm just spitballing on the fly. I'd have to think about what the right thing would be for Lamar. I don't think Kingsbury would be a good head coach, but I do think that maybe more of a spread concept would be a better point for him now going forward. In light of, I just don't think Lamar's at his best under center running play action. But I also think Lamar's maybe running a little bit out of gas in general, so this ball might be kind of relevant when it's all said and done, you know. Z's blessings, Brandon. People remember how efficient Trent Dilfer was in the Super Bowl Ravens. Not flashy, but stable with a legendary defense. Yes, sir. A lot of examples of this. Brad Johnson did it back in the day, but I mean, there's just countless examples we can find. It isn't a sort of outlier to history as much as if I go over any 10-year period in the NFL, I'm going to find more than a couple of examples of this occurring. I can go back and Buffalo Bills team that took on a Washington Redskins team back in the early 90s. Buffalo Bills at the height of their powers that time. Stars all over the place. Bruce Smith. I mean, you could probably name a good 5 or 6 guys from that Buffalo team. But if I asked you to name one guy from that Washington team that beat them in that Super Bowl, who would you name? Right? Oh, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Cornelius Bennett. But if I go, and I can obviously bring up some guys not watching, but I think the average fan today probably couldn't. But that team won because it was the better team. The Giants team that took on that same Buffalo Bills team. I could play the same game with folks where I say, that same Buffalo's team that's got all those good players I just mentioned that you probably aware of, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, Bruce Smith. Who can we remember from that Giants team that won? Who were their stars? Who Who was the ones that was making it happen? I mean, they had Jeff Hostetler starting at quarterback in that Super Bowl. Who can we name? You know, and these are the rules of thumb that we have throughout NFL history to go off of. It's about building a great team. Got to get the team. The audio's going in and out. Mike Auxiliary. All right. Okay. Oh, hold on here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put a button on this one. I think we're having some issues today here at the end with the audio, and I'm going to kind of get to the wrap-up sound anyway. Yeah, we're going to wrap it up here. We got in a good 5.5 hours on in. We got the B&B show tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and I'm due to go get some food anyway at this point. So we're going to go ahead and wrap her on up here. Seeing ghosts. Yeah, we're having an issue with it. So sounds better now? Okay. Yeah, we'll probably still put a wrap up on this, though. I know we don't have a lot of people in here because they're having issues with the audio. So sorry about that, folks, today. I might have to get this figured out on my computer here after this, on making this thing work. Got thrown off there a little bit with it. But what was the price of the cheapest tickets? It's about $500 for 300 levels that I saw. But I didn't dig deep because the site crashed my deal, so I didn't get a chance to get deep into it. Jeff Hostetler, great comparison for Sam. Yeah. I mean, in general, again, I think Sam's a better quarterback than Jeff was, and I think he's more accomplished than what Jeff did. Jeff kind of got a nice run at the end. Jeff's kind of more akin to like the Nick Foles thing that happened, but Nick Foles, another example, right? So it's one of where people want to present something a certain way, but it's not exactly the way it plays out when it comes to reality. Albert Nickus, I think the Hawks beat both Niners and Rams again, go to the Super Bowl and go up against the Steelers. I'd love to see it, man. I'd love to see it. Sounds all right, just a little quiet. Yeah, that's stupid. It's a little quiet because that stupid thing takes down my volume now for some reason when I walk in here. So I hate that. I hate that thing. Sorry about the audio. Yeah. My bad on the guys. We got to make the transition to the new machine. So this one's a little bit dicey with some of how this is set up, and the stupid crash that happened on the ticket thing just completely wonked my computer out here a little bit. So I got to clean it up here offline and can't do it on in stream. Femi Hawks says, don't forget those 3 Super Bowls the Chiefs had, a top 5 defense and a great special team, so it wasn't all Mahomes. True enough. And as we've seen with Mahomes, he's had those defenses, he had the special teams where they've had all those times. We've also had Mahomes where we see a fluctuation in his performance in the Super Bowl when he doesn't have an offensive line that's top notch, right? So even that needed to kind of be on point for him to find the ultimate success. And when he didn't have it, he wasn't able to drive to the ultimate success. But you're right, just another proven moment of why you need to have that stuff rocking and going in order to find the success, and why you need to have the full meal deal of a team if you want to raise the Lombardi. It's not merely just the superhero quarterback. Really is the way it goes there. All right. I thank you guys for watching today. Really appreciate you for dealing with me on some of the audio issues here. We'll try to get those corrected offline today. Programming notes for you guys. We've got tomorrow, B&B show at 12 o'clock. Please do tune in for that with me and Brendan. We're going to be hanging out, chopping it up, getting it on. And looking at this team, look at the bye week, look at the playoff teams, kind of talking about what was this season, turning over a little bit more why we got the success this year and the decisions that got us here, so we can hope to replicate those decisions this offseason and keep this train moving down the tracks. I've also going to be loading up with a jam-packed schedule this weekend of playoff coverage. So we're going to be covering all of the NFC coverage in this playoffs. We're going to be looking at all 3 of the games that are going on. Probably going to fit even in one more live stream for you guys as well to the AFC side. So keep on the lookout for that, as we'll be streaming a bunch this weekend. We also then have the Friday Seahawks Syndicate this week. We'll be doing the Syndicate every single week. We didn't get a chance to do it on Wednesday this week because of scheduling conflicts, but we will be getting it going on Friday. So tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we will be streaming all 4 days coming at you here. You will see me and my bright and shiny face a bunch in this playoff season. Is kind of the hope is here to almost get, if we can, almost a stream every single day for you guys down the home stretch of this season, no matter what we may have to talk about. I thank you guys for watching today. I thank you for all of the great support, Very, very, very kind of you guys on that. And again, thank you guys for dealing with and helping me out when it comes to the technical issues today. Dilfer did beat out Hasselbeck for a while. Hasselbeck took a little bit of time to find his footing, and then he eventually was able to. So it was all good. Phoenix says, end with a great Christopher Walken phrase, go Hawks. A time, Seattle fans. When is, you ask, now, later? Is Darnold going down? Is he flying high? I'm going to tell you now, Christopher Walken, telling you true, Darnold is going to fly high. This Seahawks team, defense, dark side, one of the best I've ever seen. No doubt in my mind. They're going the promised land. So Hawk fans, step up in the stadium next week. Get loud. Be proud. Let's go get these wins. Let's get these Super Bowl victories. Now's the time. I'm telling you. Now. Not tomorrow. Now. So please, Hawk fans, 12s, my fellow brothers and sisters, please don't you ever forget. Don't you do it. I'm talking to you, Phoenix, back in the room. Don't forget. I see you. Go Hawks.